Hello, Michael Molinari. Okay. First. Hello, Stan Lee and Timothy. You know that rich prince contacted me from Ghana this morning. Gotta claim my bank account. Just pay a processing fee. Hello, Rowan. Where the heck did I learn to type so fast? Just over time. No official training or anything. Hey, you seen that? So that's an actual mistletoe. And someone just gave me a great idea on Facebook. They said, "Hey Ronald, why didn't you just put the fins on the toe?" I was like, "You know something? That's a good idea because not only would that work, but that would also make it flyable." So I'm gonna make a flying mistletoe. Like that's a great idea. Why isn't this work? Is anybody else? Is it my computer? Is it the internet? Where Gmail just doesn't work? I didn't want to do that. Hello, David McKay and Ronald. Pretty good, Rowan. That little wound on my leg finally closed up and stopped leaking, so I'm not soaking my socks anymore. I think you meant foot. I tell you, I got that instant pot coffee machine. That thing is wonderful. It's fast, it's quiet, it's precise. You don't have to keep filling it with the exact amount of water you need. It's got a half a gallon tank on the back, and then it dispenses the correct amount of water. It's nice. Very, very nice. Yeah, I bet. That's weird. I got a package coming today, or arriving soon. Friday it's going to arrive. And it says Amazon Transportation for Merchants. Whatever the heck that means. I don't know. I haven't had any contact with Creality, so I have no idea what's going on. Interesting. I have no orders scheduled to arrive December 10th. Oh, wait a minute. The other cat food. No, that says 12th to the 29th. So what do I have arriving the 10th? I have no idea. I didn't order anything. Guess I'll find out when it gets here. The cats are doing good, no problems. Michelle's doing good. The oxygen's working. The blood thinners seem to be working. She'll be on the blood thinners for the next 3 months, and she has an appointment in April where they will do some blood tests and see her again to check the progress. I don't, not directly, but I'm wondering if that's why things like Google aren't working properly. No, no contact whatsoever, David. I've sent multiple messages, they're just ignored. And more people keep getting kicked out. Nobody knows why. The Vine group is decimated. And there's just no rhyme or reason. Nobody knows why. Once I get below 400 pounds, yes. But I really have to be below 400 pounds first. If I'm above 400 pounds, I'm going to break the bike. Hello, DeWitt. I broke my dragon. I accidentally pulled his tail off, so I got to reprint the little one. His little tail. I was like, damn it. Oh, yeah, people are still getting things. It's just, a bunch of us got booted out, and we have no idea why. That's the hardest part, though, is the not knowing why. Like, what did I do wrong? Your big one? Well, I guess I can show you guys that first. People here early, I guess, deserve to see that first, huh? So, he is almost finished. So that is I just have to finish editing the STLs for the tail. But that is the 280% dragon on the longer 3D triple 4K. So that came out absolutely fantastic. Hey, I can send you the files, DeWitt. For anybody who wants these files, if you bought the dragon, send me a copy of your receipt, and I will send you the modified files. I designed this so that it can be printed in pieces. So each piece is insertable. So you can print this at any size you want. And this came out absolutely amazing. I'm just blown away by how nice this came out. I gotta re-glue the head to try to make that seam go away. I just tacked it on there with some hot glue for now. And I gotta reprint one of the antlers. I lost it. I think the fucking cat took it. It's gone. It's like it doesn't exist anymore. So I gotta reprint an antler. And I just don't want the artist to get screwed. And I just don't want the files to start floating out there in the wild. So I'll only give them to people I trust until I'm finished it, and I give it to the artist and let him do what he wants with it. But yeah, this is very cool. Where's the big one? Because I'm also printing... I don't see it. It's here somewhere. My hot end jammed up on the Hornet, and because of the wood filament probably degraded the little PTFE tube in the hot end. That's the nature of wood filament. But I'm also printing a 500% scale one, and then when things get working properly, I'm going to try to print a 1600% scale one. So that's about the largest I can print without breaking these pieces into sections. I'll still have to section the head, but everything else I should be able to print as one piece. You know, each individual piece. It's going to be a very long print. It's probably going to be about a month. Probably going to be the new year before I start printing the dragon and the big one, if everything goes well. And it's going to take a very long time because I can only use one printer, my Chiron, to do it. And I should try to get the I don't know if my Ender 5 Plus is big enough. I don't think it's big enough. But it's basically going to be, you know, one piece every day and a half. And there's you know, like 30 pieces. So it's going to be like a 40-day print at least. Yeah, replacing the PTFE tube shouldn't be that hard. The PTFE tube in the permanent cable, that's not a problem because it never sees any heat. So I'm not worried about that PTFE cable tube. But the little one inside the hot end, it's going to be similar to Luke Hadfield's hot end fix. There's going to be a separate little piece in there. I just have to replace it. I hope so. It's going to be neat. I'm going to try to get a CR10S5. Yes, I do, but it's in pieces inside the crate. So yeah, it'd be a while before that's out and assembled, and then I have to find a place to put it. I currently have no place large enough to stick that printer. In theory, I can't do the concrete on the front of the house. I don't have the money. With the gift card thing that happened, Michelle, that's just out. I don't have the money for that now. Because I had to pay to put the money back in her account. So that took out my extraneous funding. I just don't have it. Which sucks, because I already gave the guy a lot of equipment, you know, that I, you know, traded him barter. But he did say he's going to help me finish the shed. So hopefully he holds true to his word and he helps me finish the shed. Yeah, the Viper is amazing. The Anycubic knocked it out of the ballpark with the Viper. They did a good job. I mean, yes, it's a copy of the Creality CR6 SE, but not only is it a copy of the CR6 SE, but they improved it. They made it better. $2,000. And I can't afford it. So, I'm going to, because I still owe $3,600 on the line of credit for the Kia Soul, and I still have to order a title for the minivan from Pennsylvania because I lost the title. I knew I lost that title when I came here. I don't know. Let's see. If I had to guess, 500, what, 2,000 square feet, 1,500 square feet. And, yeah, the parking spot alone would have been 500 or 600 square feet. Well, it's just not a priority. It's not a big deal. But shit happens. As long as she doesn't do anything dumb like that again, we're fine. And plus, I just don't think it's a good deal. Because he originally told me, when he did the first 2 pads, he originally told me it would cost about $4,500 to do the whole driveway. And we were only doing half. So $2,000 sounds like I'm just paying for it. So where am I getting the equity for the stuff I'm trading him? So, yeah, big containers, yes. But I can't run printers in those containers. They're not insulated, they're not climate controlled, and they have no power. But I could take the Ender 5 Plus out and put the CR10 S5 in, because they both take about the same footprint. I just gotta find all the pieces to the S5 and put it together. And well, I don't think there's a price problem with the concrete. I think there's an equity problem with the gentleman. I don't even think he realizes it. I don't think he's trying to rip me off or anything. But you know, I've given him $3,000 worth of stuff already. It's like, you know, we're supposed to be trading, not paying and trading. Prusa XL, I thought it was supposed to be 4x4, but it's only 3.5 by 3.5, 350 by 350. But yeah, it looks pretty nice, and the it's basically a tool head changer. So it's I wonder, does it use the I'm guessing it doesn't use the same tech as Bodtech, their tool head machine. Oh, if you want to, I don't want to go politics here, but if you want to see my thoughts on those shortages and how much bullshit they are, check out my Mind of Nerys channel and my Facebook page. Yeah, they're so full of shit. It's disgusting. Like I tell you, like, okay, Dollar Tree. I just spent I think I just spent $160 at Dollar Tree. Online, I ordered from their website and bought in store, because Dollar Tree is increasing the price to $1.25, and that's where I get my laundry detergent. You can get the 64-ounce bottle for $1, but it's not as simple as increasing the price to $1.25, because they're also shrinking the bottle to 42 ounces. So when you combine a $1.25 price increase plus a 42-ounce bottle shrinkage, they're actually increasing the price 200%. Your cost per ounce is going up 200%. And then the luncheon loaf, Spam, basically, if you guys know what that is, the canned meat, and it's the second cheapest meat you can buy. The only thing cheaper is the Vienna sausage. And well, that's going up in price 230%. Because they went from a 13-ounce can for $1 down to a 7-ounce can for $1, and now that's going up to $1.25. So if you do the cost per ounce at 13 ounces for $1 and 7 ounces for $1.25, that's a 230% price increase. So I was like, okay. People saying, well, it's because they got to pay people better. Well, first of all, Dollar Tree is one of the worst paying jobs in the country. But let's assume there's an average of $12 an hour and they go to $15 an hour. There's 15,500 Dollar Trees. They have 193,000 associates. If you assume an average of 20 hours per week, which is actually pretty good average for what a Dollar Tree employee gets, because they do not hire full-time, they only hire part-time, you get about 200 million work hours. Divided amongst their stores, that's about 12,950 work hours per year per store, and each store makes $1.6 million per year. So to pay everybody $15 an hour would cost each store $39,000 per year. That is 2% of the revenue. 2%. And even if you ignore the shrinkage of the products, they're increasing the prices 25%. So if anybody tells you it's because of the higher wages, they're lying through their teeth. McDonald's is another interesting one. In 1980, the typical pay for an employee at McDonald's was $5 an hour. The lowest was Puerto Rico at $4.40. The highest was Hawaii at $5.47. Some people got less than that, but the typical wage at McDonald's. Oh no, I haven't. Cool. The typical wage is $5 an hour. What did a Big Mac meal cost in 1980? A Big Mac meal cost $2.48. What's a Big Mac meal cost today? Well, $10. Some of you might say, yuck, sorry. Some of you might say, a Big Mac meal is $8.16. No, it's not. Because the $8.16 Big Mac meal is for a medium fry and a medium drink. But in 1980, when you paid $2.48, you got a large fry and a large drink. So you have to take the upcharge to a large to get apples to apples. So when you take the $8.16 and you upsize large fry, large drink, it's about $10. Hey, Francis. So, what is $2.48 adjusted for inflation? Well, it's $8.32. Which is interesting because that means they're basically adjusting at 100% the rate of inflation if everybody orders a medium. If you actually compare apples to apples, they increase their prices at 120% the rate of inflation. Because $10 is about 120% of $8.32. It's a little more than 120%, but close enough. So what about wages? If McDonald's kept the wage they paid their employees exactly the same for the last 41 years, no change in wage, what you got paid in 1980, you got paid the exact same value today, simply adjusted for inflation. Typical wage at McDonald's would be $16.78. That is $5 adjusted for inflation to today. What is the typical wage at McDonald's? Well, today it's a little hard to figure that out because the pandemic is really messing things up, but pre-pandemic, it was about $10 an hour. Well, okay, so they've doubled their wage. Right now, you got to adjust for inflation. So $10 an hour today is actually $2.98. So not only has McDonald's adjusted their prices at 120% the rate of inflation over the last 41 years, meaning they have not lost a penny to inflation, but they've lowered their wages 40% across the board. They've lowered their wages so much that pre-pandemic, a person working at McDonald's today is actually making below minimum wage in 1980, which was $3.10 an hour. But $10 an hour today, converted back to 1980, is $2.98. So not only has McDonald's increased their prices over the last 41 years at 120% the rate of inflation, they've lowered their wages 40%. If McDonald's paid everybody $15 an hour, they would still be profiting on wages because they should be paying $16.78 just to match inflation. So even $15 an hour is still paying less than they paid their employees in 1980. But hey, it's inflation, right? I love it. It's great. Oh, man. I tell people the next couple of years are going to be fascinating to watch. You guys in other countries have got to be looking at us going, what the hell's going on there? It's going to be interesting. So, someone on Facebook posted a picture of a mistletoe. I do. Oh, it is, Rowan, and most people are clueless. because most people don't understand inflation. They don't understand the need to convert the currencies. So they see, you know, $5 an hour, $10 an hour. Well, they're making double the money, but they're not. So this guy posted a missile toad on Facebook. Just a plastic toad with a little missile tied to the top of it. And I was like, I can make one of those. So I did. And I came up with this. A missile toad. You can actually go to my Thingiverse and you can download this. I'll be uploading the mistletoe later today. But there is the mistletoe. Look at that, look at those beautiful top layers, how they shine. This was printed on the longer 3D triple 4K. Fantastic printer. This is hollow and only took like what, hour and 40 minutes to print that. I ended up shrinking him down just a tiny bit so that I could fit 2 of him on the bed. And I came out this size. So by printing him this big, I could print 2 at a time. But that is my mistletoe. And then someone said, well, how about a mistletoe? And I was like, I could do that too. So I made a mistletoe. Come on, autofocus. So that's an actual toe with a toenail. No, you get tone. And once you get tone, someone's gonna die. Well, in fighter pilot speak, getting tone means you got a missile lock. So your aircraft system's got a lock on the enemy. I've got tone, and then you fire your missiles. So when you're under the mistletoe, you get tone. So I'm gonna try selling these. I'm gonna see if I can you know, somehow, you know, maybe make a little extra money selling these. I'm gonna make them for free, available on Thingiverse as well, and then you'll be able to buy them just plain like this. And then I'm also gonna paint some of them, and I'm gonna see how long that takes, and paint some of them, and see how that works out. I'll probably try to use like a flesh colored resin so that I only have to paint the rocket and the toenail. And then for the toads, I'll try to use a green resin so I only have to paint the missile to reduce how much I have to paint. But I thought that was a lot of fun. This prints like this, so this one actually prints really easily. It just needs a tiny bit of support for the tips of the fins here. This one needs a little bit more support, because you have to support the tips of the fins and the bottom edge of the rocket here, the nozzle. So that needs a little bit of support. I was able to make one of the drain holes, the nozzle. And yeah, HE warts, high explosive warts. But yeah, that came out great. I have linked the guy I got the toad from. It's Creative Commons, so there's no complication there. But someone posted a scan of a toad on Thingiverse, and the same thing with the toe. And I just made a missile in Tinkercad and merged them together. That came out. I'm really surprised how nice that came out. That's just a lot of fun. I love, look at those. Look at how those layers shine. Look at that. I love that. Resin printers are amazing. I wish there was an easier way to go larger, but they are amazing. This is that JO resin, the resin that was 20 bucks a liter that I was linking to before. Keep getting something on them, really annoying. But yeah, I'm very happy with that. You get warts. Let's see here. I'll give you a better view. There you go. Now you can see it. That is the mistletoe. Wow! She's coming. She's gonna feed you. Yeah, I know. She's gonna feed you. He wants food. He's hungry and you're late. And you're real late. I guess I could do that, but I like having both free and pay options because you know, I know how hard it is to be able to afford to buy files. So I don't like to be completely behind a paywall like that. So I like making it the customer's choice. They can get it for free on Thingiverse, or they can pay me. Here's a close-up of my dragon modification. So I modified the dragon parts so that they have a socket and a pin. I know it's dumb and I should just sell them, but I don't know, I just don't like that. Especially since I didn't create it from scratch. And oh, the legs are removable too. So these legs can pop out. So they use a little socket attachment method. So the legs are removable. So everything can be taken apart. Now when I do the big scale one, I'm going to make a further modification to it. I want to make the bottom of the pin open, so that you can put a screwdriver through here and screw the top in. This way the dragon becomes serviceable. So there'll be screws holding each pin in, and the pin holds the pieces together. This way if you break a piece, you could actually take it apart and replace the piece. So that's going to be nice. So this came out real good. Now the good news is the tail is this piece repeated, but each piece is a different size. Well, there's no such thing as would the tolerance on that work on FDM. You simply adjust the tolerance. You print this piece, and then you adjust the scale of this piece until it fits. If this is too tight, print it 1% smaller. Eventually you'll find out exactly what size you need to print this to fit these, and then you just print the pins that size. That's all. So that's no big deal at all. And also keep in mind the tolerances get easier as you scale up. So when you're printing at 500 and 1600%, the tolerances are not a problem. Where is that dragon? Is it right here? Yes, it is. Here we go. Here's the 500%. Let me move the dragon. Go rest over there, buddy. So there's the 500%. You can see it's the same deal. You have the same socket, and there is one of the pins right there. But that is the same deal. That's there's one. That one's popped out, so I can punch that through right there. So here is the 500%. So you just adjust this. You see I shaved this out a little bit. Just took my knife, went, and that was enough. And now that fits right in there, just like that. And that's all there is to it. It's just, it's manual labor because I have to modify the STL file. I gotta get rid of that. I'm just gonna clip this off when I print it next time. This little bit of excess right here. But there we go. So what I'll do when I really upscale it is I'll put a hole here, and I'll put a hole in here in the top of the pin there, and then I'll leave the bottom open, or mostly open, and so you'll be able to stick a screwdriver through here and put a screw through this piece into this piece. Yeah, I am. I'm actually working on the video for that, and I'm also going to release the modification files so that you can modify the dragon yourself. Because it's actually once you have the modification, it's actually not that hard. And you only have to do it to one of these, to one of the leg pieces, and to the head. That's all you need to do. So you only have to modify 3 pieces. You have to modify the head. You got to modify the leg unit, which is the double unit that holds the legs. That's actually the same front and back. The legs are different, but the actual body segment is the same. And then you have to modify the individual link. This is an individual link. The whole tail is actually made of the exact same link pieces. They're just scaled and stretched. So they get smaller and longer as the tail gets longer. So once you modify this and the body segment and the head, that's it. That's all the modifications you need to do. And, but yeah, that's what I want to do. So these will take, this takes about 9 hours to print. And the 1600% scale one is probably going to take 30 or 40 hours each. And go from there. I'm going to try to get a filament sponsor to support printing that, mostly because I'd like to have it all the same color, or at least the color scheme. And go from there. But yeah, that's nice. That came out really nice. And I like the idea of making it with screws up here because that makes it serviceable. So I can repair the dragon if something breaks. If you're going to spend that much, if you're going to spend 40 days printing a dragon, you don't want the thing to become junk because one piece broke. Also, transporting it becomes easier if I can disassemble it, because that's going to be pretty heavy. You figure it's going to be, you know, it's probably going to be around 800 to 1,000 grams each piece. And so you're looking at basically a kilogram per piece. So the dragon's going to weigh like, you know, 30 or 40 kilos. I'll probably try to figure out how to lighten it up. But you also don't want to lighten it up too much because then it's easy to damage. So we'll see. That's all a guess. I really don't know how much it'll take. But it's fun, though. I like the idea of it. I love this dragon. This dragon is just so freaking nice. I love this dragon. Yes, that's going to be a very heavy dragon. I might even think about attempting to print it out of PETG so that it'll be more heat tolerant. Although, I don't think something that large and that dense is going to have a problem with heat. I mean, you'd have to leave it in the sun. I mean, even leaving it in a car for a few hours shouldn't be a problem because it's simply going to take time for this much thermal mass to absorb that much heat, you know, when you make it 1600% scale. So it's probably going to be pretty warp resistant. In fact, the only piece that might be susceptible to warpage is the link, because that's going to be a vase mode print. It's going to be a very thin print. But beyond that, I just don't see it being a problem with warpage. But that's it. That's my dragon. And then to assemble it, you put the pieces together, and then you stick the link in. There we go. And then line up the socket, and there you go. Now the dragon's assembled. And now I just have to do that 50 more times, 40 more times. Magnets won't work at the scale. It's too much mass. By the time you got magnets big enough to do the job, you're talking about a lot of money in magnets. I mean, you're going to need some, you know, you're going to need some good solid half-inch thick 1-inch magnets, and you need 2 per link. There's 40 links, 30 links maybe? Maybe 30 pieces? Because that's 7, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 pieces there, and then the tail's going to be, what, 12 pieces, 15 pieces? So you would need something like 60 very expensive magnets. It'd cost you $200 or $300 just for the magnets. Yeah, that would be rather expensive. How much is a 1-inch magnet? 1-inch magnet. And we would have to use neodymium. Normal ceramic magnets are not going to be strong enough. This is 1/8 inch. I don't think 1/8 inch is thick enough. But 1/8-inch magnets are $1 a piece. You're going to need at least, I think you're going to need at least a 1/4-inch magnet. I don't think an 1/8 inch is going to be enough. And I think a 1/4 inch might be enough, maybe. So you're looking at 30 links, 60 magnets. So that's 60. Yeah, it's $120 in magnets. So yeah, I don't want to spend $120 in magnets. Plus, I would then have to modify the pieces to create sockets for the magnets to fit in, because you don't want to separate the magnets via the plastic, because that's going to decrease the Gauss field. So you're going to want the magnets to actually be touching. So there would have to be a socket in here to hold the magnet and a socket in a pin to hold the magnet, so you can still mount flush. Yeah, that's a lot of work and very expensive, when it's easy just to, buy a $5 set of screws and you're done. The screws are a lot easier. Actually, I should think about the screw holes before. Yeah, it would work, but there's just a lot of cost and work involved. I should think about the screw holes before I do the tail.
Who just knew you were going to do that crap?
Although I don't really need screws in the tail. You can glue the tail together. It's less likely to be a problem. But I'd rather have screws. This might actually be a case where it's easier to just drill the hole, because the screw hole in this piece is easy. So the whole front half, that whole front piece of the dragon right there, that's easy. But the tail, the screw hole will shrink as I shrink each part. So it might be easier. It might be easier just to let the screw hole shrink, and then I can drill it out with a drill afterwards. Because of mass. When you have that's what this is right now. It's a snap fit. But as you scale up the dragon, the mass is going to become significant. This is already this is like 700 grams right here, and this is just 5 links at 500% scale. So when I go 1600% scale, that's 3.1 times, which is actually 3D volumetric space. So that's cubic. So what is that? 8 times. So if this is 600 grams, 700 grams, then and assume I can cut back 50% with efficiency. You're looking at each piece being 1.5 kilograms, 1.8 kilograms. Actually, I gotta work on that, because I really want to get each piece to 1 kilogram. So each piece only weighs 1 roll of filament, because having to swap rolls for every single piece would suck. Like mid-print. But right now, if I print it with the same settings that I use to print this, you're talking about 1.8 to 2 kilograms per link. Well, that's really gonna be a heavy freaking dragon. Wow. Oh, I mean, you're looking at over 4 pounds per link. And then the leg is going to be 7 or 8 pounds each, and the head's probably going to be, 7 or 8 pounds by itself. Holy crap. So there's about, Jesus. That's let's see. How much? Let's double check these numbers before I go crazy here. Recent models. Don't have it there. Where's my dragon links? Custom dragon. Here we go. Let's see. Dragon link, pin and link set. Here we go. Just about, yeah. Holy crap. So here's our 500%. This is just the 500% one. Let's see, 0.4333, 15% rec should work.
call the doctor then, so now I want to do it.
Okay, this is 107 grams per link. So a 1600. So every time you double it, you're increasing the volume by 8 times. So doubling the size increases the volume by 8 times. So 200% would be 1,000, so I need to go 300%. Well, I guess this still would be a good experiment. Well, it's actually not going to print at all because it's going to exceed the build volume. Oh, I did do the whole thing. So yeah, this would be I was right, 1.8 kilograms. So yeah, 1.8 kilograms per link. And this is rectilinear infill, so it's every other, so it's not as much infill as you think. And that's 132 hours to print that. No thank you. So now let's do something more realistic. Let's do a 1.4 millimeter nozzle. Let's do 3, 3, and 2. Infill, let's make it 6%. Audio's okay?
Go ahead, buddy. I was not going to eat his food, you eat it.
Okay. Let's go Chiron sized.
Chris, I'm going to call the doctor.
Okay.
I didn't want to do it out here while you're doing your job.
Yeah. I think it's 450, 450, 500. Oh, wait a minute. I got to change the layer height. That's 2 kilograms per piece. Layer is going to be 0.4 millimeter layer height. I could probably, I might be able to get away with a 0.6 millimeter layer height. I don't know if that'll work. Is that a sync again? There we go. Some of you might have to reload the page because you probably just got dumped to 144p. Okay, that's actually not a bad print time, 18 hours. Although I do have to lower the print speed because there's no way in hell I can handle that kind of volumetric flow. So, speeds. This is going to have to be probably, I could probably get away with 30 millimeters per second. So this would be pretty, now the pins, I would print them separately because I could print them in vase mode. So that would save some time. Yeah, about 1 day per part. And you're looking at 2.1 kilograms per part. But I'm going to print the pins separately. I think I need more. I think that infill would work. That might be enough infill. I might feel better increasing it a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to increase that a little bit. I'm also going to get rid of the pin. Why is this so many little pieces? Where's all the extra pieces at? Huh. It's showing me a whole bunch of pieces, even though I just... Oh, there's these little tiny... little whatever widgets. Oh, goodbye. Goodbye. Okay, there's the dragon piece. Because I could print the pin vase mode. There we go. 23 hours, 58 minutes, so probably around 24 or 26 to 27 hours, because there's a time difference here. But so probably about 26 hours each, so about 1 day per piece, and just under 2 kilograms of plastic per piece. Although I think I want to increase the infill a little bit. Actually, that doesn't look too bad. Let's see how the overhang. See, I'm worried about like sections like this. See how that's completely unsupported there? Yeah, I'm going to increase the infill. Even though it's going to make it heavier. Let's go 10%. And this is not even the full scale. This is only 1500%. I want to print 1600%. Yeah, that's a tolerable amount of infill. I like that. Yeah, see how you got some decent support going on there? Yeah, that's not bad. I like that. I might have to increase the number of top layers. See how you have these large unsupported sections here? Just printing out in the void. See? Once it connects, you're okay. And they might print okay. You'd be surprised what you can get away with. This is 2 perimeters. But remember, they're 1.4 millimeters thick. So this is a 2.8 millimeter thick wall. I can increase the 3 perimeters, but that's going to really increase the amount of plastic. Yep, and I do have a little bit of infill inside the tip there. I think that would work. So you have 14 of these pieces, and they're 5 pounds each. So 5 times 14 is 70 pounds. Each body segment's going to be almost double that, almost 10 pounds each. So that's another 20 pounds. The head will be probably 8 pounds, 9 pounds. Well, with the antlers, probably 10 or 12 pounds for the head. Let's call it 10. 20 plus 14. 10. What the hell is this thing doing? $70 plus 20 pounds for the body segments, plus let's call it 15 for the head, and then you have that's just the main body. We still haven't done the tail. Let's call the tail 30% of the body. So the tail's going to be another 30 pounds. You're looking at about 135 pounds. Woo! You shall never guess what I'm going to do. How's that for out of sync? But yeah, that's going to be a... Alright, some of you may get dumped back down to 144p, but there we are. And now that we're not doing any slicing and crap like that, we should be okay. And I'm using 8% of the CPU, so we should be okay. But yeah, that's going to be a very, very, very large dragon and a very long print. Even assuming I could keep the machine running reliably, you're looking at, what, 40 days? It's a $1,000 print. Yes, on the new PC. Actually, I got coupons for Subway. We might go to Subway next couple days. I don't know anything about the new Lightning infill. But remember, infill serves two purposes. So infill serves as interior support, which the Lightning infill is probably going to work very well for. But on a print like this, internal infill is also structural integrity, which Lightning support would not be good for. You want grid infill when you want structural integrity, because I want to make sure the parts don't soften and warp and distort when they get warm. So for that, because I'm probably going to have this dragon outdoors, so I'm probably going to have to make it a light colored dragon, like red and white, like the movie Dragon. Honeycomb is great visually. I love the way honeycomb infill looks. But it's also expensive. Well, we're going to be a pretty short stream today anyway, because I have to run down and get some water tanks. I found a good deal on water tanks, so I'm grabbing them. Foot-long melt. I found someone who had water tank. It's funny the way things work around here sometimes. They wanted $250 per tank. I was like, I really want these tanks, but I'm not paying $250 for a tank. So I very politely sent them a message. I was like, please understand, I'm not trying to be a dick, but these tanks are $199 brand new at Tractor Supply. And that's brand new. I was like, would you consider taking $200 for both? They replied yes. So one tank is going to be in the house, and instead of having the 5-gallon water jugs, I'm going to have a 35-gallon tank. And what I'll do is I will fill the 5-gallon water jugs from the 35-gallon tank and put that in the machine, my water buffaloes. And then the other 35-gallon tank is going to, well, 9 out of 10 times asking for that kind of a thing doesn't work, because you rub against their ego. And they become insulted that you're challenging them on their price. And especially when you quote what it costs new, they really don't like that. And half the time they won't sell it to you out of spite. They'll just refuse to sell it, period. They'd rather throw it away. It's human nature, so you got to tread carefully. But you see, a lot of the times when people sell stuff, they don't go, okay. Yeah, exactly. I try to be as delicate as I can about it. Let's say I want to sell this knife. This knife is $50 new. Well, I can't get $50 for it. It's, well, this I might be able to get close just because of how unique it is. It's titanium. It's a solid. Even the blade is titanium. The blade is D2 titanium. But realistically, you usually when you sell something used, you're getting 50% of whatever it was worth new. Out here, it's a little different because of where. Basically, you have to think of where I live as Hawaii. Where I live is very similar logistically to Hawaii. It's like an island. I'm a land island. The next nearest major city to me is 14 hours away, and that's Oklahoma City. 8 hours away is Colorado Springs, but that's also a very small city. Denver. So you also have Denver 8 hours away, but Denver is not quite a full city like Oklahoma City or Philadelphia or something like that would be. And then 7 hours west, you have Tucson. but again, very small city, relatively speaking. It's its own island, meaning me trading with Denver or Tucson is like Oahu changing or trading with Kauai. It's like island hopping. So by the time you get to the mainland, you're at Oklahoma City, 14 hours away. And that's where the human population density grows large enough to where you have normal trading at that point. You have to go to Oklahoma City, Houston, stuff like that. So I'm basically an island. I live in the 5th largest state in the union with only 2 million people in the entire state. And most of those people are right here. True, but when you really, really want something, you got to be careful because you might blow your only chance to get it. But so, you know, realistically, I can get maybe 60% of retail for this. Most things are about 50% of retail. Well, because of the island nature, well, so for example, this thing is worth used $35. Brand new, $50. But I want a Nintendo Switch, so I put it up for $125. You see what I did there? See, a lot of the times in this kind of environment, when people sell stuff in a resource-poor environment, what will happen is they don't sell it based on what it's worth. They sell it based on what they need. So I want to get this. I need this much money. So I sell things with a predetermined target of how much money I need in mind. And people have difficulty sometimes accepting that, well, what you have is simply not worth that. But I want to get this. It doesn't matter what you want to get. What you have is not worth that. And some people have a difficult time processing that difference. And sometimes people will get angry when they realize they can't get what they want, and they will trash it out of spite, meaning they'll simply refuse to sell it. If I can't get what I want, nobody's going to get it. And from a certain angle, that kind of makes sense. I mean, if I can't get what I want, then there's no reason for me to sell it. I mean, because I'm only selling it to try to get what I want. And if I can't get what I want, then why would I sell it? So it kind of makes sense to a point. Well, it's called I don't know what you call it, but basically they're not selling to sell the item. They're selling to get money to buy something else. So their target is to get the something else. And I think that's the problem I'm having with the concrete guy. He wants the stuff I have, but he doesn't want to pay any cash out of pocket. So he's trying to collect the stuff and the cash from me. And the problem is that's not equitable. You know, at least not at the volume of stuff that I got for him. I mean, the two rebar cutters alone are, you know, $1,500. And you know, $200 pair of boots, $200 tool. So that right there is $1,900 worth of stuff right there. And you know, that should be enough to cover what we want to do. But he wants the $1,900 of stuff and $2,000 to pay the concrete guy. Because, you know, the concrete guy is not in on the barter. The concrete guy still needs to be paid. What the idea was that he would pay it cash out of his pocket, but he would get stuff worth more than what he paid out. So, like, if the concrete was $1,200, well, he's getting $1,900 worth of stuff. That's equitable, you know. He's got to pay out of pocket, but he's getting a $700 discount on the stuff he got. And so it's again, this is a situation where it's hard to broach that topic because you could very easily insult the person, and then they can decide, well, fuck you, we're just not going to interact. And you know, so you gotta be careful. Trading can be difficult when you're trying to barter because emotions become an issue. Their personality, their emotions, that all can become roadblocks to the interaction. So it's you gotta kind of play psychologist. Hey TK, I didn't notice you there. VOAFYI. What's that, Catherine? 6-inch roast beef. Where are you that you were able to get to a Subway and back that quick? Like, are you like at an office and there's a Subway like right outside or something, or? Oh, so you guys in the U.S., if you know, if money is tight and there are certain things that you buy from Dollar Tree, buy it in bulk now. So, for example, assuming my online order is clear, they might not. They're back ordered. They might cancel those orders. Ah, there we go. So, for example, I like their laundry detergent because it's $1 for 64 ounces. It's theoretically that is 32 loads, but we have to use about a double dose of detergent because of the hard water. So for us, that's about 15 to 20 loads per bottle, and I'll call it 15. So I bought enough laundry detergent to cover me for the next 3 years. That should allow me to float through this monetary rough spot until hopefully prices come back to some sense of reality. And the same thing with Luncheon Loaf. I bought 24 cads, so I have like 30 cads of Luncheon Loaf, and that's good for about a year. Hopefully prices will back off a little bit in that time. But the point is, I bought enough to float me for a while, so I don't have to pay the inflated price. Same thing with pasta. They decreased the box size from 1.5 pounds to 1.25 pounds. So I bought 5 years worth of pasta at the 1.5 pound size for $1 a piece. Well, now that's going to be $1 a pound because it's going. Seriously, Michelle? Why? What do you want me to do about it? You gotta turn the TV off and turn it back on. You should be able to do it from the remote. I understand what you're talking about, Ben, but it is my understanding that that detergent does not work in HE machines. That you have to be careful what kind of detergent you use in an HE machine. I'll look into it though. Send me the recipe. I'll check. But the last thing I want to do is break my washing machine. So I got to be careful with that. Like, I know I cannot use powder detergents. You cannot use powder detergents in front load HE machines. Is hers powder or liquid based? But 5 gallons for $2 would be freaking amazing. I would like to experiment with making soap. I don't know why. I just think that'd be cool to make my own, bar soap. I just think that would be interesting. I made my first bottle of vanilla, so you guys will be able to buy a bottle of vanilla from me in about 2 years. I figure every 2 months I'll go buy another bottle of vodka and another pack of vanilla beans, and so every 2 months I'll make a bottle, because you got to let it sit for at least a year and a half. I'm going to let it sit for 2 years, because if I could say aged 2 years, I can ask for more money. That's 15 bottles per bottle of vodka. It's 60 ounces, and a typical bottle of vanilla is 4 ounces. Nice. Are you using front loaders, or are you using tub machines? Vanilla is vodka. It's literally vodka. You take vodka and you put vanilla beans in it. That's how you make vanilla extract. Now, I think the process does change it over that year and a half. So, like, I don't know if you can get drunk on it. And you probably wouldn't want to. As good as vanilla is, it does not taste good raw, like, on its own. What did I want to bring up? Yeah, see, powder you can use in top loaders, but you can't use powders in front loaders. In the high efficiency machines, you can't use powders. I think the problem is the machine doesn't use enough water in order for powders to do their thing, and it cakes up the internal workings of the front load mechanisms. It destroys the machine basically. No, I don't want to lie. There's no reason to lie. You know, it doesn't cost me anything. Once a week, I just give the bottle a turn, and you know, and after a month, I don't even have to do that once a week. Do it once a month. And what I'll do is I'll just stick it underneath my bathroom kitchen sink in the cabinet and just leave it there. Mark a date on it and just leave it. I'll call it Pandemic Vanilla. 2-year aged Pandemic Vanilla. Oh, that'd be hilarious. Oh, it is liquid. Okay, so it might work. If it's a liquid, it might work. That might work. Nah, I don't like lying to my customers. It's just, I don't know. It's scummy. You know, I don't like lying. Plus, I suck at keeping my facts straight. So, lying is hard work. I'm lazy. And telling the truth is just easier. Well, there's an easy way to test that. So, you know, unplug the printer and start moving the motors back and forth. You know, so grab the head, slide it back and forth. Grab the bed, slide it back and forth. Does it move smoothly? Or is it going bump, 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 bump? Okay. So you might have debris on the wheels. The wheels might have worn down. The wheels could be too tight or too loose. So check all of that. Also, how many hours do you have on the machine? How long you've been printing? Might be time to rebuild the hot end. The PTFE tube on those machines is consumable, so the PTFE tube wears out over time. So, you know, $2, you replace the PTFE tube. You got to do it right, because if you end up with a gap, you're going to have a problem. It goes bum, bum, bum. Okay, so 2 reasons why it would do that. 1, something is worn out or caked in dirt. So clean the rails, clean the wheels, make sure the belt's in decent shape. The second thing that'll cause that is if you adjust the belt tension and you make, or not the belt tension, the wheel tension, and you make it too tight. If you make it too tight, you're going to squish the bearings and the wheels, and you're going to have that intermittent bump, bump, bump as it moves. Well, every time it bumps, that's going to create an artifact in your print, and that will affect your print quality. So what you do is you loosen the wheel, the eccentric nut, until that component wobbles, and then you gently tighten, check for wobble, tighten, check for wobble, and you tighten it only exactly enough to make it work. Yeah, don't go with the polycarbonate wheels. I agree, they're too hard. So think of it this way. You don't want soft wheels. You want hard wheels. But you want the wheels to have a teeny bit of give, because they kind of act like your suspension in your car. So big bumps, you're going to feel no matter what. But the little bits of gravel, you don't feel, because the suspension's not activating, but the rubber in your tires is acting as a tiny bit of suspension. And so it smooths out those little tiny bumps from like dust and dirt on the rails, or slight imperfections in the extrusion of the rails. When you go to polycarbonate wheels, that's like going to, your suspension's still good, but you're going to like hard rubber wheels. So you feel every single little pebble in the road, because the wheels have no give. This is theoretical, but practice seems to vet it so far, but it's not, I haven't scientifically tested it, but I suspect little micro noise that would otherwise appear in your print gets smoothed out by using palm wheels. And when you switch to polycarbonate wheels, you become exposed to every single little imperfection in the kinematics of the printer, and that translates into noise in the print. So I agree with Ben. I would stick with the palm wheels. But again, I have an entire video. If you go to Norris.com, Nancy Echo Romeo Yankee Sam.com, See you later, TK. I have an entire video on adjusting the eccentric nuts, but the basic concept is simple. You have a rail, you have 2 wheels on one side, you have 1 wheel on the other side. Those 3 wheels pinch together and lock onto the rail. You want to loosen the wheel until, for example, the carriage or the bed wobbles. So you want to actually see the bed wobble or see the carriage wobble. You should be able to wobble it. And then what you do is you tighten it up in tiny little bits until the wobble stops. That's it. Just enough to stop the wobble. If you over tighten, you're going to begin crushing components. And that's when you're going to have the bum 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 when you move the bed. So usually it's on the bed. And the bed is tricky because there's usually 2 eccentric wheels to tighten the bed. And you have to balance them both. It's not hard, but it can be finicky. So basically, what I tell people to do is tighten up one wheel. Don't worry about how tight, just tighten it. And then loosen up the other wheel. Wobble the bed. Okay? Try to get a feel for how it's wobbling. Now, swap places. Loosen the other wheel, tighten this wheel. Now wobble the bed again. Okay? Do that a couple of times and you'll begin to realize, okay, I can tell which wheel is loose by the way the bed wobbles. And also, don't be afraid to get down on your knees. Get underneath there and look. Usually, you can actually see the palm wheel move up and down. Bop, 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 bop. Because you have a V-slot rail and you have a V-slot wheel. So this is the V of the wheel. And that V, it sits in the V-slot like this. Okay? So if you're loose, it's like this. And the wheel can actually move up and down. When you're tightening it, you're moving the wheel in until it properly interfaces with the V-slot, and now it can't move. Nice. So you eventually will learn to figure out which wheel is loose. And so what you do is you loosen them both, and then you tighten, 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 check, 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 tighten, tighten, check, check, and it doesn't take long. Probably play with it for half an hour and you'll be an expert. And then you'll be able to get both wheels balanced so that they're both tight without being over tight or too loose, and you'll get a nice smooth bed roll. Of course, but make sure the wheels are clean, make sure the belt is clean, make sure nothing's rubbing, make sure there's no debris on the rail. You're moving a polymerized wheel over an aluminum rail. So you're going to create an electrostatic charge. So the wheel and the rail will collect dust over time. That stuff you see on the wheel, that comes from 2 places. That comes from the dust in your house collecting on the electrostatically charged wheel. And it can also come from the wheel wearing itself down. And that accelerates if the wheel's too tight. And so clean the wheels off, clean the rail off. You can even take your finger and run it in the V-slot rail. Just go. Oh, there's a bump right there. Check. There's probably just some dirt there. And but that's just a matter of tuning. It sounds complicated. It's not. Once you understand the concept, once you successfully do it, you'll be like, oh, that's easy. And then you'll run around to all your printers and do it no problem. You'll run around and go wiggle, wiggle, tight, wiggle, tight, wiggle, tight, no wiggle, done. And then you move to the next one. And then regular maintenance. So every now and then when I start a print, I'll literally just take a towel or take my finger and just put it on the wheel as it's moving. And as it moves, all the dust comes off of my finger, just throw it away. And or every now and then just, slide the parts back and forth with a damp rag, get all the dirt off. Go in there with a blower, blow all the dust out of everything. Just regular maintenance. Just that's all you need to do. Properly tuned, most of these printers are basically maintenance free. I mean, I don't have to do maintenance on my printers, very rarely. The only time I have to do anything to my printers is when I have to repair them. Like a part wears out or a part breaks. Now, that's pretty much the only time I have to take a tool to a machine. Some designs have deficiencies that cause you to have to do things. So like the classic one is you're constantly adjusting the bed level. Well, if you're constantly adjusting the bed level, there's several things you need to check. First thing is make sure your Z end stop is actually fixed. So make sure it's not loose, moving around. Make sure the little micro switch is in decent condition. You know, tap it a few times. Make sure it clicks cleanly and it's not mushy. Make sure your primary bolts that hold the vertical rails are tightened into the aluminum extrusion of the printer. Make sure the base of the machine, all those black bolts, make sure they're tight. Especially on a machine like the Ender 3, which doesn't have a full square enclosure. And also, don't forget those two bolts right in the middle on the Ender 3 that hold the two cross rails together. They can wiggle loose over time just from shipping. You want to make sure they're all tight. You can crank them down. You don't have to be gentle with them. Don't go like, you're going to strip stuff. But you can crank them down and make them tight. Check your two at the top. Make sure the Z-axis motor is solidly attached and hasn't worked itself loose. Make sure the grub screws that hold the coupler to both the Z-rod and the stepper motor, make sure they're tight. Make sure the belts are tight. You do not want to over-tighten the belts. The belts should only be just tight enough that it thrums when you pluck it. You know, you go ding, 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 and you pluck the belt. Just tight enough to do that, no tighter. As soon as it's tight enough to thrum, you can stop tightening it. You do not have to over-tightening it. It does not help anything. All you're going to do is increase drag, increase noise, and you're going to wear out the bearings in your stepper motor and your idler. A big thing, if you don't have yellow compression springs, get them, replace them. You check out my Amazon page. They're cheap. They're dirt cheap. You can get a box of them for like $10. So if you have the silver die cut springs or the wire springs, those are bad. They do that because they're cheaper. I mean, how much cheaper can they be? Maybe 10 cents cheaper. Okay, so what's the big deal? 10 cents. Well, sell 1 million printers and 10 cents is a lot of money. You know, when you're selling one printer, 10 cents is nothing. When you're selling 1 million printers, 10 cents is a lot of money. And so they'll cheap out on things like that. So you can replace those springs. The yellow die compression springs do two things. One, the springs have a flat cut profile. So the springs do not have a tendency to want to wobble. They tend to stay straight, which helps give you reliable, consistent bed leveling. Also, you want to adjust your Z end stop. So you want to adjust your Z end stop to be as low as you can get it while still allowing you to level the bed. You want those 4 springs to be as compressed as possible. Don't forget the back left one is going to compress more than the other 3 because it's got the tension relief bar on there. I doubt that would be all that helpful. All you'd be doing is moving some of the debris around. You shouldn't have that kind of debris. I mean, if you have that kind of a debris, you have an environment problem. So address the environment problem and you eliminate the need for brushes. You can do that, but I don't think it'd be very effective. I think the risk of pieces of your brush coming off onto your rail and thereby causing noise in your prints is far greater than the dust itself. Hey, Maker Viking. So replace the yellow springs. Adjust the springs to compress the bed as much as possible, making sure you base all the springs on the back left one because that one's going to bottom out first. So you might be able to adjust the bed lower for 1, 2, and 3, but then 4 can't go that low because it's also holding the tension relief, the strain relief for the heat bed. So you'll have to base everything off the heat bed one if your printer is like that. So if you get your printer leveled and you realize, wait a minute, I still have compression available in my springs, well, bring the Z end stop down. On the Ender 3, there's a little tab that stops you from going down any further. You can just snip that off, and then you can lower your Z end stop a little bit more. You want to make sure you have a little bit of give. You don't want it to be too tight, because then you might not be able to get the bed perfectly level. But the more you compress those springs, the more the tension is between the spring, the carriage, the bed, and the leveling knob. And the more tension you have in that spring, the less likely that leveling knob is to drift. If your bed is too loose, Well, think about it. Your printer is vibrating. Because remember, you do not have a motor moving that bed. Okay? It's not a motor. It's a stepper motor. And stepper motors are used because we can make those motors move a discrete quantity of movement, meaning we have precision. We can tell it to move 1.05 millimeters and it will move 1.05 millimeters. The way it does this is by moving in steps. So a stepper motor cannot do this. Okay, that's not how a stepper motor works. The way a stepper motor works is step, 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 step. Seriously, buddy. Bye-bye. I mean, how childish do you have to be? You're going to come into a live stream and type out nigger one letter at a time? Seriously? I mean, that's not even petty. That's just sad. I mean, that's just, you're either 8 years old or you got no life. I mean, come on, dude. Do better. That sounds like a word I should know. What is that word? Childish, silly, puerile. Yeah, okay. I know. I'm seeing it come in. I'm seeing N-I. I was like, seriously? Like, seriously? I mean, it's just... most of it's kids being childish. Yeah. YouTube does a very bad job of keeping children out. And we found out that they were making boku millions of dollars off of children, so they, under the radar, encourage children and advertise directly toward children. That's why the, was it FCC or FTC spanked YouTube so badly? Because they found out they were doing it on purpose. But, he's probably not old enough to know what government is. It's probably a kid. But yeah, it's just childish. What is the etymology of nigger? Like, how did that even get started? I'm pretty sure it came from Negro. Etymology. A wonderful word, if you guys want a wonderful word, is, oh, okay. What's the difference? Okay, so 16th century English, they were called neger, that meant black, and Latin, nigger, 1G, meant black, and English, negro, and that word in the late 16th century got colloquialized into the common derogatory term nigger, N-I-G-G-E-R. So it came from Latin, English, and simplification of the word to make it easier to say, I guess. Etymology, E-T-Y-M-O-L-O-G-Y. So E-T-Y-M-O-L-O-G-Y. It is my favorite thing in the world almost. I love etymology. So anytime you want to know something, you can actually just tell your phone etymology and then say the word that you want, that you're curious about the source of. So etymology is the origin or history or source of a word. So the origin and meaning, not just what it means now, but where did it come from? How did we come up with that word? Yeah, well, some troll came in and started typing N-I-G-G, one letter at a time like the trolls do. And, so, yeah, what are you going to do? But etymology is like my favorite word. When I learned that word like 20 years ago, it's like I'm obsessed with that now. So, because now I know how to find out what these, because you all the time you wonder, like, how they come up with that? Like, some things like tomato, okay, well, somebody named something in tomato. There's probably an etymology to it, but that's a name of something. But when you have things like this that have a history, you always wonder, like, what is the history of that? How did we come up with that? And that's etymology. And I love etymology. Etymology is fun. So what is the etymology of dragon? So it is just dragon. The D-R-A-K-O umlaut N for serpent. So dragon was originally a version of a serpent. Dracon for dragon, for serpent. Here's an interesting one. Aluminum or aluminium? Which one's right? Well, technically aluminum was first, so aluminum is correct. But the person who coined the term aluminum also coined the term aluminium. He didn't like how aluminum sounded, so he tried to make it fancier and he called it aluminium, but it was the same guy. So the inventor couldn't agree on what to call it. That's interesting. Oh, let's go off freaking, what do you call it? Oh, what's that movie where you go into the dreams? Like Doctor Strange does. What the hell's that movie? Exactly. The guy liked it better. So late Middle English from Old French etymology via Latin Greek etymology from etymologus, student of etymology, from etymon, neuter singular of etymus, true. Inception, that's right. Let's go all Inception on this shit. Oh my god, I binged watched Lost in Space last night and it was so good. If you haven't seen the new Lost in Space season, it just dropped yesterday. It was so good. They did good. I'm sad that they're only going to have 3 seasons and that it's over with. I'm sad about that, but damn it, it was good. They did such a good job on the Lost in Space series. And the new Star Trek Prodigy is really good, too. I'm enjoying it. Oh, the movie wasn't that bad. I mean, it wasn't great, but it wasn't that bad. Then again, I'm pretty easy. Yeah, Discovery was fantastic. Picard's fantastic. And I don't care what anybody says. I love the J.J. Abrams Star Trek movies. Yeah, sure, there's too much, what do you call it? Flair. There's too much flair, but I like it. It's good. But that's why I liked it. It went off the rails a bit. Discovery took us back to, the original part of Star Trek with the, But, I like the character development. It makes the characters more personable. It makes them more likable because you're familiar with them. They're not just, red shirt 1, red shirt 2, I like it. Lens flare, yeah, that's it. But it was good, I love when people say, well, it's not right because Star Trek didn't have that kind of technology during Kirk's time. I've got better technology than James T. Kirk had. I mean, my phone is damn near superior to a tricorder. Okay? Because we made it in the 60s. So you gotta update it. You gotta just, you have to just adjust the canon to accept that. And I always thought the starships were way too small. It didn't make sense how small they were. And so their encounter with the Borg meant they started building larger ships, so the J.J. Abrams Enterprise is significantly larger than the original Enterprise. I haven't seen Season 4 yet. Has Season 4 been released? I don't think so. Oh, I think we have 3 episodes. Yeah, we have 3 episodes of the new season so far. I just downloaded a whole bunch last night. And, yeah, I grabbed Foundation. I grabbed Invasion. 3 episodes of Discovery, 5 episodes of Prodigy. I still have to watch Dune and the new, by the way, if you haven't seen Finch, great movie. It makes you cry at the end. Like, you cried at the end. It was so good. I mean, it was just a good movie. And but I love Discovery because Discovery goes back to what I loved about Star Trek. You know, get to know the people, new adventures, brand new things, just trying new stuff. You know, it's not just the Romulans and the Klingons and the Ferengi over and over again, and really? The biggest theoretical problem with an Alcubierre drive is simply power. You know, just the power requirements are just extraordinary. Have you watched Old? What is that? TV show Old. Elton and Andy say bad things because they're true. What does that mean? Oh, there's also a movie called Old. Oh! Oh, that sucks. M. Night Shyamalan does some pretty good stuff. I like his stuff. A lot of people don't, but I like it. He does a halfway decent job. Yeah, exactly. It's either brilliant or terrible. That's a good way of describing M. Night Shyamalan. It's either brilliant or terrible. Well, obviously, depending on the size of the bubble, but it's still, I suspect it's still far more power than we can generate, you know, at least for moving an entire ship. Now, for travel around our solar system, speed of light's enough. Or even half the speed of light's enough. Yeah, that tends to happen a lot. You know, the original source comic tends to be, well, if you need a planet that has life, you know, sometimes beggars can't be choosers, and you got to take your chances. I mean, that happened with oh, what was that movie with the it was a TV series. The spotted aliens that worked with the humans. It was a cop show where the alien and human work together, but they can't handle salt water. It kills them. It came out same time like V came out and stuff like that. What was that called? I can't remember the name of it. Alienation. Yep, that's it. But I like that. Alienation was good. I also love V. It's too bad the new series didn't go anywhere. It had potential. Yeah, I know. I thought it was good. Well, see, part of the problem you have today is, okay, for example, Star Trek The Next Generation was a silver spoon, meaning it was a hit from day one and it never let up. And the problem is studios keep looking for more silver spoons, and they don't give a series a chance to grow and evolve into something good. If it's not a silver spoon from day one, they cancel it. And the problem is that pisses people off. I'm also not a huge fan of the shortened seasons. So, for example, as far as I'm concerned, Lost in Space is not 3 seasons. Lost in Space is 1 season. A season is 24 to 26 episodes, and Lost in Space is 30 episodes. So, Lost in Space is an extended pilot plus 1 season. And not a big fan of the 10-episode seasons. Although I have to say, the quality is definitely improving dramatically. La Brea is turning out fantastic. I'm loving La Brea. Oh man, I love that show. I can't wait to the next episode. Fascinating concept and excellent execution. I love it. Flash Forward was great. Century City was great. Canceled. You know, Century City was it was a lawyer show. So Century City was a lawyer serial drama. Except it was fascinating concept because Century City is a futuristic sci-fi lawyer show, but it's barely in the future. So Century City was like 20 or 30 years from now, you know, in theory. You know, it was one generation in front of us instead of, 300 years in front of us like Star Trek. So the technology in Century City was not that different from the technology of today. And a lot of the technology they used in Century City exists in its nascent form today. So we can relate directly to it. It was fantastic. If you have a chance to download it and grab it, do it. It's a really good series. Like there was one where sports have updated their rules so that no genetic modifications. You cannot be enhanced. Makes sense. Except that this one guy had to go to court because he had an enhancement to restore him to normal because he was born with a defect. I think it was his eyes. And so he had to go to court to fight to be able to play baseball because the rules say you can't be enhanced, and they had to argue, well, he's not enhanced. He was simply returned to normal because of a flaw. And it was fascinating. It was it was an excellent series. It only had a few episodes and they canceled it. I was like, what the hell, man? Give the show a chance. Give it a chance. But that was called Century City. I love that show. I know Dark City was a movie. Did they make a series? Yeah, I like Heroes too. That had a pretty good run. Didn't they do like 4 seasons of Heroes? I don't know. Depends on the right. Like, why didn't Stargate keep going? I mean, Stargate was without question one of the most successful science fiction franchises in all of history. I mean, Star Trek is the only other show that competes with it. Although and it turns out it was politics, but not like, not like Democrat Republican politics. At the time that Stargate was canceled, MGM was going through bankruptcy during a bad time, and so it literally just got swept under the rug. People they were busy with other stuff. So, a restructuring. Space Above and Beyond. Great freaking series. Man, such a gritty, awesome series. I wish we would have gotten at least some closure to Universe. I want to see how Eli figured out how to survive. I know Matrix Resurrection looks pretty good too. Finch was fantastic. Definitely a good movie to see. Shang-Chi was amazing. I love Shang-Chi. That's where this dragon came from. And what else? I haven't watched anything else yet. I haven't watched the new Dune yet. I don't know. We haven't seen it yet, so we don't know. I mean, they did a fantastic job on the first three, so I'm willing to give them some leniency and see where they take it. James Cameron's pissing me off because I want my goddamn Avatar movies. It's like, it's 2022, buddy. Where's our goddamn movies? No. That was Stargate Universe. Stargate Universe was on the ship. Stargate Atlantis was the floating city in the Pegasus Galaxy. But I heard they don't have... okay, maybe it's just me being old, but Enemy Mine was good. I like the sound weapon that they used, that they taught the rebels to use in the original Dune, and apparently they don't have those in the new movie, and I'm kind of sad about that. Because I like that. I thought that was a cool touch. Yeah, Atlantis was great. The character development was great. The storyline was great. Weirding module. There you go. The weirding module. What annoyed me... Well, it didn't annoy me. I enjoyed it. I don't think so. I mean, we'll see. I like old movies. I like long movies. Now, I mean, if you have pointless content, that's different. That can get boring. But as long as the content is good, I like 3-hour movies. I have no problem with that. I like long movies. And I didn't have a problem with the original Dune. I enjoyed it. But the problem with Stargate is they went too far. That's the problem with Stargate. They turned SG-1 into gods. I mean, we have the ancient city and all the ancient knowledge, and they have all of the knowledge and the technology of the Asgard. We're gods. I mean, that was the problem. That was the problem with the Ori. When you have godlike technology, your enemy has to be a god. And so what happens is they gave Stargate too much too quick, and now they're too powerful. It went from the American military, guerrilla exploring. Well, now they're too old, yes. Guerrilla exploring the galaxy with hyper advanced alien races and trying to survive, to we're now the most powerful race in the entire galaxy. And well, that's why you have to plan for it. You got to plan for migration of characters. Like they did with MacGyver. What's his name? Anderson, making him the general, and then eventually even putting him on the sideline, and he just does a cameo every now and then. adjust people to the migration to new characters. Yeah, I love the original Battlestar and the new Battlestar. They were both great. The new Battlestar was very well done. Val was awesome. Adding the why can't I remember the name of the show? Not Lex. Farscape. Adding those Farscape characters to Stargate was genius. I mean, that was fantastic. That was such a smart move doing that. Because it allowed you to shift SG-1 from your loved favorite characters to a new set of loved favorite characters without pissing people off. You know, you can destroy a TV show doing that. Look at Airwolf. The last season of Airwolf is just not worth watching. They got rid of the point of the show. They got rid of the characters we loved, and the new characters sucked. Yeah, she was definitely a very unique, excellent character. The development there was just fantastic. Yeah, Stargate was good. I love Stargate. But we're supposed to have another series coming. They're in talks with Amazon, and there's pretty good high hopes that they're going to get greenlit for a new live-action series. So there's a pretty decent chance we're going to get some more Stargate. And so far, most of the original cast is on board to, you know, for cameos and stuff like that to work with the program. So I am super stoked by that. Hopefully I'll still be alive when it comes out. It's like, go on, get moving. There's a guy making some pretty cool rockets that are 3D printable. So you remember the Mars lander I made? The white rocket with the red legs and they're springy? In rocketry, that's actually an old model kit called the Mars lander. Well, he did a Dragon Mars lander version, and I think he also did a Gemini. I'm trying to look for it. That's the Dragon. Yeah, Gemini. So he did a Gemini version, and he did a SpaceX Dragon version. I was like, that's freaking awesome. I got to print those. I love when people try to do Star Trek versus Star Wars, and they just don't realize that no Star Wars ship would have a chance against any Star Trek ship. It's not. It's not because you know, Star Wars is inferior to Star Trek. It's just different. You know, it's just, you know, Star Wars is a drama set in space. Star Trek is science fiction. And it was simply designed with improved technology. There's just no way around that. You know, a Star Trek shuttlecraft could destroy the Death Star. You could take you know, like take one of the runabouts from Deep Space Nine. You know, the little bit bigger than a shuttlecraft. You know, it's a full-on starship, but it's shuttle-sized. Take one of the runabouts from Deep Space Nine, and you can pit that against any ship in the entire Star Wars universe, and it will win every time. It doesn't matter. You know that anything. There is nothing in Star Wars that can touch that. It's not because Star Wars is worse. It's just because, well, it's different technology. It's just Omicron looks like it has done a remix with the common cold, recombination, because whoever had it was infected with both the cold and the CoV-2 at the same time. Well, only on one ship, only the Defiant, and there was a Romulan on board with them. And the reason was because cloaks are OP for the ship. I mean, how fun would Star Trek be? Captain's log: we are invisible, skulking around this planet. No one can see us. And well, that's because the Federation dissolved in Discovery. There is no Federation anymore, not really. And now, see, I like the reprogrammable matter. It makes sense. I'm not a fan of the separated nacelles. That kind of that doesn't make a lot of sense. But the reprogrammable matter, absolutely. That's a natural evolution of the kind of technology that they're developing, and it makes sense. Oh yeah, we all need some of that. Could you imagine having a wrench and going, you pull out your little programmer and go, change to a 2.5 millimeter wrench, and it just changes, and you would do your thing. But the reprogrammable matter and the new interfaces for the bridge makes perfect sense. That stuff makes perfect sense. Now the personal point-to-point transporters, that was fun for one episode, but you notice they're not doing a whole bunch with that anymore. That's because it's well. Hey, I'm on stream. Got to call you back.
Oh, shoot. Could you just send me a text with what replacement for this pen that you got made?
I'll have to look it up. I don't know what the replacement is, but I'll look it up.
All right, thank you.
All right, bye. Well, the theory behind separatable nacelles is that they can leave them behind for better maneuverability when they don't need warp. And I was like, yeah, well, what happens if you need to warp suddenly? And then you're gonna leave your nacelles behind to be destroyed while you're fighting, and then you finish the fight and you're limping home, and oh, our nacelles are gone. There's just a lot of things I'm not a fan of with the. But I'm okay with it because they're trying new things. They're throwing things at the wall and seeing what happens. Well, see, social separation makes perfect sense. Matter of fact, the very first episode of Star Trek Next Generation, when the encounter at Farpoint, that's a perfect example of why the saucer section makes sense, because the Starfleet ships have families on them, non-combatants. So it makes sense to be able to say, okay, everybody get on this part of the ship, we'll send that part of the ship away, while this ship goes back and fight and we save our families. That makes sense. That's perfectly logical. And the nacelles, that was a what do you call that? That was a nail looking for a hammer. This is cool. Let's find a way to make it work. Reprogrammable matter, that makes sense. The other thing is just Well, everybody speaks English in Star Trek because everybody has universal translators. And that was something else that was a lot of fun. I mean, has Star Trek culture gotten to the point where nobody speaks the same language because they're so dependent on universal translators? They don't all learn the same language? The Klingon, that's going to be a the Klingon change is an artistic change from the writers. So there is no explaining the forehead change. You just go with it. Like, why did the Klingons have smooth foreheads in the original Enterprise? Well, because the makeup cost a lot of money. So in later series, they were able to do the makeup to make them more alien. And then people wonder, well, why didn't the other ones look alien? Well, because they were genetically modified to, live as humans. No, it's because they didn't have the money for the makeup. Just ignore it. Just accept it. Just let it go. That's all. Just let it go. Why does J.J. Abrams, or why does Captain Archer's Enterprise have better technology than Kirk's Enterprise? Well, because humankind has advanced over the last, 60 years. And so we now realize that the original Enterprise tech is nowhere near advanced enough to be a starship. So, because remember, the technology in the show, it's science fiction. It's based on what we are projecting our technology will be in the future. Well, no one could have predicted that our technology would advance so rapidly that it would make Kirk's Enterprise technology primitive compared to us today. So, they had to rewrite the technology tree in Star Trek to make more sense as an advancement from our current technology. So you don't explain it. You just accept it. It just is. It's not because the Star Trek technology changed. It's because our technology changed. Therefore, we had to change the tech. I mean, what were we going to do? Put B-17 World War II technology in Archer's Enterprise? Because that's about what you'd have to do. So you just have to dismiss that original canon, and you have to update it based on our current level of technology. That's all. Same thing with the Klingons. I don't even like when the writers try to explain it. Don't try to explain it. Don't try to explain the Klingons. Just ignore it. Just accept it as a canon shift. That's it. Just... Steampunk Star Trek. Yeah, that would be fun. Do what's that one? What's that wild? Was it called Wild Wild West with the big steampunk spider? Yeah, the movie is called Wild Wild West. I love that. That movie was great. That was so much fun. And a lot of people don't like it because of how hyperpolarized our society is today. So you offend people. And, PCSJWs, remember, they taste good. They're like hors d'oeuvres. But one of the things I liked about Star Trek, and they appear to be trying to bring back to Star Trek, and I like this, is that maybe it's just because I was an 80s kid. I was an 80s and 90s kid. So maybe it's just a bias I have because of when I grew up. But I love the fact that all of our TV programs, from G.I. Joe to Smurfs to Star Trek to MacGyver to A-Team, they all had a moral compass, and they were all trying to teach. Meaning you learned something when you watched these episodes. And it was even better when it was so subtly built into the episode that you didn't even realize it until you go, oh, wow, that's cool. Some of it was in your face, like the black and white Star Trek, where you had the two races that were equivalent to our black people and white people, but their difference was, black on the right, white on the left, or black on the left, white on the right, and that ended up being what was different between them, why the one felt they were superior to the other. That's our racial racism in our country being expressed in Star Trek. And that's a very glaring, blatant example, but it was also well done. Like, you watched that episode and you realized that this is about race. This is about black people and white people. But then, when they hit you with that thing at the end, when you can't tell the difference, it's so obvious. He's black on the right, not the left. And then the viewer goes, are you kidding me? That's the difference? That is such a lame, pathetic difference. It's racism is meaningless. It sneaks up on you. It causes you to openly go, what these two alien races are arguing about is stupid. And then you realize, so is our racism. It's also stupid. Man, it was sneaky. I mean, it seemed like it was blatant and in your face, but then that little bit at the end sneaks up on you, and you're like, wow. they did stuff like that. You know, every episode of Quantum Leap was trying to teach a lesson or was trying to address a social issue in our society. Now, when sometimes you get directors who are a little too biased, and it's very, very obvious, and then sometimes it's really, really subtle. You know, little things that they add that really add that little subtle cue to try to drive that point home without saying, here's the point we're trying to drive. It's like in Avatar, the movie Avatar. I love that movie. I don't care. Yeah, it wasn't a very complicated movie. I don't care. I liked it. There was definitely a very anti-military bias in that movie, one that I agree with. But there's definitely a very anti-America, anti-military bias in that movie, and that was the glaring example. That was the Fern Gully, you know, the Indians and whatnot. Black Mirror was amazing. Black Mirror did good. But there was also a lot of subtle things in that movie. You know, the sound of the guy's boots, the way the people are sitting, the flag sitting in the background in the room, you know, just very subtle things that they added to cause your mind to come to that point. I like when they do that. Now, it was a little bit in your face in Avatar, but the older TV programs would, you know, were very good at integrating the moral story into the script of the program. And Star Trek The Next Generation did that very well. Deep Space Nine kind of moved away from that a little bit. They went to more long arc storytelling, which was also very good. But they also had the individual episodes that had the individual message they were trying to deliver. And by and large, I think most of them did a pretty good job. And one of the reasons I think TV degraded after that was because we lost that. They stopped doing that. So our TV programs didn't seem to have a point. It was harder for us to relate. Yeah, Babylon 5 was very good at trying to deliver messages. Well, it's something they did a lot. They tried to deliver messages. I would love to see a remake of Babylon 5. I would love to see them go somewhere with that again, you know, with modern technology, you know, with a proper budget. Oh, that'd be amazing. It wasn't bad, though. It really wasn't. Yeah, I know. That is the same as the Star Trek episode. Yeah, it's the same concept. Trying to show people how stupid racism is. Racism is interesting. What's the matter, baby? Hey, Michelle! Did she feed them? I think she did. It's... So how do you... Okay. So a common question I see a lot when there's a racial discussion. And a common thing that people take as an insult and shouldn't be an insult is, can black people be racist, and what is white privilege? Most people don't understand both of those things. They have a very poor understanding of what those things mean. Hi, baby. Yeah. Yeah, you're such a good boy. So, when we talk about being racist, that's not what we're talking about. Anybody can be racist. I mean, I've encountered plenty of black people who are racist, plenty of Hispanic people who are racist. Anybody can be racist. But that's not the issue. It's irrelevant. what people don't realize is that the ability to do something with your racism is what matters. Now, there's a military concept that actually works very well to help describe this. Can black people be racist? Yes, but they're impotent. You know, it's like trying to dick measure and you don't have a dick. You know, so in the context of racism, black people are dickless. They have nothing. Here's why. In military parlance, we have something called force projection. So think of it as the difference between my missile and your knife. Okay? So both of these weapons can kill. I can kill you with a missile, and I can kill you with a knife. But the missile has force projection. The knife, I've got to get close enough to you to stab you with it. While with the missile, I could be a mile that way and just launch the missile. Okay? So actually a better understanding would be gun versus sword. Okay? Both are quite deadly, both take a lot of skill, but the sword has no force projection. The gun has force projection. What is that in modern terms? Well, aircraft carriers. Why does the U.S. have so many aircraft carriers? Yeah, well, there's some myth and legend to that, but yes, good point. Why does the U.S. have so many aircraft carriers? Well, we're an imperialist nation. You got to accept that. But well, it's not as simple as that. Well, first of all, when you have a lot of aircraft carriers, you need even more aircraft carriers, because if I take a knife out of service, I hand it to a blacksmith, and in a couple of hours, my knife is back in service. When you take an aircraft carrier out of service for refurbishment, updates, repairs, maintenance, it's out of service for years. Aircraft carriers are literally cities, self-contained, self-sufficient cities. You could survive for years isolated on an aircraft carrier. They have machine shops, fabrication, repair. They can create parts. They can make the parts they need on the aircraft carrier. It's literally a functioning city that's floating on the water. So when you take one out of service, it's out of service literally for years. It's like a 3 to 5 year process to refurbish an aircraft carrier. So you now need double the aircraft carriers, because when you take an aircraft carrier out of service, you need another one to take its place. Okay, so that's part of it. The other part of it is force projection. Admiral Bennington, go float your boat over in the Indian Ocean. Yes, sir. Would you like me to attack somebody? No, sir. Just float your boat there. You want me to fly around and intimidate somebody? No, sir. Just float your boat there. And Admiral Bennington takes his aircraft carrier over to the Indian Ocean and just plants himself there. He will change geopolitics of the world. That entire region will change what it does simply because of the presence of that aircraft carrier. That is force projection. Now, let's call that racism. Now, let's have a black person do the same thing. So the black person's going to get their $150, sporting goods plastic kayak, and they're going to go float it over in the Indian Ocean. How effective do you think that's going to be? People say, what do you mean? Why is there such a big difference? Because white people are 72% of the population, and black people are 12% of the population, and most of them are poor. So the white people have the aircraft carrier, and the black people have the little $100 kayak they got off Craigslist. They have no force projection. So while they might have the same desire, the same racism, they have no ability to do anything with the racism. If they can get close enough to you, they can stab you, but that's about all they can do. They can execute their will against, one individual or a couple of individuals, but they have no force projection, like the aircraft carrier. What that means is the only people that can fix racism is white people. Black people can't fix it. There's nothing they can do. They're impotent. They have no power. They have no force projection. They can't do anything. So that is white privilege. White privilege is not a derogatory term. And if someone uses it as a derogatory term, they're a moron. Because you gain benefits by being white, even if you don't have a racist bone in your body. Simply by being white, there are benefits that are theoretically accessible to you, even if you have no knowledge of them whatsoever, and even if you've never even heard of the concept of racism. It doesn't matter. You're benefiting from it. Because, now it's not your fault. It is not your fault. Because you weren't even alive. 90% of you weren't even alive when these institutions were put into place that give you this advantage. This happened in the, from the 1800s to the 1950s. All right, I was born in 1976. What did I do to cause this? Nothing. But it's still my responsibility to do something about it. Because I'm the only one who can. No one else can. So it is our responsibility to fix it. The core problem is that we have built this racism into the very fabric of our society. It's built right into the fabric of our society. There are, I love when people say, well, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Okay, so here's how that works. This guy builds a ladder, and he climbs out of the hole he's in. Well, he just improved himself. He built a ladder, he did the work, he made his life better. So now a person comes up behind him and starts climbing his ladder, and he goes, oh, no, I built that ladder, and he pulls his ladder up. So now that person has to build their own ladder. But now I'm at the top of this hole, you're at the bottom of the hole, and you go to build a ladder, and I keep taking my pokey stick and I break your ladder. Every time you start getting close to the top of the ridge, I break your ladder and knock you back down the hole. Okay, now, are any of us doing that? No. But our society is. And it's designed into it. When you read up on this stuff, when you realize how much of our history is pure fiction, when they say the winner writes the history books, they're not kidding. Oh yeah, there's definitely people doing it, but you and I are doing it without even realizing it and without being at fault. It's not our fault. We're starting to notice it because the system that is in place that does this is getting so bad that it's starting to affect us. So it's like, I didn't help the blacks because I'm not black. I didn't help the gays because I'm not gay. I didn't help the Jews because I'm not Jew. Now they're coming to me and there's no one else to help me because I did nothing while everybody else was taken down by this system, and now there's no one left to come after but me, and now I can't ask for help because there's no one left because I stayed silent. So eventually that system will come for you. It's, can you recognize it in time, and are you willing to act? That's correct. All they care about is their pocketbook. When people ask what kind of a society we are today, I tell them we are an imperialist plutocracy, and the United States operates under feudalism. It's interesting. People don't believe me when I tell them this, but we are not a capitalist society. We do not operate under capitalism. So if you look up the word feudalism, so take this concept. Nobility held lands from the crown in exchange for military service, and vassals were in turn tenants of the nobles, while peasants were obliged to live on their lord's land and give him homage, labor, taxes, share, everything, etc. Well, start replacing these words with modern equivalents. Adjust the concepts in this term for modern equivalents, and you begin to realize that the crown is the state, the nobility is the corporations in the church, and the vassals are the middle class, which is shrinking, and then the peasants is everybody else. When you start adjusting these terms, you realize, holy shit, we're going back to feudalism. It's kind of, if it wasn't so devastating, it'd be fascinating. I love history. I love reading history. To me, history is almost as good as science fiction. I don't know. I love reading about that kind of stuff. Of course, the voting system is rigged. Every election we've had for the last 100 years has been rigged. Election fraud is absolutely rampant. But it doesn't come from the voters. The fraud in our elections is not voter fraud. Voter fraud is basically non-existent. If you eliminated every single fraudulent vote, it would have no effect on the election. Because it's so subdivided. You'd have to, it's like if I wanted to rig the lottery, I have to fix that computer. But now imagine if rigging the lottery required hacking 1,000 computers. It would never happen. You'd have to somehow go to 1,000 places, to 1,000 computers that are not networked, and individually hack those computers. It's not going to happen. There you go. First they came. Oh, I want to save that. Thank you, Ronald. I love knowing the history of stuff like this. Well, our election is like that. Our election is thousands of little microcomputers. No one's hacking that. It's not practical. It's not feasible. It gets hacked at the source. The election fraud happens at the source. And we do that with something called gerrymandering. We adjust the voting districts to change the vote. So let's say, this district tends to vote Democrat. Well, I'm going to split this district in half and put this little Democrat section with this larger Republican section so that now it votes Republican. Or vice versa, split this Republican section and put it with this larger Democrat section so it votes Democrat. Same thing. It's gerrymandering. That's the election fraud. That's the fraud in our election. That's the rigging. It's not the voters. It's not dead people voting. It's not people putting in double ballots. Does that happen? Sure, it probably does. But it's impotent. It can't do anything because the system is too subdivided. Oh yeah, it's happening big time in Texas right now. And it's fascinating. Keep in mind, the things I'm talking about, it doesn't matter whether you agree with it or disagree with it, whether you're Democrat or Republican, it doesn't matter. Just look at the system. Think of it like a Star Trek episode. Just look at the system and go over the system. The things that I don't know. I don't know how to fix it. The only way to fix that kind of thing is for the people to fix it. And that's hard to do. It's very hard to get people to fix things. It's hard to organize people to do that. It's, most of us are followers. Most people will just follow along with the crowd. And that's very easy to manipulate. It's I don't know. Like, normally you need balance. So you got a right and you got a left, the left and the right balance, and you end up somewhere in the middle. That makes sense, right? We don't need term limits. Term limits don't work. All right, this is the other thing about rewriting history, about how much of our history is false. For example, do you remember the stories about the garrison, like Jamestown, the original, before the colonies really started, where we were just, small enclaves in an alien land, before we actually started forming colonies? The cities were garrisoned to keep the savages out, to keep the Indians out. That's actually false. That's actually a fiction. That never happened. The garrisons weren't to keep the Indians out. The Indians wanted nothing to do with us. They didn't care. They just let us be. The garrisons were to keep the colonists in. Because life was so bad during early colonial America, the death toll, the sickness rate was through the roof. We were in a new land with no technology like we have today, and we didn't know how to live off this land, and new diseases and new predators. We were being destroyed, and life sucked. I mean, it was bad. And of course, the rich people didn't have to deal with that. So our colonists would actually abandon the colony. They would leave the city, go out into the woods, and live with the Indians. They would live with them, work with them, and of course they accepted them and take on wives, have children. That's why Indians have so much mixed blood. Because our colonists kept leaving our original colonial cities to go join the Indians because you had a better life and a longer lifespan if you lived with the Indians. But the history books will tell you it's to keep the savages out. The history books will tell you that I'm actually surprised they don't mention this because it would actually help their narrative today. Colonial America, that America deforested the country. Do you know there are more trees along the eastern seaboard today than there were when the Indians were here? You see, the Indians weren't savages. They were nations and nation states. They had trade routes and treaties from the Great Lakes all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. They had constitutions and governments and states. And then a nuclear apocalypse occurred. You see, when Columbus got here, he didn't come to an Indian nation. He came to a nuclear apocalypse, the equivalent of a nuclear apocalypse. Before the colonial America got here, there was a plague that hit the Indian population. It was bound to happen. When you have that many people, they almost completely deforested the entire eastern seaboard because they needed the material, because their nations were growing so large. They had so many people. That plague wiped out 94% of the Indian population. So when Columbus got here, he got here to a post-apocalyptic wasteland with fighting tribes who are recovering from that post-apocalyptic event. That's why we were able to walk all over them. If we'd have gotten here 50 years earlier, they'd have been like, get the fuck out of here, and they'd have thrown us out. That's what actually happened. And so the history books don't tell you this. So we prey upon that today. We rewrite history to say what we want people to think and believe instead of what actually happened. That's why I say one of my biggest fantasies would be to have a time traveler drop onto my desk, a college American history book from 200 years in the future. I would love, because I love history, I would love to know what is going to be in those history books 200 years from now. It would be fascinating to see what historians are writing about, our history 200 years into the future. I think that would be just absolutely fascinating to be able to read that. I mean, that's my fantasy. But you can actually see the writing happening today with distorting history, distorting facts, controlling the narrative, like the labor shortage. No, I think humankind will be fine. I think we'll be just fine 200 years from now. I'm not that pessimistic about our future. But worshipping the nuke. Oh, that was good. I love those cliche, crappy old movies. They're so good. They're so much fun. Because they didn't have special effects. They didn't have all the tech we have today. So they actually had to make the story interesting. And the story was interesting. Of course, some of them were kitschy and nichey and campy and stuff like that. But it was fun. It entertained you. And, I don't know. Just, what are you going to do? Oh, I got some new nozzles. This is what I'm going to put on the Chiron. I want to get it. I had to buy these. They didn't send them to me. I shouldn't have bought them, but I wanted them so bad. Because they're going to be perfect for the way I print. So this is the new Bondtech CHT nozzles. So these are fascinating. The 1.4 is probably the one I'm going to use. I wish it was a 1.2, but it is what it is. So this is the new Bondtech CHT nozzles. Yeah, I think they did a pretty good job on that. Let me get a focal plane. There's a focal plane. So this is a 1.4 millimeter nozzle. And the way this works is that there are 3 cuts inside there. You can actually see it if you look carefully. See how there's something in the middle there? Well, that's because a part of the metal nozzle is in the middle there. So there's 3 holes here. The filament gets split into 3 tubes, and it goes around that metal down there. You can just see it in there. So you're thinking that's going to cause a clog. Yeah, I would not put a, I would not use a fill filament with a nozzle like this. But what it does is it increases the surface area of the filament going through the nozzle. And also, that copper in the middle there is going to conduct heat. So now the filament is going to be split into 3 strands, and it's going to be melted 360 degrees around each strand. So it's not extra heat, it's extra heat transfer. Basically, this nozzle increases the heat delta. So right now, if you want to if this is your filament, so this is a 1.75 millimeter filament, I apply heat from the outside. Well, that heat has to propagate from the outside to the inside of the filament until it melts it. And as you go faster and faster, you reduce how much time you have for that heat to get inside there. Yep, I saw that, and it worked almost as well. Same concept. I think if he were to make that a plane instead of a wire, so if he were to flatten the wire into more of like an airfoil shape, you know, with a leading and a trailing edge, and then put the wires right on top of each other. See, he tried to go like this, but that's going to increase drag. But if he did it like this and made them smoother, he'd have less drag. Yeah, like a bar kind of thing. You could just do that just by flattening the wire. CNC Kitchen is amazing. If you're not subscribed to CNC Kitchen, what is wrong with you? Go subscribe to CNC Kitchen. His shit is great. CNC Kitchen is, I love him. He sounds awesome, he's fun, and he does genuinely kick-ass hardcore content. But now imagine if I could take a heating element and stick it down the middle of the filament. So now I'm heating the filament from the inside and the outside. Well, now my delta has increased. I can transfer more heat to the filament using the same amount of heat generation because I'm increasing the surface area and the source of the heat. Then I make this even better by splitting the filament into 3 strands. And so imagine this being 3 strands, but having my heating element also in the middle, because there's part of the metal in the middle of the nozzle. Actually, the 1.8 should make that easier to see because it'll be bigger. I should have realized that. I should have showed you the 1.8. There we go. There it is. See it? Let me see if I can get the focus as close. Yes. So you see it in there? So the 3 goes down to the 1. And that's how you can get that heat in the center of the plastic. So these nozzles actually perform better than volcano nozzles. They are slightly superior to volcano nozzles. Look at that. That's amazing. There's that thing in the middle there. Now this technology is patented, and Bondtech has licensed it. E3D has licensed it from them. And they do it all the way down to a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. So this is a 0.6. So I've learned that the maximum I can go is about 1.2 millimeters. I tried a 1.5 millimeter nozzles, but the heat delta was too low. And it did not work well. I couldn't, even slowing down, I simply was not capable of melting the plastic at a fast enough rate to do it. This, I should be able to do 1.4 without a problem. So for my big mega prints, maybe, just maybe, I'll be able to bump the speed up to like 35 millimeters per second. That'd be pretty cool. Because when you're talking, 1,000 hours of printing, 5 millimeters per second can make a big difference. But so that's something I'm going to be playing with. I'm going to have a lot of fun with that. I wish they made a pointy version of this so I could put it on the Creality belt printer. But I also have some diamond nozzles coming in. There's a company that makes some diamond nozzles. They have a Kickstarter they're starting. They're sending me some of their nozzles. And I don't need that to be playing. There we go. Pause it. So it's going to be very cool. That I'm going to use that nozzle to make the 1600% Dragon. Once I get around, I'm going to finish the 500% first because I want to make sure I work out all the bugs, make sure everything works the way it's supposed to before I go diving into the big one. What I might do is I might make the whole 1 millimeter, or no, I guess I have to make it 2 millimeter. So if I make the whole 2 millimeter, then I can use M2 screws to hold it together, and then when I scale it up, it'll be the perfect size for M6 screws. So I just might do that. If I'm smart and I pick the size of the hole correctly, it'll be a usable size when I scale it up. Yeah, that'll work. I'm gonna do that. Here's a question for you guys. I want to try selling these. My little mistletoes and mistletoes. What do you think is a viable price for these? Unpainted, meaning you just buy that, and also painted. What do you think is a marketable price for these things? Ignoring what you can afford, if you wanted one of these, what would you consider a fair price? I'm trying to figure out, is it worth, because I have to buy packaging and boxes and stuff like that, and tissue paper and bags to hold them, and so there's an investment process there to make it something that I can put in the mail to people. But what would you guys consider to be a fair price for that? Well, it's more than $1 in resin, so I can't sell for $1. But this would be for a finished model mailed to you. No, I don't. I just keep the cover on it and I keep the place ventilated. If I were to think about running more than one resin printer at a time, then I would use a dedicated space with ventilation. But just running this single printer sitting here on the table is no big deal. I live in a mobile home, so it's basically one big giant room for all intents and purposes. So it's 1,400 square foot. Yeah, I was thinking right around the $12 to $15 range for not this one, for this one here. I was thinking right around the $12 to $15 range, plus shipping, of course. And well, it's on Thingiverse, so you can download it and print it. You know, I'm always going to make the model available on Thingiverse so you can print it yourself. Because I don't like putting things behind a paywall. You know, that one tooth sticks out a little wider than the rest. And I was thinking double that for, you know, like $35-40 for a painted one. You know, one that's hand painted. You know, but just do a couple of those. Most people are probably just going to want that. I don't know. I gotta see. It's an ornament, so there's a little hole there, so you can hang it. And yeah, I think it sounds fair. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Keep it under the $15 mark. Oh, huh. That's interesting. But I think it'd be worth selling at that price. I mean, it'd be worth my time. Because the material costs aren't that high, but the machine cost is pretty high, you know. Because when that machine needs a new screen, that's not going to be cheap. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I like that. And then I have the mistletoe. So it's a toe with a mistle on it. I just love that. Well, this I can only do at this size. I can do 2 at a time. At this size, I can do like 8 at a time, but nobody wants this size. This would be good for earrings. But this would obviously be scaled up more like that size, more like Christmas ornament sized. So maybe 3. I could probably get 3 of these on the bed, because this I can print vertically like that. So I could probably get 3 of them on the bed. So 2 of the toes and 3 of the toes. Well, see, the thing is, it varies. It goes from anywhere from $10 to $100. Like, there's like no rhyme or reason as to, you know, what makes sense. You know, I know it's not worth $100. I would never pay $100 for it, but some people are weird and would. You know, that my thought was also keep it under 15, if possible. And unpainted, that's possible. Because your material and machine costs are about $5 or $6. And then you got packaging, call that another $1, you know, amortized. So it's like $6 or $7 in cost. So at $15, I'd be making $8 income. And so there's 2 per hour. And then you're going to have a little bit of labor to, you know, package it up and ship it out. So I'd be making like $7 or $8 an hour. Not bad. You know, I could live with that. Plus taxes, of course. You know, you have to pay taxes and all that. But and then maybe every now and then do a hand-painted one for a premium price. You know, for the people who want that turnkey, you know, I don't want to do anything, you know, just give me a finished product kind of thing. But that's kind of cool. That toad is cool. I love that toad. Nope, I didn't keep any of the Amazon packaging. I can't. It's too much. I literally have piles of cardboard boxes. You can't keep it. You can't. It's too much. Oh my God, the quantity is just, it got to the point where it was unmanageable. You know, I'd be taking entire trailer loads of cardboard to the recycler. Jesus. Because each item came in its own box. It wasn't like I ordered 8 things and it came in 1 box. No, I ordered 8 things. I got 8 boxes. So, you know, do the math. 8 times 7 times, you know, boxes. Whew, there's a lot of freaking boxes. You just can't keep it. It's too much. It's way too much. Plus, to keep it simplified, everything would be flat rate priority mail. So you're gonna pay like $7 or $8 for shipping, but like you can order 3 of them and it'll still be $7 or $8 for shipping because you can easily fit that many in there. Wow, that's impressive. Yeah, you got to find a niche. If you can find a niche, it works. USPS is definitely the cheapest. And well, that's interesting. Oh. It's fun. But that's what I've been working on for the last couple weeks. Working on dragons. Working on silly little ornaments. I love the toad so much. It's stupid, it's silly, but I love it so much. The solar light, that $30 solar light from Amazon. Now, it's possible your battery may have died altogether, and the circuit board may have reset. So you might have to use the remote to turn it back on. So the default is off. So if it does manage to die completely, the memory of what mode it's supposed to be in may have gotten reset. So you might have to actually hit that button or press that remote button to turn the thing back on, you know, after letting it charge for a little bit. Hopefully it didn't like die as in it's bad. Hopefully it just the battery died. But that's probably what happened. Hopefully that's what happened. You know, if you don't live in a place. Cool. Wow, good for you. Um, well, the nice thing is for that price, the LED array and the batteries alone are worth 3 times what you paid for it. Then 3D print your own enclosure for it. But yeah, I still haven't put the Felon lights up. I haven't put them up yet. I did get some pipe. I paid $160 and I bought $180 and I bought 3 pieces of oil pipe. He cut it in half for me, so I have 6 pieces of pipe, about 14 feet long each. So I have the hole digger. So I should be able to hopefully start digging holes and concreting some pipes in the ground, which will allow me to start putting up more lights around the property. Yeah, I use acrylic paints. What about Tester's model paints? Are they okay? Is that acrylic based or is that something else? And so I got those pipes sitting out front, and the guy's like, "You're gonna put these on that little trailer?" I was like, "I'm only going 1.2 miles. It's fine." He's literally like, "Well, it took 2.3 miles to get there, but he's 1.2 miles as the bird flies." He's like right around the corner. And so once I get the time to dig the holes and put the pipes in, concrete, I'll be able to start putting up some lights all over the property. You know, they're all solar, so I don't have to worry about electricity. Oh yeah, it's heavy pipe. It's oil pipe of some kind. It's very, very heavy. Well, for things like this, it's simple. You know, I'll be basically painting him a solid color, or maybe a different color for the eyes. You know, paint the tube, paint the fins. That's it. But for example, like I can use nail polish to paint the nail on the mistletoe. Someone online gave me says, "Why don't you just put fins on the toe?" And I was like, "That's a great idea, because then I can make the toe actually fly." So yeah, probably this weekend I'm gonna redesign this again. I'm gonna let it separate into two parts, because that's where the parachute will come from, and I'm gonna make this into an actual flying rocket. So it will be an actual mistletoe. I just think that would be fun. I love that. I love the idea of that. I gotta get the paints out. Everything is on shelves in the Connex containers. I finally got the shelves put up, as you guys know, and we've started putting all the stuff on the shelves. Well, what I like about the tester and nail polish is that I can get metallic colors. I can get glossy metallic colors. And so just for little things like the nail, or maybe the frog's eyes or something like that, just where you want that little bit of pop from metallic, acrylics tend to be you know bland. There's not too many of them. Nice. Did you see the guy who has the big munching construction machine? Looks like a dinosaur head, and he put the two eyes on it. Oh, it's freaking awesome. I love it. He's got the Jurassic Park movie going with it as he grabs a car. It's great. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I used to paint minifigs. Yeah, I've seen the metallic acrylic paint, but I can't afford to buy anything, so I have to use what I have. That's due to it. Well, it's due both to being PLA Plus and Silk. You know, Mark, that's a great idea. That's a really good idea. Yeah, I bet they were. They were like this freaking big. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. This is not the one I was thinking of, but this looks even better. Oh my god, that is so awesome. That is so awesome. Same type of machine, but this one he painted the head green and white. That's epic. I love it. I absolutely love it. I love when people do crap like that. That is so awesome. I know, it's wonderful. Here's another one that's pretty good. You can see that oogly eye is huge. Yeah, when we played the that Fear Factor show or whatever it was, yeah, they demonetized my stream instantly after it finished processing. Oh god. That's great. That's Photoshop though. That's not real life. This is great though. I love this. That's just so good. I love when people do crap like that. It's just so much fun. I'm actually trying to get a new dryer. My dryer works fine, but I'm trying to get a new dryer. And it's amazing. For whatever reason, used dryers have just gotten stupidly expensive for some reason. I don't know why. Something about the market right now, dryers got real expensive. Like, a few months ago, $100 gets you a dryer. Now, you're looking at $300 or $400 to get a used dryer. It's like, what? Because I want to get a dryer. Let's see, I'll show you what I mean. So, my current dryer is kinematically, it's nothing as nice as this one, but it looks like this. You got the dryer door on the front, and then you have the top, and then you have the panel back here. But what I need is a more front-facing dryer like this, with the controls and everything on the front of the machine. Because of course I have them on pedestals, so I can use that space underneath them. And the problem is Michelle struggles to reach the controls on this type because she's short and she has to reach over this whole thing to get to the controls. And it's actually it's pretty tight. It's pretty hard for her to reach it. But if I got this kind of dryer, with the controls on the front face, she could just walk up to it and touch it. So when I move the washer and dryer out into the shed, assuming the guy, honors his deal and comes here and finishes that shed for me, I want to get a new dryer with front-loading controls, with front controls. No, well, first of all, I'd love to have a spare in case something breaks, but it would also make it just so much easier for Michelle to do her laundry. Because right now she really struggles. Like she's like on her tippy toes. Yeah, turn that knob. And I'm looking at her going, stretch, baby, stretch. So I want to get a newer dryer. I guess we can just go and look. And see what's available. Wow, that's actually a good deal. I don't got that kind of money though. See, now you can get old dryers like this relatively cheap, but I need the front face dryers. I love when Facebook decides it's a good idea to show me something that's, 700 miles away. Like, you idiots. And why do I always have to click local pickup twice? You can't click it. You have to click it twice. So, like, for example, you think, okay, that's $55. Yeah, but this is broken. Needs bearing or belt, but works. So, I don't know if I can risk spending $55. If it ends up costing me $200 or $300 to fix it, then I wasted my money. I just don't. It's probably worth it. I just don't have the funds. So I need something in the under $200 range. Like here's another one, but it's $300. I can't spend $300. And also, this one's too small. The larger one is gas. I need electric. It's not Amanda, it's Amana. That's not bad. Amana is a good name. And it's got the front lint catch, which I like. Huh, that's not bad. I'm going to save that. And it's not far. I can take the electric car. That's not bad at all. That's pretty far away. It is a Kenmore, which is good. I already have it saved. $200, a little bit pricey for me. It's not bad though. Just stay away from LG and Samsung. Apparently their appliances have issues. I've already got pedestals and all that stuff. Can't use a gas dryer. I don't have gas. But here's the water tanks I got. Let's see if the ad is still up for the pipes. He only had a couple left. Why isn't this working? I don't understand why Firefox has given me such a huge problem lately. Yeah, I've heard nothing but issues with LG and Samsung, so I just avoid those. This kind of pipe. Yep, that's it. 2 3/8 inch pipe. That's probably the same guy. So I got some of this pipe here, and he cut it in half for me. It was like 31 feet, so he cut it in half for me, or 28 feet or something like that. And so I got some of that pipe to put up lights. Then KitchenAid's good though. I like KitchenAid. Oh, interesting. I never knew what these cost brand new. $389. So I got a couple of these. So one of these will go out in the shed, and then one of them is going to get mounted to my little tiny black motorcycle trailer I have, so I can take the trailer over to the grocery store and just, you know, run the water into the tank, and then I could bring home 35 gallons at a time. So then I should only have to go and get water, you know, twice a year. Oh, that sucks. That's not indoor ice is a, oh no, you said bad design, correct. It's not a bad idea, it's a bad design, yes. Oh, I wish. I love Cody's channel. His stuff is great. Is there any reason why I can't click on this? There it goes. So, I got 2 of those. Thankfully, they were reasonable, and they realized, okay, I can't sell a used tank for $200 if it sells for $200 brand new. So, I'll be picking up these 2, and I got them for $100 each. And they're never used, so I can use them for drinking water. But I got a good deal on lunch meat. They had honey ham on clearance for 49 cents a pack, or 59 cents a pack, and it was 4 ounces, so that's $2.36 a pound for honey ham, so I grabbed every one of them. They had 18 count large eggs for 97 cents, so I grabbed 4 of them, 5 of them, and then I also got 3 12 count dozen eggs for free with the coupons. So we have a whole lot of eggs for a while. On sale, I can get canned chicken for 12.5 cents a ounce, which is $2 a pound, the same as I'd pay for fresh. Except this chicken, I can sit it on the shelf for 5 years. So I'm starting to stock up on that. And I have enough dish soap for the next couple of years, about 1.5 years. I want to get 2 years. I have enough laundry detergent for 2 or 3 years. Um, Not yet. They're still sitting in the freezer, vacuum sealed, and they still look good. Every now and then I go in there and I look at them and see how they look. They still look as good as the day I put them in there. So I figure I'm going to wait a year and then pull them out and cook them. I figure if they're still perfect after a year, they'll probably be perfect after 2 years. Because I'm hoping I can get 2 years on them. Because I need some idea of how long they're going to last so I know how much to make and freeze. I wish I had a freeze dryer. Oh, God, if I had a freeze dryer. You see, the problem with freezing is that it takes electricity. Although, I can't do it yet because I can't afford the battery. There is a way I can run I can run my freezers for free. Now, theoretically, I have enough smaller batteries that I can maybe try it. And I might do that with the freezers. Because then I have everything I need. I've got charge controllers. I've got the inverters. I've got the solar panels. I've got the batteries. You know, I've got wire. So I don't have to buy anything. The point is I don't have to buy anything. The problem, though, is I need enough batteries to go overnight. So that I can then get the sunlight to recharge it the next day. Now, ideally, you'd want to use a 100 amp hour battery. The problem is those are well beyond my means right now. Let's see, what's the cheapest 100 amp hour? So the cheapest 100 amp hour is about 320 bucks. That's 330. That's 320. So this is the cheapest 100 amp hour. A 250 would be amazing, but no, it'd be this. Now theoretically, a 50 amp hour would work, but there's only a $100 difference. But this 100 amp hour battery would run the freezer for about 24 hours, which means with solar charging, it'll actually run the freezer for 2 evenings, because that's when you need the batteries, at night. So for $85, I can get a single 250 watt used solar panel. Now, if the used solar panel, you know, it's rated for 250 watts, let's say I get half that. So that's 125 watt hours of power from the solar panel times 10 is a minimum of 1.25 kilowatts of electricity. And that's what I need. I need enough to run the fridge, and then also enough to fully recharge the battery so that the battery can run the fridge overnight. And then the solar panel needs to be large enough to run the fridge and fully recharge the battery before nighttime again. And having 100 amp hours is important because that gives you 2 evenings of power. And even if you get mediocre solar, you're going to get 3 evenings of power out of that 100 amp hour battery, which means if a storm or a weather cell comes through, your fridge won't turn off. Now, I can't do this yet because I don't have $320. I don't have 320 bucks to buy a battery. But I do have some 15 amp hour batteries, and I can stack 4 of them. So that would give me 64 amp hours, which I think is close enough. I think that would work. I'd have to monitor it carefully, but I think that would work. So 4 15 or 16 amp hour batteries. I have a couple of 100 watt solar panels, so I don't have to buy a solar panel. I can just daisy stack 2 of the 100 watt panels. I already have the inverter. I already have the charge controller. So in theory, I can experiment with running my 2 freezers out in the shed on solar panel. Mount the solar panel to the roof of the shed, directly to the inverter and the charge controller and the batteries. The batteries can sit right on top of the freezers. And in theory, I would be completely off-grid for the 2 freezers. Not only would that erase their cost, but that would mean that no matter what happened to my power, all my food would be frozen. It would be fine. So that's interesting. I'm going to experiment with that. I want to play with that. because the guy, if you run the numbers, both. So if you want to increase power, you go parallel. If you want to increase voltage, you go series. So if the solar panels are far away, you want to go series. You want to jack up the voltage because higher voltage transfers over longer distance easier with less loss. Higher voltage is more efficient. In my situation, I only need a single solar panel. 250 watts is plenty because he ran his fridge, an LG refrigerator, a relatively new one, so it's very efficient. He ran it for over 24 hours. He had 4% left on the battery after 24 hours. So he was probably going to get about 26 hours. Well, you can safely think of solar panels like batteries. So you can go 2S or 2P, or 3S and 3P, or you can go 3S, 3P. You can go both. You can have two sets of you can have 3 in parallel, and then those in series. So you can treat it like batteries. You can wire them like batteries. Higher voltage transfers over longer distance easier, so you need thinner copper, and copper is very expensive. So, for example, the copper wire for my electric car is insidiously expensive. It's $4 a foot. So, yes, when I sold the store, I took my 97 feet of copper wire with me. But if I can use 10 gauge, well, now it's like $1.30 a foot. It's a lot cheaper. So if you go higher voltage, you can go smaller gauge wire. But your inverter and your controller now need to be able to handle the higher voltage, and they are more expensive. So it's just where you're going to spend your money. I'm going to use, point source, P2P solar. So instead of having one big solar array powering my house, I'm going to have individual little microgrids powering individual devices because that's what I can afford. So he ran that fridge for 24 hours. Let's call it 26 because he had 4% left, which would have easily been enough to go another 2 hours. Well, could it actually? So he had 96 divided by 24. So it's 4% per hour. So he had enough for 25 hours. So he was going to get 25 hours out of it. 12.8 volts times 100 amp hours is 1,280 watts divided by 25. He's consuming an average of 51.2 watts per hour. And freezers are pretty consistent in their power. Matter of fact, the freezers will probably consume less. Yes, because if you switch to AC immediately, then you can use regular wire and transfer over crazy long distances very affordably. Sadly, I can't afford that. So, but that's okay because my wires are only going to be 4 feet long, from the roof right above the freezer down to the charge controller. So I only need 4 feet of wire, and I'm only pushing 250 watts. So regular extension cord wire is plenty. Regular Romex is plenty. So 51.2 watts per hour, and there's a way to improve that. His fridge once a day consumes 200 watts for half an hour. And that's the defrost mode. So if you disable the defrost mode, you can go further. Nice. I wish I could afford that. So 51.2 watts, let's call it 52 watt hours. Okay, so let's call it 12 and 12 for daylight and nighttime just to keep the math simple. 52 times 12. So I need 624 watts per 12-hour cycle. So I need a 624 watt-hour capacity in order to run the freezer overnight, which means during the day I need 624 watts to run the freezer plus 624 watts to replace the power in the battery, plus add a 50% overhead because you're never going to get max capacity out of the panels. So I need 1,872 watt hours during the day. Divided by 12, I need a 156 watt panel, which means a 250 watt panel is more than enough to run probably both freezers continuously on solar power with a battery. So if we go here, Let's see. I saw a guy selling. Here it is. $80 for a 250 watt panel. So I could afford to spend $80. Here we go. 60 cell polycrystalline, rated 250, 8.2 amps. Who makes them? It says they have snail trails, MC4 connectors. But either which way, you know, this is a fixed price. Everybody who sells panels in bulk, it's this same price per watt. You know, I did the math. So this is the first time I've seen this at 80. It's usually 85. So I was curious. So 250 divided by 80, $3.12 per watt. No, that's wrong. 3.1 watts per dollar. And I did that math on every other panel I saw for sale, you know, in bulk. You know, guys who had a whole bunch of them, and every one of them was about 3 watts per dollar. So they're using some sort of a formula to determine their price, and they're all using the same price. I don't know why, I don't know how, but whatever it is, you basically you can't get it for less than 3 watts per dollar, or 30 cents per watt. For whatever reason, it's about 35 because it's 3.1. So it's about 35 cents per watt, no matter what. For some reason, that does not deviate. I'm not sure why, but it's just I guess they're looking up what they're worth and they're charging that. Is that a pure sine wave inverter? That's not bad for that price. I got plenty of inverters, but I'm curious about that. It doesn't say pure sine wave, so it probably isn't. Made in the USA. It's actually not a bad price for a 1100 watt inverter. But yeah, so I think I want to try that. I want to grab one of these panels. I'd like to grab a couple of them just so I can, you know, I could probably fit. I could probably fit 6 of them on the roof of the shed, but I can't afford 6. That's $480. I don't have it. But I'd like to get. I would love to get 3, so that I can try powering 3 different things, because I have enough batteries that I can make 3 systems. You know, I have enough controllers, inverters, and batteries to make 3 systems. Eventually, I'd like to get 10 of these panels for a 2.5 kilowatt array, so that I can solar charge my car. So, you know, just one lead acid battery just to handle cloud going over or something like that. Well, see, that's not the beauty of it, because it doesn't work that way. Kind of. Okay? The problem is they don't advise mixing different panels. They advise all the panels being the same when you start daisy chaining them together. And apparently there's issues when you mix and match panels in the same exact array. So I cannot buy one panel this week, one panel in 2 weeks, one panel in 6 weeks, because I might not be able to get the same panels. When you're doing a single panel system, like I'm going to do with the freezers, then yeah, you can just buy one panel. But if you're trying to put together 10 panels to make, because the car needs 1.3 kilowatts to charge, which means I need double that to make sure that even when the sun isn't perfect, the car is getting enough power to charge. So I need at least double that, so 2.5 kilowatts. So I need 10 of those panels. I need to make sure I get 10 of the same panel. Because if you don't got 10 of the same panel, apparently you run into trouble. I'm not as experienced with the solar stuff, but the people I've been talking to online says you really don't want to mix and match panels for a larger array. So that's tricky, because I wouldn't want to buy like 3 panels for the car and then find out, you know, 3 months from now when I have more money, I can't buy 3 more of the same panel used. When you're buying new, it doesn't matter. You just buy the same panel. But when you're buying used, you never know what you're going to get. So I'm worried about, getting a couple of panels of one type and a couple of panels of another type and then finding out they're not compatible. That would really suck. So yes, you can add more as long as you can get the same panel. And but yeah, so I'm probably going to try to grab one of these at least, maybe two if I can afford it. And then what I would do is I would get some IBC cages. I would put the IBC cages out in my front yard and just strap the panels to the IBC cage. It's not a structure, therefore I don't need a permit. Because apparently ground mounts for solar panels require a permit. So I have to work around that because I'm not asking permission. Well, I don't have to worry about shade like that. I don't have that kind of shade here. I live in the desert. So all I gotta do is, make sure that well, permits aren't dumb. There are some things where it makes sense to require permits. Sort of. But a lot of them are just bullshit. It's a way of making sure they can tax you more. It's annoying. It's annoying. But yeah, so a single one of these panels, in theory, should be able to run both of those freezers. They're smaller freezers, taller vertical freezers, insignias. So one battery pack and one panel should be able to run that. Well, yes and no, but see, well, okay. So what happens when you build an addition on your house without a permit, and a friend of yours stays overnight and you murder them because your shoddily built extension falls down? Or you go and try to sell the house, and now some user doesn't know. Okay, so some things I understand, but like for example, a shed. Why do I need a permit for a shed? Any size. It's stupid. I shouldn't need a permit for a shed. No one lives in the shed. I shouldn't need a permit for the shed. Now, putting an electrical outlet in my house, I should not need a permit for that. And I'm never going to get a permit for that. I don't recognize their authority to require me to ask permission for that. I need a permit to change a window? Yeah, I need a permit to change a window. I'm not asking you permission to change a window in my house. Now, changing electrical service? Yes, that makes sense. Because that is a modification to the house that threatens my neighbors. If my house burns because I screwed up the electrical panel, I could start a fire that would threaten my neighbors. Or I could backfeed power and damage the electrical grid, which will affect my neighbors. So that I understand. I understand needing permits for that. But there are so many things you need a permit for that you simply should not need a permit for. Now, it is a bit more relaxed here. Like, for example, here, any kind of ground cover requires no permit. So, asphalt, concrete, gravel, dirt, none of that requires a permit. Anything that's less than 30 inches doesn't need a permit. Well, yes, if you're going to modify the structure of a house, I can kind of understand requiring a permit. But if you're just replacing the window, you're not changing the structure. But yes, if you got to start cutting things up. No, I never got the shed roofed, but I might be. The guy who was going to do more concrete for me, I can't afford it. I can't do more concrete. So I asked him, will he finish the shed completely for me in exchange for the stuff that I've already given him? And we just call it even. He said yes. That's overpaying by quite a bit. We're talking, I gave him $1,900 worth of stuff. But if it gets me my shed done at this point, I don't care. I want the goddamn shed done. Because then I can bring my recumbent exercise bike inside and I can start using it. I'll have more shelving space for storage. I could put the washer and dryer and the freezers out there. It'll really, really clear up inside of this house a lot better. I'll have more space. And so those two freezers can go out in a Connex container. The freezer in my bedroom and freezer in the bathroom could go out in a Connex container. I can move all the food to the two larger freezers I got. And now I'll only be running two freezers, which means less power. And they'll be out in a shed, which means they won't be consuming space in my house. I can move the washer and dryer out into the shed, and that will clear up the utility room space for shelving. I could put the water buffalo in there. I could put the rack to hold the water bottles in there. I could put all that in there, which will greatly clear up more space here even more. So that shed will really make a big difference. So I really, really need to get that finished. I'm going to experiment with this. I'm going to contact this guy. I'm going to save that. I think I can afford two, because I'd like to get two, because I think I have enough batteries already. I got to put a watt meter. I got to put a power meter on my fridge, see how much power it consumes. It's an older fridge, so it might consume more power. Try it, see if I can do it, because I would love to put both freezers and the fridge on solar power, like off the grid. I think that would just be fun to do, and it would make use of all the stuff I have. So I would need two solar panels to do that. One for the two freezers and one for the fridge. Water buffalo. Well, that's not a water buffalo. That's a water tank. But what do you call them? There's another word they use for it. Water cooler. You call them water coolers as well. I call them water buffaloes. I don't know why. It's just what it's what I've always called them, water buffaloes. I guess technically, the tank I'm putting on the trailer would make that an actual water buffalo. Seriously, I don't want that. But that's what I clicked. It's my fault. Would you click? Would you go? I don't know why this. I don't know why Firefox is being so slow. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. So one of these things. This doesn't even make sense. Why this? I know I have the bandwidth. I'm pushing 2,600 kilobits a second to YouTube, so the bandwidth is there. So it's something to do with Firefox. But anyway, this is water buffalo. Move this out of your way. There we go. That's a water buffalo, or a water cooler. So I have one of these right there, and I got the one with the tank on the bottom. It's so much easier. So this is actually capable of heating and cooling. So it will actually, this would be an optimal thing to put on a solar panel as well, because it's a convenience item. And I bet you the power consumption is pretty low. What the hell was that? So a 100-watt panel and just a couple of batteries would probably be enough to run this. And if it runs out overnight, who cares? But this has two tanks inside, one that cools, one that heats, so you can have instant hot and cold water whenever you want it. And it's nice, it's a convenience. I have it turned off right now, so it just dispenses room temperature water because it costs money. And it'd be interesting to, it'd be hard to do though. So I actually have 3 of these because I got them from Vince. Well, one I bought locally when I moved here when I realized I can't drink the tap water. But then I got 2 really nice ones from Vince. So I'll probably be selling 2 of them. Well, I'll probably sell 1 and keep 1 as a spare. When you're poor, when you're poor, if you have a spare and you have land, you keep the spares. Because you'll regret getting rid of it later. And, but yeah, that's something that I could also easily run off solar. Again, I'll have to put a meter on it and see what kind of power consumption it has throughout the whole day. You know, per 24-hour period, you know, see what it consumes. But, yeah. Cool. Oh, yeah, it was Sarah. Okay. If the screen is blurry, it's because YouTube probably bumped you down in resolution. So click on that little gear and change the resolution back to 720p. You're probably on auto right now, but if you click on a specific resolution, it'll stop trying to change your resolution to others. Yubba dubba doo. No, his resolution got changed. So there was YouTube will automatically adjust your, let me show you. Both. So here we go, Leto's Law. So here we go. You click on the little gear here, and you can change the quality. And see, right now it's on auto, so it'll automatically select a resolution based on your available bandwidth. Well, sometimes your bandwidth gets wonky for a second, and so it'll take you from 720 down to like 140 or 240. So what you do is you just come in here and you pick 720, and it'll stop doing that. It'll stick with a fixed resolution, even if it means the video has to buffer. You don't need to use 1080p. There's no reason to use 1080p. 720p is plenty. And oh, did you guys read this story? I mean, talk about total corruption. So, this guy's been fighting this for 2 years. He was at a friend's house. They were getting ready to leave. A bunch of people were leaving. Apparently, somebody called the cops. So cops showed up. This guy didn't realize what the cop was doing. Because, you know, no lights. He wasn't giving orders to him. Hang on. So apparently the first car didn't stop, and the cop had to smack on his hood and shit like that, and apparently that car took off, and the cop went back to his car. He sat there as a second car for a few minutes, and you know, nobody was telling him to stop, nobody was telling him to stay, so he drove away. They chased him down, they arrested him for fleeing, even though he wasn't given any orders, there was no checkpoint. And then they drummed up DUI charges against him. He's been fighting in court with a public defender. They destroyed the body cam footage. They destroyed the dash cam footage. They destroyed the footage from the police station when he was booked. The cop claimed he was the first car, not the second car. The court established that he was the second car based on witnesses and all the available information, which should have caused the whole case to be dropped from the get-go, because now you clearly realize you have the wrong guy. They didn't care. They proceeded with prosecuting him anyway. They kept having continuances. His lawyer wouldn't show up. And then during this situation, there's a video you can see posted. Court was scheduled for 9 o'clock in the morning. At 8:45, before you were even allowed in the court building, you can hear on the video camera, the surveillance system in the courtroom, you can hear the bailiff, his attorney, the prosecutor, and the judge actively conspiring to set him up for an arrest. So they declared that he hadn't showed up, and they issued a bench warrant for his arrest for not showing up at 8:45. Then at 9 o'clock, the court opens. He is not in the courtroom yet. He is just outside the door of the courtroom. Now, this is established procedure at this courtroom. They tell people to stay outside in the hallway when the court gets too full. You can even see, there's even a part where you can see the bailiff telling people, go wait outside, we'll come and get you. Too many people in the courtroom. So since he's been here dozens of times, he stands outside the door. At 9:07 a.m., the court empties out enough for him to come in, and he comes in. You can even see the prosecutor look directly at him. At 9:17, he talks to, it was either I don't think it was the attorney. I think it was someone else, the prosecutor or something like that, or the bailiff or something like that. And the prosecutor and the judge ignore him. They pretend he's not there. At 10:45, she finally calls him up again and says, "Why are you late?" "I'm not. You're late. It's 10:45. I didn't see you here." He never got called because they rigged it 15 minutes before court opened and issued the warrant. And so he asked, "Well, what time was the warrant issued?" And she wouldn't tell him. He says, "Oh, after 9 o'clock." And they arrest him, and nobody speaks up, even though the one attorney already talked to him and just pretended that never happened. So they actually actively conspired to put this guy in jail. And then they denied him access to bail bondsmen. He had to post bail with the court, and he couldn't afford it. So he had to plea in order to get out of jail after 2 weeks. Because you have to understand, in this country, if you go to jail, your life is over. You're done. If you go to jail and you don't own everything, you're done. You're fucked. Your life is screwed. Your boss is going to fire you. Your landlord is going to evict you. All your stuff is going to be on the street and it's going to be gone or in the dumpster. When you get out of jail, you will have no car, you will have no home, and you will have no job. So you can't just wait for your court date, because if they delay it for more than a couple of days, your life is summarily destroyed. It's literally a death sentence, because you're going to lose everything. You'll now have no money, no job, no car, no home. That's how messed up our system is. So he had no choice but to accept the plea, because otherwise he's going to lose everything he owns. He's going to lose absolutely everything. And so now he's suing them, his attorneys, because they actively conspired with the judge. Actively, it's literally racketeering. It's literally RICO charges. I mean, so the police the police make a mistake in the person they're arresting, won't admit it. They then drum up DUI charges. There's no evidence. The cop's expert testimony that he was intoxicated, even though he was completely sober. So he says, okay, well, let's get the video footage to show I was sober. Oh, we don't have the body cam footage. What about the dash cam footage? Oh, we don't have the dash cam footage. What about the footage at the police station? Oh, we don't have that footage. It's just all conveniently gone. And then his own attorney, he says, oh, he has a habit of being late. Well, first of all, you keep continuing this case on and on and on because you keep trying to force him to accept a plea deal. So in the 2 years this has been ongoing, he was late by a couple of minutes to court one time. He missed court date one time, and it is on record that it was the bail bondsman's fault because the bail bondsman gave him the wrong date for the court date. And all the rest of the times they had continuances was because his lawyer didn't show up. He showed up, his lawyer didn't show up. So he was never missed from court date, except for when the bail bondsman gave him the wrong date. And they used that to issue a bench warrant when he was standing right outside the hallway. And they're laughing with each other at this guy standing there in court waiting to be called up because he's clueless. He has no idea that the deck's already been stacked. He's already got a bench warrant issued against him before court even opened, which is illegal. Okay? And they're just gonna throw him in jail and force him to accept a plea deal, but not letting him bond out. Because they know you have no choice, because your life is destroyed if you don't get out of jail. So you'll have no choice but to accept their plea deal. Otherwise, you lose your car, you lose your home, you lose your job, you lose everything. and they're laughing. They think this is hilarious. He has no idea what he's about to get hit with. I mean, it's literally a conspiracy. And people say, well, they can't be that smart if they know this is all being recorded. No, you're wrong. You're clueless. You don't understand. This happens every day. And they get away with it every day. Because what should be shocking you is not that, oh, these people must be dumb, they're being recorded. No, no. These are obviously clearly educated people with degrees. These are smart people. What should be scaring you is the fact that they are so comfortable committing such heinous conspiracies and crimes and corruption that they don't care it's being recorded. That's how comfortable they are doing this. They are so comfortable with it that it's not even a concern that it's being recorded. What that tells you is they do this a lot and they get away with it. What the fuck? He's a great channel, by the way. If you're into that kind of stuff, lawyer kind of stuff, he's fun. He's easy to listen to. His videos are short and concise. Great channel, by the way. Leto's Law, it's called. So here it is, Steve Leto. Great channel. Does he have a link to the? He does not have a link to. I think it was Sanchez. Yeah, I think this has it all. I think this has all the other videos as well. So that you can go watch that there. I don't want to play a video. I don't get demonetized again. But it's just... people say, well, they have immunity. No, they should not have immunity here. Theoretically, this breaches qualified immunity. Because for district attorneys and judges, they have absolute sovereign immunity. The district attorneys and judges have sovereign immunity for performing their function. You cannot sue a judge for doing their job, even if they fuck up and screw you. However, that immunity only applies when they're doing their job. If they break the law, that is outside of the authority of their job, and so the immunity should not attach. The moment the case came up, the judge retired. She knew she was fucked. She's like, yeah, I fucked up bad. Yeah, I'm done. She retired. Hopefully they're going to skin the rest of these people. I mean, this guy not only needs a big payout, he needs a big enough payout to move. He's got to move to another state. He can't live there anymore. Because when he wins, and he should win, I mean, it's on video. It's on official, documented, certified. This is not like a hidden camera. This is the court's camera. No, I'd get killed if I worked in politics. They'd assassinate my ass. Oh, they would so assassinate me. Oh my God. But yeah, it's mind blowing, and what should be scaring people. Oh, this is an isolated incident. No, it's not. It's not an isolated incident. This is standard operating procedure. They do this on a daily basis. Maybe not to this extent on a daily basis, but they are corrupt and conspire on a daily basis. That is the only way such educated, intelligent, established people would be so comfortable doing this when they know they're being recorded. The people who do that are the people who are comfortable with it. Meaning they do it so... You see that happening with some cops. We have some very small instances of cops being charged. And it's like, surprise Pikachu face from the cops, because they're so used to getting away with it, they don't know what to do about it when they don't get away with it. Because they've gotten away with it for so long. It's almost like... go steal $5 from a cash register. You're going to be jumpy. You're going to be edgy. You're going to be looking around. You're going to be crazy scared. You know, you're doing something bad. But now imagine you go back and you rob that cash register of $5 every single day. By day 100, there will be no adrenaline rush. There will be no edginess. You're just going to walk in, take your $5 and walk out. because you know you're going to get away with it. The system is so bad that you don't even think about getting caught because you know you're not going to get caught because you've gotten away with it so much. That's the only way you get that comfortable with doing that, is when you've done it so many times and have gotten away with it that it just becomes a normal thing for you. That is the conclusion people should draw, and that should scare the shit out of you. Blows my mind. It just... yeah. I want to 3D print a bunch of these and start sticking them up their butts. What do you think of that? Yeah, that would hurt. That would hurt a lot. But I know it's just it's mind blowing. It's just what are you gonna do? Oh, they wouldn't enjoy that. Oh my God, that would hurt. That would hurt a lot. You ain't enjoying that one. I'm getting shivers even thinking about it. Jesus. Okay. We are almost 4 hours in. So I am hereby going to issue a warning to you guys. You are going to want to mute the audio at a certain point in my video if you do not want to experience this. So what we're going to do is when I put this up, you're going to want to mute your audio if you don't want to hear this. And I'll put it back down when I'm done this, because I'm going to skull fuck you. Okay, there are things that you can say to people. It's a rusty mace, baby. That's made for torture, not pleasure. So, that means you're going to want to mute. That means you're safe. Okay, so right now you're safe. A skull fucking is when you mess with somebody's head in such a way that they can't unsee what you're about to make them see. My coworker at work did this to me once. This one's a mild skull fucking, so I'm gonna tell you this one, but I'm still gonna warn you when it happens. So he says, "You ever take a poop? A really, really big poop?" I'm like, "Yeah, okay." He's like, "Well, consider this. Whatever size poop comes out of your ass is the size penis that can fit in your ass. Now you're safe." So anybody who stuck around for that, you will never see your turd in the toilet the same way ever again. For months, I could not look into the toilet, because when I looked into the toilet, all I saw was a penis and the fact that it could fit in my ass. Okay? So, this girl on TikTok, she posted a skull fucking, and I hate her so much. It's such a good one, but I hate her so much. So, there's this prince. He's born with 2 dicks. His king father wants the best for him, so he can only marry a woman with 2 vaginas. Well, he ends up dying before the king ever finds a woman with 2 vaginas. And as a ghost, he figures out how to take care of things. So, he sticks his 2 ghost dicks up the nostrils of people in the real world. And that's where your snot comes from. Now it's safe. I can't unsee it now. I gotta blow my nose multiple times a day, and now that's all I can see when I blow my nose. That's so evil. Oh. So I told her my story to skullfuck her in return. That's just so evil. Once it clicks, once you get the visual image of what I just said, it's gonna mess with your head. It's so good. It's so wrong. Oh my god, that is so wrong. What are you gonna do? People are weird, man. People are weird. Oh, I also got this. Well, until the next time you blow your nose. Until the next time you flush the toilet and take a look. That's when it's going to hit you. That's when it's going to hit you. But yeah, I'm looking to, I think I already answered you, Super Troy off. I'm looking to obviously save money because I have very little. But I'm also preparing for hard times. I think the next year has the potential to be, let's just say, interesting. There are things that are going up in prices to prices I cannot afford. So I am preparing. You know, I have at least a year of everything. The only thing I don't have a year of is kitty litter. I don't have a year of kitty litter. But I pretty much have enough of everything else where I shouldn't need to buy anything for quite a while. This is pretty cool. This is a remote control switch. So the way this works is this fits over top of your existing, your toggle switch. And so you put the toggle switch in here and you screw this into the outlet, the switch cover. And then there's a little linear motor in here, linear servo motor, and this moves up and down. So this will turn your switch on or off. This is a timer switch. So you can use this completely independent of a network, so you can program it on the device, or you can program it from your phone. You can activate it from your phone. So it's a smart device, but it's also independent, which I like, because it doesn't require a network. So you press and hold, and then you press it however long you want this to stay on. So like 5 taps would give you 5 minutes. So now what you can do is you walk into your room, you go tap, and it turns on, and then 5 minutes later it turns off, because that's the preset amount of time I would have programmed for it. So as you know, I'm putting bidets in our toilets. That's going to save us on toilet paper, and that's going to be more hygienic as well. It's also going to save my septic tank, because less solid matter will be going down into the septic tank. The problem is it's a very nice bidet seat. It's a $500 bidet seat. So the seat is heated. It's got a hot air blower to dry you off, and it's got a heater to heat the water. The problem is I have very, very hard water, and I don't want to use the water heater in the bidet seat. I want to use an external hot water tank to feed the bidet seat hot water. The reason for that is the $75 hot water tank is going to last longer, and it's cheaper to replace than the $500 bidet seat when I destroy the heating element inside because of the hard water. So I'm going to use a little 2.5 gallon hot water tank, and I'm not going to, the water doesn't need to be very hot. The water just needs to be a bit above room temperature. If I can get the water to 90, 100 degrees, that's plenty. That's like lukewarm, but that's plenty to not, freeze your junk when you spray your junk clean. So I will hook it up to a switch, and I'll use this when I walk into the bathroom, I tap the button, the hot water heater turns on. The water's been sitting in the hot water tank for at least, 12 hours since the last time I would have used the toilet. So it's already at room temperature, so I only need to raise the temperature of the water, 20 degrees, because the room is 70, and so the water, I wanted that 90 or better. So I only need to raise the water temperature 20 or 30 degrees. It can do that in 5 minutes. So I press the button, the water tank, hot water tank turns on, and by the time I'm done doing my business, the water will be warm enough that it won't, launch me through the roof when I turn on the bidet to clean up. And then 5 minutes afterwards, this will just automatically turn off. So, or 10 minutes if I think I need more. The plumbing taps monitoring and time to reduce it definitely justifies paying for the proper... Oh, you're talking about the maple syrup. It does come from maple trees. You tap maple trees to make maple syrup. They have to be mature trees. They can't be saplings. But maple syrup does come from maple trees. Are there any other trees that give sweet syrup like that? So that's a cool little switch. I like that. I thought that was pretty damn neat. Money trees. Get in there. Thank you. But that's a pretty cool, nifty little gadget. Yeah, real rubber comes from a tree. Yep. Well, there is no Dollar Tree anymore. We now call them not a Dollar Trees. They're raising their price to Does Birch also make syrup? Okay, so it looks like nut trees. So any tree in the walnut family also produces a sugar sap that can be boiled into syrup. And it says the sugar content and timing is similar to that of maples. Oh, interesting. And they're better producing. It says nut trees are some of the last to break bud in the spring, so they'll keep producing usable sap long after maples have finished. I didn't know that. Pine trees, birch, black walnut trees, Kahitana birch syrup made in Alaska, blue spruce pine syrup from Utah, and Georgian black walnut syrup. Cool. That's pretty cool, actually. Sadly, trees don't grow well enough here for that to ever be a thing around here. That's why we have all these short little pinon trees, just because, that's the kind of tree that can survive this harsh environment. Well, it's not really a harsh environment, it's a dry environment, and trees need water. Huh. That's pretty cool. Date palms produce it. Beech trees produce it. Oh, I bet you that would taste good. That just sounds good. That just sounds absolutely delicious. Yep, nut syrup. Just do a search for do other trees make sweet syrup like maple trees, and you'll get, here's the link, 27 trees for sap, for sweet sap. Why won't you let me click? Come on. So, sugar maples, black maples, red maples, silver maples, Norway maples, box elder trees, big leaf maple, big tooth maple, Rocky Mountain maple, Goroso trees. It's a species of maple in Korea. Birch trees, paper birch, yellow birch, black birch, river birch, gray birch, European white birch. Add alder trees you can tap for syrup. Nut trees, so black walnut, butternut, heartnut, bartnut, English walnut. Sycamore trees, linden trees, ironwood trees, hickory trees, elm trees, palm trees, poplar trees, apparently. But don't use the sap from black locust, smoke tree, or staghorn sumac and buckthorn because they're toxic. Huh. Pine trees are tapped for their syrup for making glue and turpentine. Very cool. So make sure the tree's not endangered and make sure it's not toxic. So what does fresh Canadian maple syrup cost in Canada? Is it cheaper or is it still really expensive like it is here? Like just even the junk maple syrup at the grocery store is crazy expensive. Like what does it cost? Let's see. So it's still stupid expensive even in Canada. Wow. That's a lot of money. Might as well see if they have any deals. $1.89 for eggs, not a good deal. Romatin is still $1 a pound. Butter lettuce is still $3.49. It's still expensive. So no real sales. They do taste different. If you're not paying attention to it, you won't notice it. But if you're actually tasting them, I mean, and you're paying attention, you can notice the difference. Let's see. So, for example, at the grocery store, you're looking at $5 for 8 ounces. $12.99 for 32 ounces. I actually have a bottle of this one, Spring Tree Pure Maple Syrup, 32 ounces, $20. No, it's just pecan flavored. No, it's maple flavored. It's just syrup. Yeah, you're talking. Yeah, only maple syrup has maple in it. None of the maple flavored syrups has any maple in it. Cause an international incident. Because Canada's going to want your ass. You know what's a surprisingly good syrup? It's a cheap syrup. It's a garbage syrup. But for cheap syrups, it's actually shockingly good. Walmart's butter flavor syrup, 24 ounces for $1.48. I mean, it actually has a buttery flavor to it, and it's actually not that bad considering how, you know, it's junk syrup. But it's actually not that bad. Well, it's probably just all corn syrup. Yeah, it's corn syrup and high fructose corn syrup. It's corn syrup and water. But it is actually surprisingly good for a garbage syrup. Now the interesting thing is I'm not a fan of maple syrup on waffles. I am a fan of maple syrup on pancakes. You see, maple syrup is so good and so sweet that it's actually not that expensive as long as you don't have morons pouring it all over everything. Because you need a very tiny bit. A very, very small amount of maple syrup goes a very long way because it's so much stronger and better than regular syrup. You know, like that $1.48 butter flavor syrup, you gotta slather it all over everything. But maple syrup, you know, like, you know, a half an ounce is enough for your whole plate. But waffles, you can't do that because the all the holes in the waffles makes it difficult to evenly spread the maple syrup around. So you always end up using too much of it, which makes it really expensive. But on pancakes, oh God, I love maple syrup. It's so good. It's evil. It's evil. I love this. Okay, this is where PCSJWs, you just want to eat them. You just really want to eat them. Now that ain't bad. I wonder, wait, let's check Costco here. Come on, let me click the damn interface. Looks like 33.8 ounces for $13.99. Is that a liter? Yeah. So 1 liter, $14. And that is, says pure grade A amber rich, whatever that means. It's just very easy to use too much. It's very easy to accidentally use too much. That's what we can get here. $14 for a liter. So about the same price as your Canadian. No, actually, more expensive. You're paying 13. Oh, you're paying 13 US. Okay. I know. It's like, really? Organic? Seriously? You kidding me, right? But plus 8% tax. Ouch. Actually, that's food, so there shouldn't be tax. Again, you're going to be using a lot of syrup because you're going to have to dip it in each piece. But it's good. It's so good. We're actually thinking about trying to get up at like 6 o'clock in the morning one morning so that we can go into Albuquerque and go to Golden Corral Buffet for breakfast. Yeah, it's a bit more expensive here. It should be like $10 to be equal to your price. Or $11 or something like that. Because I want bacon. I'm like craving bacon. Ow. And I can't buy bacon because I refuse to pay $8 a pound for bacon. So if we go to Golden Corral any morning, I can load up a plate full of bacon because I haven't had bacon in a long time. It's just so expensive. Ow. Pimple. I hate when you get a pimple in your nose area because it really hurts. And but yeah, I love maple syrup. God, especially the dark stuff, the real robust. You know, it has that deep smoky-like flavor. Oh, grain-fed syrup. How? Vanilla ice cream with maple syrup. I'll have to try that. I've got maple syrup. Oh, maple. I do something similar with honey. I love drizzling a little bit of honey on shredded wheat. Oh, it's so good. Oh, I don't know if it was just a sale or if it was a screw up, but they had these 80-ounce bottles of honey for I think it was $20, but it was two 80-ounce bottles for $20. Like, hell yeah! I grabbed 2 orders, got 4 of them, and then of course it went right back down to yeah, it's $40 for 2, $20 for 1, or $36.99 for 2. So I was able to get 4 of them for $40. I was like, fuck yeah, $10 for 80 ounces of honey? I'll take that. Real honey, not that honey flavored corn syrup garbage. Our Sonic, I don't know, there's a fast food chain, a 50s hamburger style joint, car hop type place. Oh yeah. Nice. Very nice. The our local Sonic fast food joint, they're only open 10 to 8 now. So they're only open 10 hours a day because they can't get enough people to work. Well, the reality is they refuse to pay enough people to work. They refuse to raise their wage. And, ooh, yeah. Contact me privately and I'll give you my address. I no longer have a P.O. box, so do not send anything to that P.O. box. I don't have a P.O. box anymore. They literally doubled the price of the P.O. box. The P.O. box went from $58 a year to $118 a year. I was like, no thanks. I don't want it anymore. Not at $118. Not worth it. You have my, oh, you have my regular address? Okay, good. I appreciate that. Thank you. I just got stickers from somebody. Are you the one who sent me the today's 3D print orange and black stickers with the cat? You're the one who sent me those? Awesome. Ooh, give me the honey. I'll take the EpiPens. Oh my god. Oh, that's a hell of a price to pay. But yeah, they had Hawaiian. Oh, Hawaii sweetbread, buy one get one. So I grabbed 2 of those. I got the honey ham lunch meat for, ow, it's a little, like a preset bag, has 4 ounces of meat in it. for 59 cents. That's $2.36 a pound, which for lunch meat is really freaking cheap. So we bought every single one of them. When I'm done the stream today, I'm making myself a couple sandwiches. For the next week, we're going to basically have sandwiches every day because we got to use it up before it goes bad. And I love Hawaiian pizza. Well, at least I love pineapple on pizza. Hawaiian pizza is too sweet. Ow. Holy shit. Yeah, that's right. You Australians are currently getting screwed too. Your healthcare system is almost as bad as ours. But I love mixing. My favorite is ham, pepperoni, pineapple, and mushroom. So a good balance of salt and sweet. But I love pineapple on pizza. The first time I tried Hawaiian pizza, my first reaction was, ew! We were in Nashville, Tennessee for the National Championships for TSA. This was after I'd graduated. I came back and helped out the future teams with my teacher, Mr. Ringen. So I was like an advisor. And benefit is like I got to go with them. So I was like kind of like an assistant. And we went to a TGI Fridays. And the guy said, I was like, you know, I've never been to one before. I was like, well, you know, what should I get? Surprise me. What do you suggest? He's like, well, I got a really crazy one for you. He's like, hear me out, try it. If you don't like it, I'll take it back and get you anything else you want. And he's like, Hawaiian pizza. I was like, what's that? And he's like, well, it's pizza with pineapple on it. And my first response was, ew, pineapple on pizza? What? And he's like, trust me, it's amazing. So I was like, okay, I'll try it. I scarfed down that whole goddamn pizza. It was just a little personal pizza, a little 8-inch, personal, 6-inch personal pizza. But oh my god, that was so good. I never thought pineapple would be so good on pizza. In fact, my only complaint was it was too sweet. So the next night, it was like 2 nights later, we went to TGI Fridays again, and I told her I want the Hawaiian pizza again, but this time add pepperoni. And the pepperoni was perfect. It added just enough salty savory to offset the sweet of the pineapple, and it was perfect. It was so freaking good. Hey, here you go, Welfare God. I got something for you. How about mistletoe? Like actual mistletoe. What do you think of that? Or mistletoed. Yeah. And then someone just gave me the idea, is like, why don't you just put the fins on the toe? That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to put fins on this, and I'm going to make a flying toe. A rocket-powered flying toad. Oh, there's another YouTube channel you guys must go see. You must go subscribe. You're probably already subscribed, or you're just a weirdo if you're not, because it's like the greatest YouTube content on earth. It's amazing. Smarter every day. He just posted another video with his supersonic baseball cannon. He's launching baseballs at Mach 1.5. No. That was pepperoni in addition to ham. I love ham. But ham is also a sweet meat. So adding the pepperoni balances out the sweet. Go check out Smarter Every Day. He just released a video yesterday or the day before where he's launching baseballs, and he's doing it because he needs to collect data for an upcoming project. Like, he does real science behind this stuff. It's not just for shits and giggles. But he figures if we're launching these baseballs, we might as well blow things up with them too, so his patrons make suggestions for things to put in the path of the baseball. And he like one of the best. Oh my God, he fired a baseball at Mach 1.45 at a gong. You know, a gong, you know, the metal dish that you hit with a Smarter Every Day is amazing. It is. You will be thrilled by every video he puts out. Mark Rober is another channel that is absolutely amazing to watch. No, I didn't. Ooh, I gotta go find that. But Mark Rober is another fantastic channel to go subscribe to. And Flight Test is a great channel. Peter Schriepel is a great channel. But he hits the gong with the baseball, and it just puts a hole clean right through the gong. And the metal of the gong, which I'm guessing is brass, looks like liquid. It reacts like liquid when it gets hit by the baseball that fast. And then watch very carefully. You'll see the baseball going forward, and it hits the backstop. But then you see this piece floating next to the baseball, and then it gets blown away. And then you realize that piece was a piece of brass caught in the supersonic wake of the baseball and being dragged along with it. It's the physics involved there is mind-blowing. And then after that, you see the whole entire thing get blown away. And you realize it's the gust of wind coming from the air cannon. It just picks up the whole contraption and destroys it. That was, I just watched that. Hang on. He made the nutcracker that used basically 22 rifle shells. Here's that video. Come on, where is it? Hang on. I watch a lot of YouTube videos, so it's got to be here somewhere. This is where we find out if he has a good thumbnail. Because if he has a good thumbnail, I should be able to pick it out. When are we going to Chief? What's that mean? Of course, you also have to watch Hacksmith Industries. Another absolutely fantastic channel. Where the hell is this video? There it goes. I don't know. That's a good thumbnail. I don't know how I missed that. So the channel is Stuff Made Here. And then Hacksmith Industries took their plasma gas-based lightsaber and made the Halo energy sword. And then here is the Smarter Everyday gong video that will just blow your mind. He does stuff that is just so good. And then, of course, there's another one that you need to subscribe to. Because it's just so much fun. Hydraulic Press channel. Gotta subscribe to them. If you like RC airplanes and stuff, you'll get a kick out of these guys. Flight Test. And then this guy makes some wacky content that's just fun. Peter Schriepel. He actually built his own, 2 of them actually, home-built electric ultralights. Oh, and Action Lab. He doesn't get into as nitty-gritty of the science as Smarter Every Day, but he's still very entertaining to watch. Who else is good? Don't forget, Kiersey Fabrications is doing a live stream printing one of the dragons. So, you know, if your computer has some downtime, you might load that up in the background, give her some watch time. So, is there any other really good ones? FJB, what's that? Oh. What's Foot Job Bob? What's that about? But those are some, you know, must-watch channels. Those are just those people consistently put out just amazing content every time. It's like, you know, I see one of those videos pops up, it's instant click, gimme, I must consume that now. That's funny. That's a meme on Facebook now too, with Skeletor running away after he says something pithy. Anything else you guys want to talk about? I got a little more time. Check out a thing number. Oh, I finally got back into my Thingiverse account. And it was my fault. Apparently I forgot. No, I'm never going to use Twitch. I used Twitch one time, and I had 4 cops show up at my door at 2 o'clock in the morning with their guns drawn. So I will never be doing that again. Yeah, Twitch is just fucked up. Well, we have a 3D baby dinosaur, or we have an Enderloop. I'm assuming you're talking about the Enderloop. Cool. What I want to do is I want to put a belt on a vertical ender, meaning not for continuous printing, but for continuous repetitive printing. Yeah, I did a simulcast. Just back when I was using my phones to do streaming, and so I had two phones, one doing YouTube and one doing Twitch, so I didn't break the rules. And you know, I finished up the stream probably around, I don't know, 8, 9 o'clock. And, you know, 2 o'clock in the morning, I hear a nice solid knocking on the front door. I'm like, that sounds like a cop knock. Like, who the hell is this at 2 in the morning? And I open the door, and there's 2 cops standing on either side of my foyer with their guns drawn, and 2 cops out in the yard to the sides with their guns drawn. And so, you know, I very slowly put both my hands, one up on the beam and one up on the door so they can see both my hands. And I'm like, can I help you, officers? And they're like, yeah, we got a call. Are you Chris Taylor? I'm like, yes. He's like, we got a call from a Chris Taylor that says he stabbed somebody up in the upstairs bathroom. And I was like, do I look like somebody who stabbed somebody in the bathroom and then calls the police? I was like, I'm an internet streamer. I was like, are you aware of what swatting is? They relax a little bit at that point when they start to realize that they probably just got had, but they don't put their guns away. That was a very stressful and very embarrassing, and I don't ever want to experience that again, especially considering how sociopathic and homicidal our police force can be in this country. I mean, swatting somebody is a death sentence, and it should be treated as such. You should go to prison for attempted murder if you swat somebody. Because, you know, there are people who have been just straight up shot dead just because of a swatting, and they did nothing wrong. I mean, it's fucked up. So, yeah, I was like, that's the kind of environment Twitch is? No thanks. I mean, that's the couple of dollars I might make from Twitch is not worth even the chance of that ever happening again in my lifetime. No, thank you. In fact, the first thing I did when I got here to Edgewood, within the first week, I stopped by the police station, because the police station's right there at the end of the street. I introduced myself, I explained what I do, and then I said, I have to inform you of my police encounter procedure rules if you were to ever come to my house. And the cop was like, rules? I was like, yes. There's a certain way that I'm going to handle you if you come to my house, and I need you to be aware of it in advance. And he looked at me weird. I guess he's not used to being told that he's going to have to follow a procedure. And I was like, this is... time hack 4:59. It's also 2:59 here, so looks like the time right. So I got your message at 2:59, so I'm assuming you're 2 hours different from me. And so I explained to him, I was like, if I am on a live stream, like on YouTube, and police come to my door, I was like, I'm going to ignore them. I'm not going to answer the door. I'm going to eloquently terminate my stream, you know, tell them something came up, I heard Michelle fall, whatever. I'm going to make some kind of excuse up, and I'm going to end my live stream. I was like, you'll be able to see me right inside the door because my lab bench is right in front of the door. And I was like, but I'm going to ignore you until I disconnect that stream. And then I'm going to get up and answer the door to you. I was like, because people SWAT. That means they call the police. He's like, I know what swatting is. He's like, well, I cannot give them the pleasure of watching you come into my door while I'm on the live stream because that will encourage them to keep doing it. I was like, so I'm going to terminate the stream and then I'm going to answer the door. And so, you know, because I wanted to make sure they're aware of this in advance. It'll probably never happen again, but still, that's not fun. What's VOA FYI? What is that? Sophie, what is VOA FYI? Volume seems low. I can turn it up a little bit. Volunteers of America. Okay. How's that? Is that volume better? I got a second place reward from VOA, Voice of America. That I do remember. It was a speech writing thing or something like that, or a paper writing contest. I got second place. I mean, there were only 5 people applied, but still, you know, it was fun. So here's something I meant to bring this up earlier. It's why I hate PCSJWs so much, and why I think we should just eat PCSJWs. PCSJWs is politically correct social justice warriors. So you guys saw all the meme crap that happened last year with brands changing their brands to be more politically correct. And one of those was let's see. So one of those is Land O'Lakes. You know, Aunt Jemima removed Aunt Jemima from the bottle, and Land O'Lakes removed the Indian from the Land O'Lakes. Now I want you to think about this. I want you to think about how fucking bad the optics are for this. How they don't understand how bad the optics are for this either shows how ignorant they are to reality, or it shows how racist and uneducated the mass population of the country is. Because I'll never buy Land O'Lakes butter ever again. So they did the same fucking thing the United States did 200 years ago. They got rid of the Indian and kept the land. You can't make this up. It's stranger than fiction. You literally can't make it up. They repeated colonization. They took the land, kept the land, and booted the fucking Indians. Oh my god! Oh! No, I haven't farted. It's like, I mean, this is just a particularly egregious one. I mean, it's just like, what? You seriously did that? Like, you actually did that? Yeah, if somebody would have told me this, I would have called it a joke. Like, you're kidding, right? That's just a prank, right? No, they actually did it. They fired the Indian and kept their land. Oh my god. The stupidity of mankind never ceases to amaze me. There's an interesting thing. Interesting. What do you call it? A phrase to live by. Yeah, they had no choice. Yeah, and you know, that's another interesting topic. I hope you don't mind talking about it. I find this kind of stuff fascinating. It's sad, but it's fascinating. Black Lives Matter. One of the worst things that you can say in reply to Black Lives Matter is all lives matter. Okay, so let's say you say blue lives matter. Well, that implies that blue lives didn't matter before, but they matter now. So is that the case? Did blue lives not matter before? Did white lives not matter before, but now suddenly they matter? Well, no, of course, that's not the way it works. But in the past, black lives didn't matter. They were slaves, and still are to a large extent today, just a different kind of slavery. The whole point is that their lives don't matter, and they want them to matter. Saying all lives matter implies that all lives didn't matter before, and now they should matter. Now, is that people being racist? Or is that just people so uneducated and so out of touch with reality that they don't actually understand what it is they're saying? Like Land O'Lakes keeping the land and kicking out the Indian. I mean, do they really not understand the implication of that? I mean, do people really just don't... Are we that bad? Are we so much an idiocracy that we really don't understand? Like, there's a phrase, a motto to live by. Never attribute to malice what can be easily attributed to stupidity. What the hell does that? What does that mean? Jan Wiersma. I don't even know how to say that. I'm afraid to say it because I'm afraid it might be like a hidden message that's a bad word or something. What is that? Zwarte Python Questy? What is that? Oh, okay. Well, explain to me a time when there was mass racism against white people. Explain to me when that happened. I like that. Hey, Paul. Here's the guy who made that amazing I Dream of Jeannie bottle. If you guys remember that print that I made, the green and the purple one. Thanks, Paul. You rock. Next time use PayPal. because PayPal doesn't take 30%. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Still waiting for that interior for the I Dream a Genie bottle. I think that'd be pretty cool. Now here's something else that's interesting that people don't realize, that when it boggles my mind that people long before we were born, we're talking people, almost 100 years ago, okay, racism didn't start out as racism. Racism started out as greed, and it became racism later. They didn't take boats to Africa to grab black slaves because they were an inferior race and that black people were inferior. We had rifles, they didn't, so we could overpower them and use them as slaves. It was monetary. The whole point was monetary. It was money. If I can get a slave to build my stuff, then I don't have to pay someone to build my stuff. So I can do it cheaper and I can make more profit. It was all about money. It was all about finances. It was all about profit. Racism was the story we created in order to justify the slavery. How do you justify enslaving a person to do your work for profit for you? Well, you dehumanize them. You make them not people. You call them savages. You call them inferior. You create racism to justify your monetary actions for profit. And this wasn't capitalism. This was feudal lords. So it started off as a decision for money, a convenient resource that we could overpower and make do what we want. And to get the people to swallow that pill, to get the people to accept that pill, because you think, well, wait a minute, if he's taking that guy as a slave, what's to stop him from making me next? So we had to prevent people from going down that mental line. So we called them savages, we called them inferior, we called them a lesser race, even though they were first. But beside that, and that created an us versus them. They're not people. So I can live with them being tortured and enslaved. And they're animals. So I don't have to draw the conclusion that maybe I'll be the next slave. You see, so the racism was the cover story to make the slavery palatable. Now, of course, as time went on, the racism took on a life of its own. And now it's its own separate thing, regardless of money. Now it's about power, control, whatever drives people who do that. These people were so deathly afraid of black people, non-white people, because this also applied to the Chinese, it also applied to the Irish, it also applied to Mexicans and stuff like that. Basically anybody who wasn't white European. And lost my train of thought. So these people believed what they believed to such a great extent, or they were afraid of losing their power to such a great extent, that they actually modified the very structure of our nation and society to build the racism right into the fabric of our society, so you don't even have to be racist for it to work. And the way we did that was poverty. We, yeah, I bet. Jesus. And before people say, oh no, it's just stupid racism. No, most of the black slaves were sold to the white Europeans by black slavers. It was money. It was all about money. Racism came later. You know, the institutional racism we have today came later. But back then, it was just about money. And, so we try to claim it's not racism today because, well, white people are in poverty too. Well, look at the percentages. If you got 100 poor people, if everything is equal, then you're going to have 12 black poor people and 72 white poor people. Because white people are 72% of the population and black people are 12% of the population. So if everybody is equal and everything is equal, then you would have, 12% of the poverty being black and 72% of the poverty being white. Instead, it's something like, 56% of the black population is in poverty and 9% of the white people are in poverty. So the few white people that get stuck in that poverty net, they're collateral damage. But it's like a fisherman catching tuna and he happens to catch a dolphin here and there. He didn't intend to catch the dolphin. They're just collateral damage. His point is to catch the dolphins. So their point is to impoverish the black population. And if they happen to catch a few white people, it's collateral damage. So how is that built in? The biggest example of how we built that racism into the very fabric of our society is poverty. Poverty is not a choice. Poverty is an intentional act by society. We, as a society, choose to permit poverty to exist, and we choose to allow a structure, and in fact we encourage a structure to create poverty. Because we certainly don't have a shortage of wealth. We are the richest, most powerful nation in the history of the planet. And culture-based IQ tests? No, it's worse than that. So here's where the real big, if it wasn't so malicious, if it wasn't so purely evil, I would call it genius. Because the amount of energy and thought and work that it took to execute this plan is actually remarkable. I would put it right up there with some of the best works of mankind as far as the effort and organization required to do it. We impoverished black people intentionally, and poverty is generational. So poverty follows you from generation to generation. Poverty begets poverty, wealth begets wealth. Indian foot jobs are better than American. So back in the 1950s, now most of you were born after the 50s, so this is not your fault. I certainly didn't have a hand in it. I was 0 years old in 1976, okay? What they did was timed so well and executed so well, it's mind-blowing. It's just, it actually made me want to vomit when the depth of what they did fully hit me. So in the 1950s, in the late 40s and 50s, idiot, America was coming out of World War II, and we had a boom. We were coming out of a depression going into World War II, and then we ramped up American production coming into World War II to start building guns and tanks and battleships and airplanes. And something that always happens during wartime is you always have great technological advancement during wartime. Pre-World War II, we still had cloth-covered airplanes. Post-World War II, we had space-capable missiles and jet aircraft, because we had V-2 rockets and we had jets by the end of World War II. And we had radar and all kinds of incredible inventions that happened as a result of war. War is a very good motivator of technology because it's war. So we come out of World War II with a massive booming quantity, and the middle class just explodes. Like it's everybody is profiting, everybody is doing well, everybody is winning. It's a very, very good time, relatively speaking, in the history of the country. So the middle class begins to get created. And so people start buying homes, creating neighborhoods. Suburbia gets created. You know, as we expand, more cars, more planes, more travel, more wealth, more technology. You know, it's a very interesting time. Well, that wealth was pretty equal for everybody. So, what happened? Why are the black poor now and the whites rich? Well, there's a business practice in banking called redlining. It was called redlining because they would literally take a map of a neighborhood, take your neighborhood where you live, and bring up a map on Google Maps, and now color in some parts of it green and some parts of it red. Green was predominantly white neighborhoods. Red was predominantly black neighborhoods or other races, you know, whatever. The point is non-white. And when people would come into the bank, want to get a loan to buy a house, people do not realize the magnitude of difference. Smart ass. You have to understand the magnitude of home ownership. So you have two houses. You have this house, the white house, and you got this house, the black house. They just happen to be white and black. Okay? So when the white neighborhood people would come in to buy a home, they would get a loan. When the black neighborhood people would come in to buy a home, they would be denied a loan. So if you can't buy a home with a mortgage and you don't have enough to pay cash for a home, well, you still need a home. So you have to rent. This is happening today for everybody. Now the problem has gotten so bad that it's bleeding out of the black population into everybody population. That's what happens with feudalism. That's always what happens with feudalism. So now you have this white family paying a mortgage, and you have this black family paying rent. So, you know, they're paying $300 a month for their mortgage, and they're paying $325 a month for their rent. They're paying a little more, but it's pretty equal, right? No. It is not even remotely equal. Matter of fact, we're going to call it 100 and 110 just to make the numbers a little easier. So every year, this person pays $1,200 for their mortgage, and this person pays a little over $1,200 for their rent. Let's say they got a 30-year loan, okay? That's $36,000. So at the end of 30 years, this person stops paying a mortgage. Now, this person only has to pay, you know, insurance, taxes, and utilities. While this person has nothing. They've paid more than this person for the last 30 years, but that money was going to rent, not a mortgage. So this person has no equity. They paid more than this person did for the same house, but they don't own anything. So for the next 30 years, this person just has to pay maintenance, utilities, and taxes. While this person has to pay maintenance, utilities, and taxes and still keep paying rent. And still never own anything. This person can now start a business because they have equity. They have a house. So they can leverage, they can borrow against their house to get a loan to start a small business where they can control their future, they can control their income, and they can control their wealth. This person can't start a small business because they don't own their house. They're paying rent. And they have to pay rent forever. It never stops because there is no paying off rent. In fact, it's a double-edged sword. The homeowner of this house is probably a white dude. So not only is this black dude paying more in rent than this white dude is paying for his mortgage, but this black dude is paying this guy's mortgage and paying this guy's taxes and paying his insurance and paying for the maintenance in the house and paying for the guy's profit. Well, this guy's now paying nothing because he paid off his mortgage. And now he can start a small business and make more money because he can borrow against his house for a business loan. Well, this guy never gets that opportunity. And here's where it becomes generational. I mean, think about it. Now, this guy dies. And he passes the house on to his children. His children now, not only do they not have to pay rent, they don't even have to pay a mortgage because they own the house already. It's already paid off. Well, this guy's children inherits nothing because this guy's poor and paying rent until the day he dies. And he can't start a business because he can't leverage anything for a business loan, so he works minimum wage, which never lets you get ahead, especially when rent costs more than the mortgage, and it always does. You know, same for same, rent will always cost more than the mortgage. I could rent this house out for, $1,200 a month. The mortgage would be like $600. Okay? I've had a mortgage on it. So now, this person's children get a leg up. Also, this person's children can be more educated because he can borrow against his house to send his children to school. This one can't because he can't borrow against the house he doesn't own. So now this redlining created this divide. That was an intentional act. They actually used a red marker. This wasn't a theory. This wasn't a concept. They actually did this. In the 1950s, this was actually done. Now, they don't do it anymore. It's illegal to do it anymore. It's too late. The damage is already done. These people have wealth that they can now leverage and pass on, and these people never got that wealth to leverage and pass on. And now it's generational. Now, these people can pass on the savings of that wealth to their children. These people can't. And now, on top of that, it gets even worse because the wealthy neighborhood gets wealthier because they can leverage their wealth. He doesn't have to pay a mortgage anymore. He can send his kids to school. They'll have better jobs, which means now they have better equipped police, better equipped fire, more and better libraries, more and better stores and shopping and resources and things to access and be available to them, while these people get the scraps that are left over, if anything, because there's not enough wealth here to collect enough tax to pay for those amenities. And then these people can't even change their stars. You're saying, well, go over here and work here. Well, first of all, they might not let you. We don't want your kind here. Go work in your own area. Okay? Or it's too far away. Now you need a car. I mean, it's absolutely insane that this is designed and built into the very fabric of our society, and it was done intentionally. It was done with great intelligence and genius. I mean, people might say, why the fuck are you calling that genius? Because it is. Genius is agnostic. Genius doesn't care if it's used for good or bad. You can be an incredibly intelligent person and use that intelligence for evil. These were incredibly intelligent, gifted people, and they chose to use that for evil. And we don't recognize it today when it's so obvious? Well, it's their fault. They must be lazy. No, they got the shittiest services, the shittiest resources, the shittiest homes, the shittiest jobs, and the shittiest city services available to them in broken down homes that they can barely afford to pay for because they can't leverage any wealth to buy a home. So they're stuck renting. And renting always costs more than buying. And you got to pay rent forever. Now, can some people break out? Yes. Some people get lucky. Some people are able to break out, white and black. But for the bulk, for the majority, they can't. Because once you're stuck in poverty as a group, you're stuck in poverty. The only people that can pull you out of that poverty without violence is the wealthy people. Because the wealthy people have all the money. The wealthy people have all the resources. The wealthy people are the ones you're paying the rent to. I'm not going to show that. Well, yeah, sometimes that's what you need to do. Sometimes you got to print more money. That sometimes is what you need to do. Part of the problem that we have is that our wealthy class doesn't pay taxes. Now, when I say don't pay taxes, you have to remember, you cannot look at the dollar amount. You have to look at percentage of income. And then to make it worse, percentage of income after base cost of living. So the wealthy guy's paying, 44% tax, while the poor guy is paying 250% tax. So not only is he paying more than the income after living expenses that he has, but he now has to reduce his cost of living in order to afford the taxes. It's an insidious circle. And so what happens is, now one of the primary ways a poverty-stricken person can pull themselves out of poverty, because work harder doesn't work. When the pay being offered is, $2.98 an hour, work harder doesn't work. You got jobs paying $2 an hour. $7.25 is $2.13 an hour in real money. So you got jobs. Wow, that truck was loud. So you got jobs paying $2.13 an hour. They'll only give you 20 hours. You have to have a fully open schedule, and it's against company policy to work another job. What the fuck can these people do? To explain to me what they can do. Start a business. Takes money. Get another job. Then you get fired from this one. And the schedules conflict. And they get fired from both. I mean, it's like, give me an idea that works. We have put them in a prison cell. A prisoner cannot get out of the prison cell, short of breaking out of jail, which is a rare thing. The prisoner has to be let out. And we have to let them out. And we refuse to do so. Now, what's happening is this wealth divide is getting so bad, it's getting so horrible, it's starting to affect everybody else, not just the black people. And you still have people cheering it on. Like, when the apocalypse occurs, the billionaires are going to say, you supported us while we were billionaires. Come join us in our paradise. No! That's not how that works! Oh my God. Printing money works fine if you spend that money adding value to society. The only time printing money causes inflation is when you add money without adding value. So in a gold standard, for example, I would say a gold coin is worth $1. Well, if I dig up 10 more gold coins, the quantity of gold needed for 10 coins, I can now add $10 to the money supply, and there will be no inflation. Because the value backing the money is equal to the amount of money in the system. So if I want to increase the amount of money in the system without inflation, I have to add value equal to the amount of money I want to add to the system. Now, we are no longer on a gold standard, and that's not really a big deal. Our money is what's called a fiat currency. What that means is we say our money is worth this much because we say so. Yeah, they print money. It's called that black gold money, baby. Literally, they do. They have gold-plated cars and shit like that. Yeah, they get abandoned at airports and shit like that. It's crazy. It's fucking nuts. Their wealth is so extreme. It's ridiculous. So we have another problem in this country, because even if we stopped printing money, we would still have inflation. Because our inflation has nothing to do with money printing. It's a fiat currency. Inflation is not attached to money printing. You may think it is. They may have taught you that it is. You're wrong. They're wrong. You don't understand. Money printing does not cause inflation. Money printing without adding value causes inflation. So if I print a bunch of money but I build a bunch of highways, you're not going to see much inflation from that, because the highways add value to the system. So I made extra money, but I made extra value. Most of our inflation is from wealthy people. Wealthy people create inflation. Well, that's why cryptocurrency has to be limited. That's why it uses the blockchain to limit the total amount of available currency, to prevent it from going through hyperinflation. Our ultra wealthy are the reason we have inflation. Because our ultra wealthy are removing value from society. By hoarding their wealth in the stock market, by hoarding their wealth and having that wealth not go toward making jobs, making businesses, making roads, making infrastructure, making dams, making power plants, making factories, by having that wealth hoarded away, instead of that wealth building value, the wealthy are literally causing inflation. That's the source of inflation. Now, what you see what you see happening right now is not inflation. This is not inflation. The cost of your gas, the cost of your bacon, your eggs, all that stuff is not inflation. That is a temper tantrum. That's gouging. Right? It's a convenient time to jack up prices, because we can go, oh, it's the Democrats' fault. Or, oh, it's inflation's fault. Oh, it's supply chain fault. Oh, it's pandemic recovery's fault. As they increase prices at 20 times the rate needed to cover those things. I mean, even if inflation is 6%, why is Dollar Tree raising their prices 25% and then shrinking their products to effectively raise the price 200% and lowering their wages? Okay? When you actually start to look at this, you start to realize that doesn't make sense. That narrative doesn't make sense. It makes sense when you ignore the wizard behind the curtain. But once you start seeing the wizard pulling the levers, you start to realize that the narrative being put out there doesn't make any sense. It doesn't fit the facts. It makes no sense whatsoever. I mean, right now, gas prices are in line with what they were under Trump. Oh, but gas was $1.98 last year. No, it wasn't. Gas wasn't $1.98 last year. Pandemic gas was $1.98 last year. You want to see $1.98 gas again? Lock everybody in their homes again. Close down half the businesses in the country. You'll see $1.98 gas again. It wasn't because of anything Trump did. And it's not because of anything Biden did. Oh, he shut down the pipeline. No, he didn't. He didn't shut down any pipeline. He stopped them from building a shortcut new pipeline that would bring Canadian tar sands through America to the Gulf and out of the country. It has nothing to do with the price of gas. In fact, the current metrics gas was not $1.38 in 2018. You're fantasy dreaming. Average regular gasoline prices by state, August 7th, 2018. New Jersey, one of the cheapest places in the country to get gas, $2.91. What's gas today? Fucking $2.96. So it's a nickel more than it was under Trump. And you got people printing stickers that said, well, a Biden sticker says, I did this. Don't fucking tell me I'm wrong. I'm looking at it. Here's the price of gas in August of 2018, the middle of the year. Right? Gas ranged anywhere from, what's the lowest price? I see a $2.58. $2.58. Here's a $2.57. Mississippi, it was $2.57. So the lowest was $2.57, and the highest was $3.40. That's Washington. Where's the PRK? Yeah, $3.62 in California. Okay, so what's the average national gas price? Yeah, $2.57 to $3.77. The average gasoline price per gallon equaled or exceeded $3 in 11 states and Washington, D.C. The national average price of gas was $2.86. Do they have 21 up yet? Oh, I hate when I do that. And today the average price is $3.34. Hello? I don't care what it was in your town. I don't care. He didn't shut down gas prices. He can't shut down gas production. He doesn't have the power. It doesn't matter if it was under Trump. That was the pandemic that did that. We all stopped driving our cars. So gas sales plummeted. I'm not wrong. I'm right. Because, oh yeah, that's right. Gas prices started going up while Trump was still in office. But we conveniently ignore that. Oh, we conveniently ignore that. Yeah. $0.30 on a dollar? Are you delusional? You've got to be delusional. No, let's go the other way. That really grinds the point home. Buddy, you've lost 70 cents on the dollar. You've lost 70 cents on the dollar. Your money has lost 70% of its value in the last 40 years. Going the other way, $235.7% inflation. 235%. 30 cents my ass. Yeah, but you're not getting my idea. Okay, you're not getting the right idea. Right? When did this happen? We're saying the same thing, but we're blaming different parties. I'm blaming the correct party, you're blaming the wrong party. You want to see what happened to us? That's what happened to us right there. That right there. Ronald Reagan is what happened to us. You notice this chart here? Can I make that bigger? Yes. So this is normal supply demand, natural market forces. Okay. This is why, this is natural market forces. Okay, this is the government not interfering, businesses operating under a natural market, businesses operating under normal supply and demand and market forces. So what you're seeing here is this light blue line is compensation, and this dark blue line is productivity. Now, in a proper capitalist society, in a proper capitalist system, your income is going to match your productivity. The more productive your company is, the richer everybody gets. This is business econ 101. This is economics 101. This just makes sense. And from 1950 to the 80s, that's exactly what happened. You can see it right here. This is data you can't ignore. Okay? Now, what happened here? This is our income, and this is our productivity. So our productivity continued to climb on about the same rate as it did before then. And this is what happened to our income. Well, if he says something that objects to this, he's an idiot. Now, are the Democrats doing a good job? Fuck no! They're idiots. Okay, we went from a thieving, sociopathic slime bag, Donald Trump, to I have done nothing useful in my life for 47 years in Congress, senile, dementia-ridden meat sack Joe Biden. Well, well, I guess I can say there is one good thing about Joe Biden. He's not as dangerous as Trump. But the thing is, Ronald Reagan did this. Our corporations did this. This is the Republicans. This is what the Republicans did. Increase the taxes on the bottom, decrease the taxes on the top, and separated income from productivity. Stopped increasing the minimum wage, transferred all the wealth into the hands of the few, deregulated all the industries, took away all the restrictions that are put in place to prevent such a power shift from occurring. We eliminated all that, and this is the result. If you can look at this country and not understand that the richest 12 people have more wealth than the bottom 50% of 330 million people and not think, something's wrong with that, you are the problem. Of course, you can't have a smart society. If you have smart people, they're going to go, hey, that ain't right. And there's 330 million of us. So one of the first things they did was destroy the education system. So we're all stupider. I mean, look at the last election. There's 240 million eligible voters in this country. And two-thirds of them voted for the two least electable presidents in the history of the country. Your only choice was sociopathic criminal, I'm going to hand every fucking dollar I can steal from you to the rich Trump, or I did absolutely nothing for 47 years in Congress and now I'm a senile, dementia-ridden meat sack who can't do a damn thing, Biden. Those were our choices. And 160 million people picked those two choices. We're living in idiocracy. Biden hasn't done anything! He's a useless meat sack! He's done nothing! What has Biden done? Everything he tries to do, the Republicans are in lockstep and block. I don't even know what he wants to try to do. He's not going to do it. He can't do it. They refuse to allow him to do anything, regardless of the reason. Regardless of if it's good for the country, bad for the country, if it doesn't enrich the Republican pockets, if it doesn't destroy the Democrats, the Republicans vote against it. Exactly. Yeah, no shit. I mean, go look at people of Walmart. Go look at some dash cam videos. I mean, look at January 6th. You had a couple of hundred people do a flash mob in the Capitol. It took federal agents knocking at their door months later for them to realize, oh man, that was a bad idea. The Republicans passed the infrastructure bill, not the Democrats. The Republicans passed that bill. And enough of the Democrats went along with it. That wasn't a Democrat bill. That was a Republican bill. And the Democrats were right. Whether you agree with what they're doing or not, I don't care what they're doing. Whether what they're doing is right or wrong, I don't care. It was the wrong move for them to pass the infrastructure bill. I told everybody, I was like, his Build Back Better plan, the moment they pass the infrastructure bill, that bill's gone. Because the Republicans are never going to let it pass. And not until they water it down enough for it to be meaningless. And then, of course, instead of the Democrats taking advantage of the fact that they now have controlling share of the country and actually passing bills, no, it was not. It was a Republican bill. The Democrats had to make a bill the Republicans would accept, period. Instead of going, hey, you know something? We've got power in the country right now. How about we do things that are good for the country and good for the people, and we force it through whether they want it or not, and when people start doing better and people's lives improves, hey, they'll vote for us again. But no. Instead, they try to play good guy. They try to play ball with the Republicans, which is never going to work because the Republicans want to destroy them. And then they start their infighting. I want my little green pet project, and I want my little green pet project, and I want my little socialist pet project, and I want my little socialist pet project. The infighting is insane. I mean, have you looked at the Build Back Better plan and seen how much pork is in that plan? Stuff that shouldn't be there. Because everybody's adding in their pet projects. But the Republicans have a trick up their sleeve. Republican Joe Manchin from West Virginia. He's a sleeper agent the Republicans installed. So now they don't even have a majority anymore. They're fucked. And the Republicans are summarily destroying this country as we speak and blaming it on the Democrats. And they're going to win back all the offices at the next election. If you don't see what's happening in reality, you are confused. I'm sorry, there's no nice way to say that. I'm not going to be nice. If you don't see what's happening as reality bitch slaps you in the face, you're part of the problem. 12 people. 5, 10, 12. 12 human beings have more wealth than the bottom 50% of the entire country combined. It's insane. And no, Democrats don't want communism or socialism. They want power. Right? Democrats aren't socialist, and Republicans aren't, rural, freedom-thinking people. My mom lives on SSI. So why do the Republicans cater to rural people, and why do Democrats cater to city people? Well, it wasn't that the Republican Party was city people. It's that the Republican Party decided the Democratic Party decided they wanted to pander to city people, and Republicans elected to pander to rural people. Now, the reason we're shifting more socialist or communist, the reason the mentality of the country is shifting that way, is because city dwellers outnumber rural dwellers. I don't even respond to such idiocy. When you live in a city, you're socialist, unless you're rich. Okay? You're socialist leaning or communist leaning. You have to be. So who cares who's rich? Where does the money come from, David? Where do you think the rich get that money, David? They didn't earn it. They took it. They took it from everybody else in the country. Every time someone makes less than a living wage, they're being robbed. Every time someone pays overburdensome taxes, they're being robbed. Every time we give a tax credit to the rich, we're being robbed. And if you think there's any difference between Republicans and Democrats in this regard, you're delusional. They have different ways of getting to the power they want. But ultimately, they're the same. They want power, and they're going to use you to get it. Just because they have a different philosophy on how they're going to get that power doesn't change the end result. That's why the Republicans are losing their shit. That's why the Republicans are so openly being criminal about stealing elections with their gerrymandering and their shifting of districts, because it's all they can do. If you think about it from a war point of view, because we are at war. It's important to realize that we are at war. It's not the normal kind of guns war, but it is war. And until we realize that, it can't be fixed. So they're taking battle actions to secure their votes. And since they can't secure the votes with number of people, they have to twist the numbers. Oh, the Chinese don't care. Trust me, they don't care. China's actually doing everything right. China is taking the hundreds of billions and billions and billions of dollars, because you have to understand that we are locked at the hip with China. We have arranged it in such a way that we are tied with a chain to China, and you cannot easily untangle that chain. China knows this. The United States will collapse. This system that both the Chinese government and the U.S. government depend on will collapse. It has to. An exponential curve cannot be sustained, and we are on an exponential curve. You cannot sustain that. It will collapse. China knows this. Now, in an economic collapse, what is the one thing that survives an economic collapse? Infrastructure. Your land, your buildings, your power plants, your natural resources, your factories, your roads, your dams, those things retain value and survive an economic collapse. And that's exactly what China is doing. I fucking hate the Chinese government. They are scumbags, but they're not idiots. And they're taking all that money and they're investing it in infrastructure. They're building roads. They're building cities. They're building power plants. They're building dams. They're securing oil reserves around the world. They're doing everything that a person would do if they knew a collapse was coming and they wanted to survive that collapse. Now, the Democrats want to do some of that here. They want to put into infrastructure, and that includes people infrastructure, which is something that's needed. The problem is they want to add all their bullshit to it too. And they can't seem to pull their heads out of their ass and just pass a proper bill that actually will help the country without all the goddamn grease being stuffed in there at the same time. You see, Republican grease is tax cuts and funneling money in contracts to the wealthy. Democrat grease is all these little pet project programs. It's still funneling money, but it's more obvious what they're doing. It's more blatant, you know, because it's all these little tiny pet projects and bullshit that they want to do, and it also causes infighting. So they have a majority by one until they activated the sleeper agent, Republican Joe Manchin from West Virginia. Then they lost their majority. Cinema, I can't figure out if she's a sleeper agent Republican or if she's just a moron. I don't know. That's bullshit talking points that doesn't mean anything. How about the fact that our electrical grid was designed with a 50-year life, and we're well over 50 years past that? How about the fact that most of our roads across the entire country are falling apart, that our power plants are falling apart, that our independent infrastructure is falling apart, that our manufacturing jobs are basically non-existent if they require any people labor? How about the fact that 50% of the entire country makes minimum wage or less? How about the fact that going to the hospital can cost you your home and your entire life? I had to wear a fucking bracelet on my hand that said I refuse all services, because in Pennsylvania there is no homestead protection and I did not qualify for charity care. So it was literally better for me to die than to go to the hospital. Because if I go to the hospital and survive, I gotta watch them take absolutely everything from me and put us on the street. While if I die, at least my family can keep the house. One of the reasons I chose to move to New Mexico was low taxes and homestead protection. Short of taxes and utility debt, they cannot take my house for debt. Democrats can't stay in power because they're not a cohesive force. So the Republicans ruin the country and then blame it on the Democrats, which causes them to lose. And the Democrats are too stupid to figure this out and do something about it. At least the Republicans are good at brainwashing and gaslighting the population into thinking what they're doing is good. That's the one thing the Republicans are good at. And I'm a lifelong Republican. I'm registered Republican and never been registered anything else. But you wouldn't catch me dead voting for a current Republican. Not a chance in hell. They're slime-bag criminals. And you won't catch me dead voting for a goddamn current Democrat either. Trump single-handedly added 30% to the national debt. Trump single-handedly transferred $6 trillion into the hands of the wealthy. And when you look at the metrics, that money came directly out of the wealth of the bottom 80% of the country. Do you know what's interesting is when you look at it historically. When you look at past, I didn't even know this because they don't teach this. Of course they don't teach this. When you look at it historically, all the improvements in life in the country come when Democrats are in office. And all of the worst in the country comes when the Republicans are in office. Yet the Republicans have become magicians at spinning a tale to blame it on Democrats. But when you actually look at decisions and consequences, all the improvements tend to come from Democratic administrations, and all the hardships tend to come from Republican administrations. Obama did not increase the debt by 76%. You're insane. Let's see. U.S. debt by president, dollar and percentage. I gotta watch them dripping alcohol everywhere. Here we go. So it says here that Obama, the national debt grew 8.6 trillion, 74%. Donald Trump added 6.7 trillion in 4 years versus Obama's 8 years, and a 33.1% increase in 4 years. So if he would have continued along that line for his second term, and he probably would have accelerated, he would have added almost $14 trillion to the debt. No, it wasn't. Now, a big chunk of it at the end was from the pandemic, but I'm talking about mostly what he added via the tax cuts. So it says here, you can see he added 1.3, 1.2, and 1.5 for the non-pandemic years, and he added 4.2 during the pandemic year. So 4.2 trillion of his 6.7 trillion was from the pandemic, so about 2/3 of it. But where did most of that money go? Where would I find it? So if you want to see where the 4.2 trillion pandemic money actually went, where it actually transferred to, all you have to do is look at this. American billionaires have grown $2.1 trillion richer in 2020. A 70% increase in their fortunes. So if you want to know where the 4.2 trillion went, that's where it went. Trump gave it to the rich. So he added in one term, he added 1/3 to the national debt, $6.7 trillion, and almost all of it went to the wealthy. The U.S. is not depleted on resources. I don't know where anybody gets that. So, wait a minute. You think when Trump took over, he took his little magic dragon and said, "Let there be more resources in the ground"? It's not how that works. It doesn't work like that. Once you pull those resources out of the ground, that's it. They're gone. We have more oil than all of Saudi Arabia. It's on the North Shore of Alaska. Why aren't we tapping it? Well, because that's one of the few smart things our country is doing. Right now, it's affordable to barter oil with the rest of the world. Why do we import oil when we have oil here? Well, it's because we have a different kind of oil here, and we need a different kind of oil. So we trade the kind of oil we have for the kind of oil they have. That's why we import oil from overseas. Even though we could actually produce enough here, it would be more expensive to convert that oil, to process that, to refine it into what we need versus into what they need. He did not bring production back to the U.S. The wealthy increased their wealth by 70%, while the poor lost all their wealth. Where is this production back to the U.S.? Oh, Apple's producing things in here, but it's all automated. There's no fucking jobs. Well, these glasses I get from Dollar Tree, they're made in the USA. It's all automated. There's no jobs. He didn't bring anything back to the U.S. And the deregulation just allowed them to pay less taxes and collect more wealth. Well, guess where the wealth has to come from? It has to come from everybody else. You can't just make it up out of thin air. March of last year, there were 614 Americans with a 10-figure bank account. Today, there's 745! during a pandemic. Oh, I agree. He's a dementia-ridden, invalid, useless meat sack with no balls. Even if what he's doing is right or wrong, he doesn't have the balls to actually stand up to the Republicans and do it. What do you think Obama's biggest failure was? He was a pussy. Obama was a fucking pussy. He wanted to play nice and compromise with the Republicans, which basically turned his entire presidency into a useless act. Do I think the electric car is going to work for everyone? Eventually, yes. Biden took us out of the war. Well, not really. Trump did. Because our ejection from the Middle East was Trump, not Biden. Biden just got stuck with it. And of course, he was too stupid to know what to do about it. Who would beat me up? That's the one thing that would send me to prison. If Biden came into a restaurant, I probably wouldn't even recognize him because he's a useless sack of flesh. Probably the only reason I would notice him is his entourage, his security entourage. If Trump came into a restaurant, I'm going to prison because I'm punching that motherfucker right in the mouth. That pussy with his diaper, and he shits anywhere he wants to, and has to pay people to wipe his ass. Yeah, I'd knock that fucking glass jaw motherfucker right on his ass. The only person worse than Trump, in my opinion, is Reagan. Yeah, he would. Call him. I want to kick his ass. He's a moron. I come from New Jersey, Pennsylvania. I know personally the people he's fucked over, that goddamn criminal. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Here's all I got to tell you. Okay? I love doing this because this is so much fun. This just gives me great pleasure doing this. Where's my pen? Here we go. You. I love doing this. Okay? So, when you want to go 300 miles, it costs you $70. When I want to go 300 miles, it costs me $3. And once I get my solar panels set up, it's $0. How many hours do you have to work to put that gas in your tank? If you make median, meaning you make more money than 50% of the entire country, it's going to take you 5 hours to make enough money to fill that tank. It's going to take me about 3 minutes. 5 minutes. So, my favorite pastime is driving by gas stations and going... So, go ahead. Enjoy your 10-minute fill up and 5 hours of labor to fill that gas tank. You enjoy that. By the way, the recharge time for my car, 40 minutes. And that's slow. They got tech coming that's going to fill these cars up in less time than it takes you to fill your gas tank. No, it's not. You spent it working. You spent 5 hours of your life working to fill the gas tank. So that's no different than you sitting there at the gas pump for 5 hours. You took 5 hours to fill your gas tank. I'm sorry, 5 hours and 10 minutes to fill your gas tank. You took 5 hours and 10 minutes to fill your gas tank. I took 60 minutes to fill my gas tank. That's such a load of hypocrisy, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely mind-boggling that people like you, who I know are intelligent, because if you're watching my channel, you have a fucking brain, and you should know better. An electric car has fewer parts than a gas car. An electric car has fewer parts than a gas car. So it takes less resources to build an electric car than it does to build a gas car. The battery is your gasoline, not your car. You don't compare the construction to the battery. You compare the construction of the battery to the construction of your gasoline. Tesla is pushing their batteries to the point where they will eventually get 1 million miles of life out of the battery pack. Not quite there yet. It's brand new. Just like the first cars ran on peanut oil, and you had to have a guy on a horse go get you some. Okay? So they're pushing to the point. They're already well over 300,000 miles. So let's use 300,000 miles. 300,000 miles divided by the national average of 24.5 miles per gallon. You need to refine 12,244 gallons of gas to equal the environmental impact of one Tesla battery. See, that's what you people forget. You just conveniently forget the 12,000 gallons of gas you're burning to run that gas engine. And the oil changes, and the coolant changes, and the fluid changes, and the brake changes. 50% of the country makes minimum wage or less. 50%. How do you not know this? Actually, it's gone up since last week. Median per capita income is $34,103. Do you know what median means? Median means 50%. So 50% of the country makes less than $34,103, and 50% of the country makes more than $34,103. There's 160 working Americans in the workforce. That means 80 million people, okay, 74.8 million people make $15 an hour or less. How many kids out of high school do you think exist? How many? 209 million people over 18. And 50% of them make minimum wage. Well, give me better information. Give me better information. Do you dispute this number? Do you think that there isn't 209 million people above the age of 18? So let me get this straight. If I don't provide data. I'm talking out my nose because I'm not providing any sources. And if I do provide sources, you simply reject the sources I provide. Do you not see the cognitive dissonance? And where do you think the electricity to make your gas comes from? It's not magic, Dixon. Let me clue you into something that most people don't realize. Your gas car uses more electricity per mile than my electric car does. Your gas car uses more electricity from the grid per mile than my electric car does. My electricity is free. It's so cheap and costs so little, I can ignore it. I could drive for a week on what someone pays. I could drive for 2 weeks on what someone pays for a latte at Starbucks. Actually, 3 weeks. It's about $1.50 a week I pay to drive my car. And I'm paying 14 cents a kilowatt. It's not cheap here. Right? I pay $1.50 a week to charge that car. So in 3 weeks, I'll spend enough in electricity for you to buy a latte at Starbucks. It's so cheap, it's effectively free. It's inconsequential. It's like worrying about the electricity consumed by a single 3D printer. It's so small that it's going to be noise in the statistical shifting of your electric bill every month. Now, that isn't... Now, back in PA, I was using a little bit more. I was spending about, I want to say $10 a week in electricity. Wait a minute. Are you talking about the Republican feudal deal crap that ignored every single warning they were given that their grid was not equipped to handle cold weather? You mean that Republican we're not going to spend any money on the grid deal crap in Texas last year? You mean that? Because, the rest of the world had no problem with their turbines running. Oh, and what actually took down the grid in Texas? Yeah. Their gas lines freezing. Not the turbines freezing. Their fucking gas lines freezing. Their gas turbines shut down because their gas lines were not winterized. But hey, let's blame it on the 4 turbines they had. The gas lines are frozen. The gas turbines aren't working. But hey, let's blame it on a couple of turbines. Well, that's why I don't have natural gas here. Because electricity is cheaper than natural gas. A heat pump heats my house cheaper than natural gas does. Because have you seen the price of natural gas lately? It went up 175%. And let's not even talk about the fixed monthly fee they charge me every single month, even if I don't use any gas at all. So yeah, I dodged that bullet. But hey, I don't know what I'm talking about, right? Yay! So, Republican conservative decisions ruined Texas last winter. Oh, and the Republican governor just approved a bill that allows the energy company in Texas, who intentionally fucked up their grid, to now add a surcharge to the bills of their customers to recoup their money. So now, not only did they get to keep the profit that should have gone toward winterizing their grid, so they got to keep that money because you paid for it, but they didn't do it. So you got to keep that money. And now they're going to charge you for their losses from last year. Yay, Texas! Do you know what cognitive dissonance is? As a matter of fact, maybe let's make sure I'm not using the word wrong. The Republicans are crooks. But that's not what you said. What you said is, let's see, where is it? How good did your Green Deal crap work in Texas last year? When nothing that happened in Texas last year had anything to do with any kind of green crap deal. Yeah, I know. That's what I've been adjusting. It's because I was talking a lot louder. Cognitive dissonance. The state of having inconsistent thoughts, beliefs, or attitudes, especially as relating to behavioral decisions and attitude change. That statement right there. How did your Green Deal crap work in Texas last year is cognitive dissonance. Well, not necessarily. It could just be you were gaslit and propagandized and lied to by whatever political party you listen to. But once you actually get the facts, if you still believe the gaslighting, then that's cognitive dissonance. Because I mean, what was the name of the power company? Let's see. What was the name? E something. What was the name of the does anybody remember the name of the power company? What's the name of that company? ERCOT. So ERCOT, 23% of their power came from solar. That was in February of 2021, when it's working properly. 11% came from nuclear and 2% came from solar. Now, go look up the power plant failures for ERCOT. And you're going to find that they're petroleum plants, they're gas-powered plants. When you have a gas line, you're always going to have water intrusion. There's always the chance for water intrusion, humidity to be mixed in with the gas. And you have to do certain things to either mitigate or remove that water. Now, if you live in a very warm climate, you can get away with doing a lot less winterizing than normal. But Texas is not a warm climate. Texas is actually a pretty high latitude. It's just warm relative to up here. But they do have cold spells, very cold spells. They got a taste of it last year. They've been warned for years that they had not winterized their infrastructure. But to get profit above all else, ERCOT refused to put money into any upkeep, maintenance, or winterization that they deemed unnecessary. And they deemed cold weather, winterization, or maintenance to be unnecessary. So what happened is the water intrusion in those screws, valves, threads, the cooling. Actually, I don't even think it was the gas lines. If I remember right, it was the cooling system in a winter storm. In a winter storm, no less. I believe it was the cooling system that froze up. And the valves wouldn't work properly. Something in the cooling side of it wouldn't work properly. So the automatic safety systems shut down the plants to avoid them going boom because they weren't getting the cooling they needed. And because they didn't winterize those components, they froze up, they stopped functioning, and the automated systems shut down the power grid. Once enough of the power grid shut down, it became overloaded and cascaded. Now, had Texas been connected to the national grid, they probably could have dealt with that a lot easier, because we could have shifted more power to them from places that had access power and prevented their entire grid from going down, or the Texas grid may have taken down the rest of the grid. Texas is the only state in the country that has its own grid. We have an East Coast grid, a Central grid, and a Western grid, and then we have the Texas grid. They have their own grid. Or is it just East and West in Texas? Texas has their own power grid. They're not interconnected with the rest of the country. And see you there, D-Wet. Have a good ride home. So, back to the car, you have to factor in the cost to produce the car and the cost of all the maintenance on that car over its projected lifespan, 10 years, and the mileage on that car over that 10 years, and all the gasoline you're going to use. You see, I have shifted my cost from buying gasoline, a commodity I cannot control the price of, to buying a battery, a commodity I can control the price of because it's a one-time purchase. And then I use electricity to charge my car. You say, well, you don't control the price of electricity. Not true. Not only is electricity much more stable in price than gasoline is, look at your electric bill, look at your gas bill. But I can actually make my own electricity. If I had the money, I don't need to. My electricity for the car, the cost to charge that car is so cheap, it doesn't make sense to take the car off the grid. The only reason I want to take the car off the grid is because I can. So I would need $850. For $850, or for you, about 11 tanks of gas, I could erase my car from the grid. The whole entire grid could go down and I could still charge my car. No, you are right about one thing. Windmills and solar don't work in the long run. In the short run, they work great. They're great for compensating for demand power because we've gotten to the point where solar and windmills cost less per kilowatt hour of production than oil does. Because we can manufacture those things, so we can control the price of those things. You can't control the price of oil. No, it takes 20 years if you pay someone to put the solar panels on your roof. Rich people do that. Putting solar on your roof is a status symbol. That's all. Now, you're wrong, Dixon, but you're accidentally right part of the way. You're accidentally correct partially, and here's why. Ultimately, solar and wind can't work. They can work for demand power, they can work to boost a system, but they can't replace the current system. And the reason they can't replace the current system is because solar and wind require storage. And we don't have practical storage yet. I can replace my entire electric bill with solar power alone for $6,000. $6,000, not less. What did I need? I needed. I use an average because my average is now a lot lower. I used 26 kilowatt hours last month. So 26 divided by 30 is 0.86. Oh, I'm sorry, that's 26 kilowatt hours per day. So 26 divided by 10, because I want to generate that power in 10 hours. So a 2.6 kilowatt hour array would be enough to produce all the power I need for this house, except for the car, because I'd want to direct power that, and that's a little more difficult to do. But if I just made the car part of the house, about $1,000 in solar panels would power my entire house. Now, there's more to it. I also need the wiring, I need the microinverters, I need the grid tie. That's another $5,000. So you're looking at about $6,000. Oh, yeah, I was right. About $6,000. For about $6,000, if I didn't have an electric bill that had fixed costs in it, meaning my electric bill has service fees and taxes that are fixed no matter how little power I use, if it was in a proper system where I could actually offset my bill 100%, I could 100% off my electric bill for $6,000. But there's a problem. There's a big problem. That requires that I have a $22,000 battery pack. I don't have $22,000. And the ROI on that battery pack is not good, because the ROI on that battery pack is longer than the life of the battery pack. So I could never earn back my money on the battery compared to connecting to the grid. 30 years. Solar panels and the typical equipment you use got a 30-year lifespan, and that's before they begin to degrade below 80%. So 30 or 40 years, meaning longer than I'm going to live. The problem, though, is I still need the grid. It doesn't work without the grid, because when the sun goes down, I don't make any power. The only reason I can offset my bill is because I'm making extra power during the day and selling that back to the electric company. Well, the problem is, do the math. Once enough people sell back to the electric company is not making any revenue, but they're still operating. They still have to provide power when it's cloudy, or when there's a storm, or when your system fails, or when stuff like that. It can't work. Now, some people can get in and benefit, absolutely. There's plenty of people who are making bank. But now look what's happening. They're starting to cut down on allowing people to bank their power. So, for example, C&M does not allow you to bank your power longer than a month. So I can't generate excess power in June to pay for power I need in December, because someone has to pay the power company to run. The only way solar and wind can ultimately work in the long run is if we have storage. So I can say, C&M, I don't need your electric power anymore. Have a nice day. But the problem is, that's expensive. Very expensive. And the ROI is infinite. Now, lithium iron phosphate might give you a positive ROI, but the most common batteries you're going to get for a whole house system are lithium ion. And they're going to last maybe 10 years. Well, if you buy a 22, and this is used, this is a used price, new, double it, okay? $22,000 battery pack, let's say it lasts 8 years, divided by 8. That's $2,750 a year, divided by 12. That's $229 a month. That's already $100 more than my electric bill, and I haven't even amortized the cost of the solar panels yet. Now, the solar panels will pay for themselves because their lifespan is so long and their price is so cheap. But the battery doesn't last long enough to amortize its cost. Now, I can do some things on... Oh, yeah, everything is LED. And it wasn't because of LED bulbs, because you'd be surprised how many people still use CFLs and incandescents. Because for most people, even their lights just don't use that much power, and they just have a preference. It's a whatever kind of scenario. So you are accidentally right in a small regard. Wind turbines work fine. Solar is fantastic because it's basically zero maintenance. You just stick the panel out there and it just makes power from sunlight. Once a month, hose it down to wash it off. Where I live, once a week. Depending on where you live, you might only have to clean them off once a month, once every quarter or something like that. But basically, cleaning them off every now and then is basically the only maintenance you have to do to them, short of something hitting them. If a hail hits them or a rock hits it or whatever, you can physically damage them. But they're basically maintenance free. Once you get past the initial investment, it's free money. Batteries, however, are a very different story. And the only way to truly make... Now solar makes sense to the grid. So the electric company putting out solar arrays makes perfect sense, because they gain the same benefits you do. It's basically maintenance-free power. All it costs is land. The Now, what I'm really surprised they haven't done, I really don't know why this isn't more common, because this could save people a lot of money without costing the grid, either revenue or infrastructure. So I got this one light. It's stupidly expensive. It's like $335. It's a stupidly expensive light. But that obviously is because it's a niche product. They could make that product for $20 if they wanted to eventually just mass produce it. So what this light is it's a light that has 2 power inputs. It has an AC plug and it has a solar panel. And it's just a normal light. You switch to turn it on and off. Whenever you need it, you turn the light on. If there happens to be enough sunlight to power the light, it stops using the AC power and uses the solar panel. When the sun goes down, it switches to the AC power. That's why it has an AC plug and a solar plug. So it just uses whichever one gives it the power it needs. So when there's sunlight, I'm not using any grid power at all. And when there isn't sunlight, it uses grid power just like any other light does. Why don't we do this with more stuff? This would make sense to do this with more stuff. If everything in our house had 2 plugs, a DC plug and an AC plug. So you'd get your refrigerator and you would tap into your solar panels on your roof to your solar bus system in your house. So the house would have 2 buses. You'd have a DC bus and an AC bus. And you'd have 2 outlets. You'd have a DC outlet and you'd have an AC outlet. And you'd plug your fridge into the DC outlet and the AC outlet. And during the day, it would use DC power from the solar panels, and at night, it would use AC power from the grid. If a cloud came over, it would just take whatever it needed from AC versus whatever it could get from the solar. Why don't we do this? It would not be expensive once we industrialize it across all things, and that is a perfect use for solar, because no storage needed. I just get free power during the day. No, batteries don't last forever. Nothing lasts forever. And batteries don't have to last forever. But they've got to last long enough to pay themselves off. And currently, they don't last long enough to pay themselves off. Lithium iron phosphate, maybe. A 100 amp hour lithium iron phosphate battery is 1.28 kilowatt hours, so 1,280 watts. And you should be able to get about 6,000 to 8,000 charge cycles on that battery, even with degraded capacity. So times 8,000, that's 10,240 watts, or divided by 1,000, that's 10,240 kilowatt hours. I pay 18.3 cents a kilowatt hour times 0.183. That's $1,873 in electricity. That lithium iron phosphate battery pays for itself, because the battery is going to cost you $359, actually $330. So minus $330 from that, it'll save me $1,543 in electricity over its lifespan. Even at 10 cents a kilowatt, that battery will pay for itself. But the upfront cost is so high that most people just can't afford it. You don't. There is no logical reason to change out the batteries in that car. The technology is too nascent. The cost of replacing the battery in that car would exceed the cost versus value add of just buying a newer model car. And that's because the technology is brand new. A Tesla is different. Their battery is going to last much, much longer. In fact, I don't think anybody has successfully worn out a Tesla battery yet. I mean, they've had them fail. You know, that happens. You have engines blow up. Look at Kia. They have recalls. They're replacing engines left and right because they have a design flaw in their engines. They blow up in 30,000 miles. So don't talk to me about batteries failing. That's stupid talk. But normal wear and tear, no one has successfully worn out a Tesla battery yet. And there are people with over 300,000 miles on their cars. How many gas cars make it to 300,000 miles? The average lifespan of a car is 100,000 miles. Are there exceptions? Oh, yes. My bus has 130,000 miles. My pickup truck has 186,000 miles. No, 226,000 miles. My minivan has 180,000 miles. And my 1988 Jeep Cherokee that I used to have, I put 497,000 miles on that bitch. Oh, yeah. I used to drive a lot. Okay? But, by and large, cars last about 100,000 miles. Batteries already last longer than that. Now, I might actually be getting lucky. I went to Albuquerque last week, and while coming back up the mountain, I almost got stranded by my car. The car died on me. And the only reason I didn't get stranded was for some dumb reason, I decided to use the car's GPS navigation system. I don't know why. I decided to use the car's GPS navigation system. Halfway up the mountain, the speakers in the car turn on, and the car says, destination might be out of range. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm 10 miles from home. What do you mean destination's out of range? I look down, the battery's dead. I started with 68%. It only takes 45% to climb the mountain. What the hell? I freaked. I turned everything off. I put the four-ways on. I slowed down to 50 miles an hour. And I didn't even look ahead of me. I spent more time looking at my rearview mirror than looking out the front windshield. I told Michelle, let me know if I'm going to hit somebody. Because I'm sitting there staring at my rearview mirror to make sure some guy doing 75 miles an hour isn't going to fly right through my ass end. Because I had a choice. Slow down to 50 and reduce my power consumption, or call AAA right now. Because I'm not making it home at the current consumption. I made it home with 4% left on the battery. What the fuck? I charged it up, and it jumped from 6% to 56% in 2 hours. That is physically impossible. I was charging at 1.3 kilowatts, which means about 1.1 kilowatt effective into the battery. So I only put 2.2 kilowatts of power into the battery, yet it somehow jumped 14 kilowatts. Something's wrong. I got to test it again. I'm going to make the same run down the mountain, but this time I'm going to pay attention. What I think happened, either it was a fluke, which can happen. You know, if the computer gets freaked out by something, it can do weird things. The battery management system has protections built in. So, for example, if one cell becomes undervolted, it'll cut out that cell to avoid overdraining the cell and destroying it. The problem is when you cut out a cell, your overall pack voltage then drops by the value of that cell. So I suspect I have a bad cell. And that's real good news. That makes me happy. Because if I have a bad cell, that's covered under warranty. I'll get a new battery. Oh, I would love to have a new battery. Oh, to be able to go 110 miles again. That would be wonderful. I can go anywhere in Albuquerque on one charge. Exactly. So, but the battery has an 8-year, 100,000-mile warranty. So, you know, I'm well within the warranty. I only got 45,000 miles with the car. So I'm kind of hoping a cell is bad. I'm really kind of hoping I have a bad cell. So batteries don't have to last forever. They just have to last longer than they cost. So if you have a 1200, or let's do it in kilowatts, a 1.28 kilowatt battery that you can charge, let's be more reasonable. Let's say 6,000 times. That's 7,680 kilowatts of power that I'm going to get out of that battery. I pay 18.3 cents a kilowatt. That is $1,405 in power. So that battery is going to make $1,405 in power for me over time from the solar panels and everything else. So the battery's 330. No, wait a minute. It was 360 minus a $40 coupon, so it's 320. So minus 320 from that, and the battery will save me $1,085 after paying for itself. So that works. That amortizes out. Lithium ion, however, doesn't last as long. Yes, we can. We absolutely can do mass storage. I can put this whole entire house on a battery pack right now if I want. If I had the money. I don't. Well, technically I do. I could put it on credit card, but then I'd lose everything when they sued me because I couldn't pay that bill. What do you mean, what is your daily supply charge for that 17 per kilowatt? What's that mean? My grand total electric bill is 18.3 cents per kilowatt hour. See you later, Dixon. Seriously, dude, research some of this stuff, like from real sources, not from political sources. There's so much lying going on. Oh yeah, no. Well, actually, batteries make sense for the grid as well. It's just it's expensive. It's very, very expensive, and you got to remember the lifespan is longer than you think. So, for example, the electric company charges me 18.3 cents a kilowatt hour. Actually, I'm on split power now, on time of use, and because I adjust. I should be paying an effective rate of 14.3 cents a kilowatt hour in the summer and 16.5 cents a kilowatt in the wintertime, because there's 2 on-peak windows in the wintertime, but there's only 1 on-peak window in the winter and off-peak time. So basically, off-peak I pay 11.3 cents a kilowatt hour, and on-peak I pay 20.1 cents a kilowatt hour. Oh, you mean... Well, I factored all that into the price. So my actual charges are, what was it, 6.25 cents a kilowatt and 13-something cents a kilowatt. Thought I heard something. But once you factor in delivery, fees, taxes, administrative costs, daily use things, it comes out to... what the hell is that? What is that, Michelle? Well, expensive is relative. You know, the oil and gas to run the power company is also expensive. You think 18 cents a kilowatt is cheap? I don't think it's cheap. Jesus. Let's find out what I'm actually paying right now. I'm paying like 60% more than I was in Pennsylvania. Ooh, it hurts, the power bill here. The only good thing about it is I need less power here. So, view my latest bill. So, my last bill was really low because I didn't have to run heat or AC. So, we were in a period of time where I didn't have to run either. And so my last bill was $137, and my electricity consumed was 647 kilowatt hours off peak, 311 kilowatt hours on peak. One of the ways that I'm able to game my electric bill now is I only turn the hot water heater or the dryer on when it's off peak, and I program the electric car to only charge when it's off peak, which saves me a ton of money. So I used 647 plus 311, 958 kilowatt hours. So 137 divided by 958, I am paying an effective 14.3 cents a kilowatt hour. That's delivered to my door. So last month, I paid 14.3 cents a kilowatt hour delivered to my door. So that's including all fees. Now, to give you an idea of how bad the fees are, my on-peak direct cost was 15 cents a kilowatt hour at $46.65, and my off-peak was 6.2 cents a kilowatt hour at $40.11. But then you have a power lease base of $21.25, a service charge of $25, a state tax of $6.49, and a town tax of $3.88. So when you add all of that into it and get a real number for what your electricity costs, I paid 14.3 cents a kilowatt hour last month, which is actually not that bad. That's actually pretty good. That's why I switched to time of use. Before time of use, I was paying 18.3 cents a kilowatt hour. That hurt. That hurt a lot. Yeah, you have to, comparisons have to be adjusted based on your cost of living, your power consumption, your income level, the general income in the area, etc. If they tried to charge 30 cents a kilowatt hour here, 2/3 of the country would go without power. They couldn't afford it. Yeah, at that kind of a power consumption rate, yeah. Especially if you're allowed to actually sell all your power back. My company limits how much power you can sell back, which makes sense once you have a lot of solar. So that's why I'm always thinking about trying to go off grid, because then I can get rid of the, $21 power lease base and the $25 service fee, and the $649 state tax and the $388 town tax. I mean, of my bill, only $86 is power. The rest of it is fixed fees. So the what is that? $34 of my bill is fixed fees. So that hurts a little. Yeah, it's a little painful. $46 in my bill. Yeah, because I got $638 back on the power. It's about $40. Because you need less power in the wintertime. That makes sense for Arizona. So you would have to take 12 months worth of electric bills and amortize it out to figure out what your effective per kilowatt is. Yeah, but I can't afford them. I have to manually build and cobble together whatever little system I want to use, because I can't afford such things. I mean, my income for the year is going to be under $10,000. I ain't got no money to put in any of that. And I can't get any more. Now that I'm not in that program anymore, I can't get any more stuff. So what I have is it. Whatever solar panels I have, whatever inverters I have, whatever batteries I have, that's it. There is no more. Every time a lithium iron phosphate battery popped up on vents, I would grab it. So I got like a dozen or two of these things. Like this is a little 8 amp hour lithium iron phosphate battery. So I could parallel 4 of these together. That's a 32 amp hour lithium iron phosphate battery. So I could run some stuff off of that. Yeah, big time. Same here. My off peak is 6.2 cents a kilowatt hour, and my on peak is 15 cents a kilowatt hour, which means my off peak is about 11.2 cents a kilowatt hour, and my on peak is 20 cents a kilowatt hour. When you add in, the fees and taxes and all that bullshit. Oh, my water bill is even worse. Oh man, and for an area of the country that is running out of water, you would think they would encourage conservation. Nah, screw that. You die without water, so we're going to rape you with fixed fees every month. So here we go. View current bill. Why can't I see my current bill? Why the fuck won't you let me load the page, you piece of shit? Oh, because you're over here. I can't see my current bill for some reason. Why did it log me out again? Yeah, for whatever reason I can't see my current bill. It's broken. But anyway, my bill was $33. The cost of my water was $6. So the other $27 of my bill was service charges and fees and taxes. So if I were to cut my water usage in half, I would save $3. So there's no point. Yeah, you Australians get fucked over hardcore. Jesus. But then again, your minimum wage is more than double what it is here. What is the median income of Australia? that's gross household. Your median gross household income is $65,000. That's not much different than U.S. That's in U.S. dollars, by the way. Median gross household income in the U.S. is $56,000, so you make $10,000 more a year than we do. That's because you have a higher minimum wage. The higher minimum wage pushes up the median. Huh. Median personal income was $49,805, while median personal income in the U.S. is that would be per capita is $34,000. So your median per capita income is and that's in U.S. dollars. So your median per capita income is $15,000 higher than the U.S. That's because of your minimum wage. So you pay more, but you make more. Yeah, those service fees, the per day, per diem fees suck. They just suck. It's so high. That's why I want to try to do rain capture. Just turn off the water. The water's useless for eating anyway, or drinking. I gotta buy my own water for drinking anyway. So all I need is enough water for washing dishes, taking showers, and running the washing machine. And I'm using, what was it? So it's 185 tens of gallons. I used 1,850 gallons of water last month. I thought I paid my bill already. This must have just come in and I didn't get the notification yet. Come on, pick it, pick it. Why won't you pick it? Thank you. And so as you can see, I don't need that. Last month, I only used 103 tens of gallons. I used 1,000 gallons last month. Oh, I used 800 more gallons this month? That seems wrong. We gotta look into that. But last month I used 1,000 gallons, and my bill was $28. This month I used 1,850 gallons, and my bill only went up to $33. So we discourage conservation by charging fixed fees every month. Yeah, the difference between on and off peak is huge. Wow. I don't even pay that much for the whole year, everything. Jesus. My electric bill doesn't equal $1,200 a year. Well, yeah, it does. Wow. 1,200. That's $100 a month. Your supply charge is 3 times my entire water bill. Jesus Christ. Where do they get the water from? Do they use desalination or do they get it from underground? Like, what's the source of your water in Australia? Huh. Rainwater and aquifers. Well, aquifers would be underground. So wells, right? Aquifers, underground water, right? Yeah, an underground layer of water. So it's well water. So you're using rainwater and well water. That's where our water comes from. It comes from wells, from aquifers. All of the water here is from aquifers. And The problem is it's all sitting in limestone. So it's very, very hard water. Same here. It's all well. The whole city of 700,000 people is well water. It's just industrial well. You know, you can have an individual well, but I didn't want that because digging wells here is very deep and very, very expensive. Digging a well here is about $12,500 per attempt, and on average it takes 2. So it's $12,000 to $22,000 for a well here, and there's no way of knowing how long it'll last. Especially with the company, you know, drawing water from the same aquifer. So it didn't make sense. So one of my lines in the sand, you know, where nope, I'm not buying, was I had to have cable internet or fiber, and I had to have city water, meaning I had to pay someone for water through a pipe. No well, no personal well. You know, if Epcor's well dies, they dig a new well. If my well dies, I've got to dig a new well. Wait, what's this? Water is associated with other services, garbage collection and sanitation. We pay all this in line with water consumption. What do you mean? So if you dispose of more trash, your water becomes more expensive? The water here is technically drinkable, meaning from a chemist's point of view, the water is safe. It's not going to hurt you. It just tastes like shit. Oh my God, it tastes so bad. It's effectively undrinkable. But there are other benefits. You know, I require very little environmental control power because summers are mild and winters are mild. This weekend is going to get a little cold. It's going to get down to 10 degrees and 12 degrees Fahrenheit this weekend, but the daytimes are still going to be in the 50s. If you consume more water, they increase the price of your garbage? What the fuck? That's pretty fucked up. But I guess that's their way of trying to encourage conservation. You'll pay less if you conserve. I guess that could make sense, especially in an area where water is a big issue. Well, considering, see, the problem is, I would normally say put a well in and then use that water for everything except drinking. But the problem is you still have to pay that per diem fee to the water company. You're still paying that $1,200 a year. So unless your per gallon cost is very, very high, it wouldn't make sense to put in a well. Now, if your per gallon cost is very high, then it might make sense to drop the $5,000 on that well and plummet for everything except drinking water. You know, plummet through a basic filtration system so that you can use it for toilets, for showers. Yeah, it makes sense. That happens in a lot of places. As you go up in brackets of usage, your cost goes up. Yeah. Although in a lot of our areas, it's actually reversed. The lower brackets cost more, the higher brackets cost less. So you get a discount using more power because you're buying more, so to speak, which just screws all the low power usage people who are poor. But most places, it ratchets up as you use more. Nothing better to do. Bullshitting. I do have a new printer coming in, the MakerPi P3 Pro. That's on the way. And I thought thought there was one other one that was supposed to be on the way. I gotta say, I've been using this longer 3D triple 4K printer for the last week. I've been running it basically nonstop, and I've already burned through 1.5 kilos of resin, and it's a good machine. I mean, so far I have no complaints. The proprietary format it requires is a little annoying because it takes longer to slice. It's got to slice and then it's got to convert into the format that it needs. It's a little annoying, but besides that annoyance, which is just a convenience issue, not a functional issue, it runs flawlessly. I mean, I've only had twice where something didn't stick to the plate, just twice. So I've been pretty impressed. They did a good job. I've probably got over 150 hours on it already. So, not bad. Hopefully the LCD holds out. Oh my god. Hopefully the LCD doesn't give me any trouble. The mono LCD. So, what are you gonna do? Closing up all these extra things here. Nope, nothing new there. But what are you gonna do? I wish it was easier to teach people. But the ability to teach people requires that they be able to learn. What does VOA FYI mean? That keeps getting posted. What does that mean? You got it, Aga. See you next Wednesday. I'd love to know what the hell VOA FYI means. Where are the cats? I don't know where Noel is. He's hiding somewhere. Ender's up inside the cat tree here. So he's hiding up there. So he's a good boy. He's a good cat. I'm trying to figure out what I can sell. I gotta save up $172. Because I want to get that a cat feeder that uses the microchip that's already in his neck. So there's a door in front of the cat feeder, so that door won't open unless the cat with the chip comes up to the door. And because the problem I'm having is that Noel is a pecker, he's a grazer, so he'll eat a little bit, walk away, come back, eat a little more, walk away, come back. Also, Noel prefers dry food, but I can't feed him exclusively dry food because they're susceptible to UTIs. So I've got to feed them wet food to make sure they get enough moisture content with their food. So what's the big deal? No big deal, right? Well, yeah. Ender's a pig. Ender will wolf down his entire bowl and then go and shove Noel right out of his bowl and wolf down his bowl. Or worse, he'll stop eating his bowl, go try to steal Noel's bowl, and then come back to his bowl and finish. He's like, well, I'm going to make sure I steal yours first, and then I'll go finish mine. Fucking cat. So I want to get one of those cat feeders that with the RFID so that Ender can't steal Noel's food. So Noel will always have food available when he comes back to graze. Because he's skinny. He's a skinny cat, and I'm worried about him being malnourished. And matter of fact, for the last 3 days, I've been I've been intentionally starving my cats. I've been giving them only wet food to force them to eat the wet food. You know, they prefer the dry food, and they know if they whine long enough, we'll give them the dry food. So now we just cut off the dry food. And the first day, they both ate like half their bowl, and I threw it away and gave them a fresh bowl. And by the end of the second day, they figured out, oh shit, this is all we're gonna get. I guess we better eat it. But that still creates the problem of Ender stealing the other cat's food. And one of the reasons I would give the other cat dry food is that he would sit there longer and eat more of it if I gave him dry food. So what I'm doing now is throughout the day, I'll grab a tiny bit of dry food and put it in a bowl, and he'll come right over and eat it. And a couple hours later, I'll do it again. This way he's getting enough food. And I always have to chase away Ender because he comes running over and wants to take it. He'll come right over and push his head right into the bowl and push Noah right out of the bowl and try to take it. I keep a little stack of water bottles here. I'm out of ammo right now. My ammunition is depleted. But the little empty water bottles, they weigh nothing, so they don't hurt. And so I have it lined up where I just go and bump, wonk him right on top of the head with a water bottle. He'll jump and take off. I'll wait for him to go over and go after Noel's food. And I'll go ahead, go ahead. It's so evil. What else can I do? I gotta stop him from eating his food. But that cat bowl, $172. And you can't get them used. Either nobody's selling them or they're asking $160, basically full price. I was like, shit. So, try to figure out a couple things I can sell. I want to get him one of those bowls so that I can make it easier for him to eat his fill without the other cat eating all of his food. But cats are fun. I love when I sneak up behind him. Like, he'll be over in the kitchen. He'll hear a sound under the sink, and he'll be like, just staring. Like trying, you'll see his ears doing their thing, you know, working, trying to figure out where'd that sound come from. And I'll come up behind him, and I'll just touch him on the butt and go, boop! And that poor cat will jump like 4 feet in the air. One of these days I'm going to make him jump and then catch him midair. Oh, it's so evil. I love cats. Cats are awesome. They're assholes, but they're awesome. Cats are awesome. Oh man, I still want. I gotta try to see if I can wrangle my cat enough to get him to wear that cat armor. I gotta print some blood of your enemies, red cat armor for my cat. That would be awesome. I think he'd fillet me if I tried to make him wear it. What are you gonna do? Alright, it's 5:15 here. I gotta make dinner. I haven't had breakfast or anything. All I had was that cup of coffee. So I am starving. And she's probably hungry too. So I'm gonna go kick her butt and get her out of bed, that lazy shit. So I will see you guys next week. I do have a little one of the printers I got from Vince. Probably gonna do that next week. I'm hoping within the next week to also get this dragon done. I just haven't had the urge. Yeah, for real, right? So much. Well, they messaged me and told me that they can't meet today, so they want to meet tomorrow. So I didn't have a reason to go anywhere. But oh, and these cameras also work. I do get clean HDMI out, so I can plug these into that YOLO box and get clean HDMI. So with the webcam I have, that's 3 video inputs. That's pretty cool. Because I got 2 of those. I got that one, and I got that one. So that'll be fun. I've got a webcam that's PTZ with Zoom. I'm hoping I can make that work with the YOLO box, but I doubt it. I think the camera would work, but I don't think you'd be able to control it or anything. since it probably requires some software on the PC side to control it. So, I got to start splitting this up. I got to start, when we're done talking about 3D printing, stop the stream. And then start a new stream on the other channel made for this content. I'm going to start doing that from now on. And then we can go over to the other stream and just bullshit about whatever we want. And this way I'm not diluting the 3D printing stream with all that extra bullshit we talk about. So I think I'm going to start doing that. Start keeping this stream to 3D printing like it's supposed to be. So I will see you guys next week. Happy victims. And remember, your local politicians probably taste good. Yum, yum, yum. And click stop streaming.